interesting question.
Kind of creepy there, Clarence.
So, the thing is, one of the terms was because the principal is called the headmaster. And they were asking me if I felt that was derogatory. And I was like, no. Headmaster, his last name was Masters, too. Like, Headmaster Masters. We called him Master Square. I didn't think it was derogatory. That was one of the questions I had to answer. I thought was weird as shit.
Yeah. I get it. Like the when you have a hard drive, and you're putting two hard drives together. One of them is the master.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I don't think that's quite what what that means.
We got the NBA to change the name from owners to governors, though.
Okay. I mean, I'm okay with that.
Well, that came after Sterling, and that was well in the process before. But after Sterling came out, it was like, yeah, you guys might be right. There may be a point here.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, Clarence Thomas is a weirdo. He likes he's a weirdo. That's what he is.
Yeah, I got to step away for a second.
Yeah, I'm sure like anyone in politics is fucking a little weird.
I think we should replace them all with people like us. What do you think about that?
I don't need that headache, man.
You wouldn't want to be. You wouldn't. Why not?
I fucking try to. I could barely maintain any friendships on Discord, bro. What do you mean, fucking?
You don't have to maintain friendship in politics. People pay you.
Well, I'm saying you wind up. Yeah, what are you gonna do, fucking? What are you gonna do when the APAC guy comes up and says, "So, you coming out to lunch?"
Yeah,
I don't know.
You say, yeah, let's go to lunch, and then you get your bribes, and you're happy, right?
That's right. Yeah, right. Get you in a van. They fly you off to Dimona.
Epstein's Island, wherever you want to go.
Fucking crazy. I don't know if I can handle the pressure, man. I'm letting my boy Trump handle it.
Oh, dude, you can't support a pedo, dude. Come on.
He's not a pedo, bro.
You want to make a monetary wager?
I think it's like. I mean, I got 10
Trump?
push-ups on it. 10 push-ups.
10 push-ups?
Sure.
Okay, I'll take that bet. But you have to film yourself doing the push-ups. That's the only stipulation.
Well, whatever.
I'll take that bet.
Down.
Are we talking about Trump here?
Yeah.
Likewise, though. Yep. Fucking. Yeah.
So what's your explanation for why he's not coming up with the Epstein files?
I think he's like because he's letting the Democrats dig their own grave.
Okay.
Getting all excited about why is he not fucking releasing everything, and because it was all kind of like I think the Democrats are digging their own grave. They're being enticed to open the can of worms that's going to destroy them, vindicate Trump, and they're just going to sit there and eat crow for it. So it's like they didn't want nothing to do with it when fucking Biden was in office, but now it's Trump. It's like, so now they're just going to fucking beg for it, and they're going to fucking open it up, and it's going to be pictures of Obama and Hillary like fucking eating kids.
My dream is that all of those fucking cocksucking, bag-sucking assholes are in this, and both parties get fucking ripped out of history. That's my dream.
Right.
And,
yep. And see, call me naive, but I think Trump is a separate issue, man. I think Trump is
hell no. Your statement of it sat on Biden's desk for 4 years. To me, it's more of this. There's a lot of fucking Democrats in there too. So at the same
it's like
time,
only fucking Democrats, dude. I think I can't say that.
The answer's
it's
two.
gonna be
the
fucking
two. Also.
Yeah, I can't give you because it'll be like Lindsey Graham and shit, too. So I can't fucking. Yeah, but I think Trump is his own fucking entity, man. I really do.
Dude, Trump, you don't. So you okay? So you truly think that?
I'm pretty much a Q-tard, bro. Pretty much Q-tard.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No, Sherlock.
Okay. So this is what I'm saying. As a Q, you're a conspiracy theorist, right? Tell me anything he's doing
I'm not
that
like
doesn't
I'm not like
remove.
identifying. Hold on, I'm not identifying as a fucking like
I get that.
QAnonist or anything.
I get
I'm
that.
just saying.
But just mindset of it, it's a bit of conspiracy theorist, right? Um, Tell me what he's currently doing that doesn't say the government is hiding information.
He's moving everything into a different. I think he's handling the financial element right now. Like I don't know if I've ever talked to you about like the 70-year lines of contracts. Ever since the U.S. like was created, there was a 70-year line of debt, and if you look 70 years after, I think it's like 1790 is the Civil War. 70 years after that is the Dust Bowl. Everyone becomes United States citizens. So like first one, it's like we had a line of credit. And we defaulted on it. That's why they collateralized the property of the South, the freed slave, and created the United States citizen. 70 years after that, they got everyone to become United States citizens, therefore giving them more collateral. 70 years after that, they destroy the financial institution, 9/11. Right? 20 years after that, they fucking shut down the economy to reestablish a new monetary system, which is going into the crypto game. And I think that Trump is at the helm of this, and I think that we are going to move into a system that's going to be better. But in order to exist, first it has to get rid of like some of the undue corruption and shit. That's why USAID, because they want to put all this shit on blockchain. Like I mean, I don't know whether blockchain be good or bad or whatever. It's just another. To me, it's like another elevator.
It's a
Floor.
really
It's another
stupid
elevator
way.
floor in the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, it's a really
It's
stupid way to
another.
store data if you're doing it like this. It'd be really dumb to utilize blockchain to issue aid and all that. It'd be a dumb way to do it. But
I mean, I don't know. I just see it. There's
I
a
get
lot
what you're
more going
saying.
on.
There's a shift, and you think Trump's at the head of the shift, right?
And I think, I think there's two ticket. The fork in the road is this. The fork in the road is either we go towards the idea of internationality, one world governmental system, right? And
Mhm.
and we abandon almost states' rights and abandon country. You know what I mean? Like that's where these people want to take it. And I just think then the other side of that is like a nationalistic approach, which Trump represents, which I'm all
Okay,
about.
I don't disagree that part. So this is one globalism, kind of how what you're describing, and I'm trying to in like a short sense. Globalism is inevitable unless you want a bunch of ignorant savages warring amongst themselves. The the more open societies have been throughout history, the more quote unquote.
Wait. Don't forget that globalism can be a kind of a dog whistle euphemism for Jews in control of everything. So.
Oh yeah, well,
that's the other thing.
I can go that route too, but what I'm saying is the concept of you're talking about like one world governments and everything. We already have that. We have one currency. We've had it since 1943. I'm sorry, 46. It's been the U.S. dollar. All of these things that you're talking about have already been established, but it's not established like a new world order type of approach. It was adapting the system, kind of like evolution, to fit to the environment in which we were in. What's going on right now is Trump is introducing chaos to a system that really hasn't changed for a very long time. That chaos does not reflect us getting anything better than what we had. Us kicking our allies in the face, us moving towards our enemies, every action he's done has almost been against us as the people, from the tariffs to who we support in wars to all of these things. The man won't openly say Vladimir Putin started the war in Ukraine. He won't say that. He will not make that statement. He doesn't work for us, and he works for them. And them are globalist elites, mainly probably out of Russia in his case, and China. But he doesn't work for us. And that's what I really wish people from you guys to like actually see. Take his economic policies and see that this year, just because he's stupid, he's caused you to spend $1,700 more on things so far this year alone. Just think about that. It's those little things are the things that he's delivering and giving to us. And until we can open our minds and realize, one, dude's probably a pedo. Two, he's covering this shit for himself. Three, everything he's told you is a fucking lie. We can't get any further because he's been turned into some sort of Christ-like Messiah in the eyes of these people.
No. I think so. You guys have turned him into some kind of like warmongering devil.
Where do you think he got his money from? Where do you think he got his money from?
Time travel, bro. Come on.
No. Do you believe that he got a small loan? Do you think he got a small loan from his dad from $1 million, like he said? Do you think that's the true story? That's the story he tells people.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe.
No,
it's completely possible.
What he did was he inherited over $400 million in the 70s. And do you know how fucking retarded you have to be only a billionaire to inherit $400 million in the 70s? You know how fucking retarded you have to be?
You know what gets me? You know what gets me about the small money?
Think about this.
Let me explain something to you. Let me explain to you. The thing is this. I think that people also don't understand how, like, you know, how our system works in regards to the term capacity. So, like, you know, because, like, let's say, like, you know, like Rockefeller said, right? Own nothing, control everything, right? So just because, like, you know, Donald Trump, like, is only a billionaire, like you said, after inheriting 400 million in the 70s, like, that's not some. I mean, I don't know. It's like that sounds pretty. Sounds like good. Sounds like good to me. But my point is,
you want to take it back with inflation? How much that is today?
I don't care because I mean, life happens. You're spending money and shit. So like,
I get that.
You know, I don't know. Paying off bitches. I don't know. My point is that the point is that he fucking, you know, also probably like any intelligent person is gonna, you know, not own much on the books, like versus what his companies own. So his companies. Well, I'm just saying, like, when people refer to like, what do you?
You're saying that, but that's not the case. He did own property, real estate, leverage.
Yeah, I know, but
debt.
the point is, like, if check it out, if you have an LLC, right, and inside the LLC is the car, who owns the car?
The shareholder, the member, the unit holders of the LLC.
The LLC does. Nope, the LLC.
The unit holders of the LLC own.
Right, and now imagine this, right? You got two LLCs that are owned by an Inc. Right, and imagine you got like now you got a couple LLCs maybe, and you got one making money and one not making money. But the point is that all those internal economics. Right. All those internal kind of dynamics within the thing would not lead anywhere. Like, you know, like they couldn't say that person who's the president of the company has the assets that are in the company. And what I'm trying to say is that, you know, when people refer to this shit.
Listen really quick, Issa.
A lot of people don't know.
There's a biblical story, right, about like someone gave a kid like $1 or their son's $1, and one went to the city, one buried it, one did something else, right? And then you make an extraction about how foolish they are from the outcomes of what happened to them, right? I don't know the exact story, but you've heard of that parable.
Yeah, the prodigal son, man. Prodigal son.
So you give this kid $400 million in the 70s that, one, he did not claim properly, so he didn't have to pay taxes on, which was something that came out. And then two, fucking loses it all in 15 fucking years, basically. Dude, I don't understand.
Says who though? Says who?
Says the numbers. Dude, 2.5
I don't know. I mean, I just don't know. I don't know enough about it to say, but I know, I get it. But like AC, you know, what people put on the books and what's really going on are maybe two different things. I don't fucking know, bro. I don't know if maybe, I mean, because it seems to me like all the
fucking moron to have 400 million.
That.
Dude, if he put $10 million just in the S&P, just in the fucking S&P, just 10 million, and let it sit there for fucking that period of time, he'd have his initial investment back probably.
I know, but who's to say? Who's to say he didn't? And that you don't.
He didn't.
Just don't know
he probably did have
hold
a
little.
On.
Hold on, bro. What I'm saying is that. And let me finish it off. Is that, bro? And let's say you don't know how he did it. Let's say there's ways to move money, bro. I mean, you know, I'm not gonna. You know, it's like. I'm not going to take like some financial reporting.
Do you know what the easiest way to launder money in the world is commodities. The second easiest way to launder monany is properties.
I'm not going to argue like his books either, though. Like the point is like, I mean, I get, you know, to me, you can make the argument say, I guess I don't have a proper rebuttal other than because I don't know his books. But I just think that's irrelevant to me ultimately. Like
It's
I
irrelevant
like
that every time it's irrelevant that everything
I
he's
like what
ever
he's doing for
touched
our.
failed.
How about this? I like what he's doing for our country. I'm happy with the way things are working out. I understand everyone's all
You're
butthurt
happy
about
to pay
whatever.
$1,600 more for things that
I
you
think it's
need
gonna.
and
I
use
think,
every
dude, it's
day,
been 6 months. It's been 6 months.
and
He's
you've
been in
already
office.
paid $1,600 more than
He's paying
than you did last year.
Groceries are. I don't know, man. Everything's comparable to the way Biden had it. So fucking right now, I think he's got a correction coming, and I think it's gonna be beautiful. I just think we got to let the man do his business, and I think it'll work out for us. I really do. I'm very hopeful about it.
I don't know.
And I
The
also
thing is the man doing his business isn't doing his business for the American people. It's doing his business to
says
serve
you, bro.
himself.
Says you. Says you.
Okay.
Says a bunch of people. I just
Well,
don't think. I don't think that's
He
panning out.
admits it. He admits it. He's said in front of people how much he and the other guys made off his tariffs.
Meme coins and tariffs, yeah.
So
Do you know China? Do you know who owns the most US debt? Fucking China. Please explain, Ethan.
Donald's gonna
Japan
bring
does right
out
now.
pictures of Osama, and all you motherfuckers are gonna be clapping and cheering. Osama's alive. He's gonna expose the whole fucking shebang.
Oh,
This is a new one. Osama's alive. This is a new conspiracy theory.
No, Osama is Will Smith. It's an old conspiracy.
What?
Oh.
Osama is Will Smith.
that's a good one.
How do you know?
Is that why he slapped Chris Rock, I mean?
Mm.
You know what really bothers me is when Trump says, carries on about all the revenue that's come to the federal from tariffs, as if the exporting countries paid it.
Yeah.
Yep. That's directly from the people.
He says that over and over. He loves tariffs. He likes tariffs. I got Megan, what's that? Megan Kelly or whatever. She would say, "Oh, we love tariffs." I go, "Yeah, if you put a tariff on Canadian goods, Canada's not paying that tariff. You put a tariff on Japanese goods, Japan is not paying that. The U.S. is paying that. It's coming from inside the house."
Yeah, but there is a bigger picture to it.
What is it?
To motivate American businesses to create on their own soil so they can be tariff free and stuff like that. It's a long game. Potentially, it's a long positive game for the American people. I'm not saying it's gonna be a success, but I say I understand the vision.
Have you ever played Victoria 3? The game Victoria 3? So in that game, it's about like economies and stuff. And every time you do a tariff, you do it for a period of time, right? And it's like you do it for 15 years, 20 years, or something like that. We're not even doing those policies for reshoring. That's not even the game, dude. That's the thing. You're sitting there and you're saying this is what happens when smart people do tariffs. Smart people aren't doing tariffs. An idiot is who's based the equation on
smart people. Like if you ask me personally, Trump, Biden, the left, the right, two wings on the same bird. It doesn't matter who is in the office.
I agree. I want them all to burn. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is like when you say, oh, it's about reshoring things. That's the process when smart people do it. That's not what's happening here. Right. Smart people aren't doing it.
I see what you're saying now. Yeah, I misunderstood you the first time as well. Yeah, if you go, are we going to put a tariff on beef or something, and then use that beef for subsidies to get beef farming happening in your country, because you go, we want to have, we want to be apocalypse proof that if COVID happens again, we want to have our own local food production or car production or something. Yeah, it makes sense. If somebody clever does it and sticks to it and goes, no, these aren't lifting. They're going to be here in 20 years' time, these same tariffs. So that then as an industry, you can get started. You can go, I'm going to start a farm then.
Sure.
Like he's going to cover me on this. So yeah, you'll start a bit of manufacturing or start printing T-shirts or whatever it might be. But only if you can trust that those tariffs will stay in place.
Exactly. And that's not what we're implementing. We're implementing, it's on the whim of this guy who wakes up in the morning and doesn't even know how to read. Like there's arguments to where he can't read.
Well,
I just woke up,
he might
and
be
I'm
the best
smoking a
reader.
lot of weed.
Nice.
I know how to read.
Good morning,
good.
beautiful
Well,
people.
Good morning.
You can try.
Andy.
That's the thing. Like, there's arguments that Trump can't read. Like, I mean, there's. I mean, like I said,
Like, yo, but hold on. Think to yourself 1 second. Think for yourself 1 second. Like, do you really like, there's two-part question. One, do you really think that he can't read? And two, do you not think that like his enemies would say some shit like that?
Trump can't
Just to
read
fucking
good.
Like,
How about that? I'll say it like that. Trump can't
I
read
don't.
good.
No. Trump's from the old school. Like, he went to school and they taught cursive and shit. Like, this is today's generation can't read. Today's generation. You know what's interesting? I was reading about this. Do you know that literally 50%, if not more, of our population in the States cannot read above a third grade level? And then the thing is about reading is that it's not a matter of like, because they're only testing for the cognitive.
But why did he go to private schools?
Hold on 1 second. He also graduated West Point, if I'm not mistaken. So my point is that
No.
he fucking hold on, like he just
That's a fucking base. That's an army base. You fucking idiot.
Hold on 1 second.
He went to West Point, a fucking army base.
Yeah, dude, I went to military
Yeah.
school too. Does that make me a fucking whatever? You know what I mean? I went to
He
military.
didn't go.
But my point is this. My point is this,
Oh
though,
my
is that
god!
like,
He thinks you said you think he went to West Point.
or didn't
Yes,
where did
he
he
said
graduate
that.
from? Like maybe what's it?
He went to
military school.
he went to Penn.
Valley
He went to Penn.
Forge, maybe, or where did he
His
go?
business school's from Penn. He got in trouble and had to go to military school as a kid. I had a similar story, but yeah, he didn't go to West Point.
If he can't
Which school
read,
did he
then
go to?
that's
Which
what
school did he go to?
He can't read good.
What if
Yeah,
what if
Which
it's
school he
just
went
like
to?
he can't? What if
If
it's
he graduated from military school,
read?
I
He
guarantee
can't do like
you, he's
read
smart
good
as
enough to do
most motherfuckers.
audiobooks. What if that's the situation? He can't read. He can't do like audiobooks. He can't read, but he can fucking read.
He can't read good. So there's a video that
Renee, he can't read well.
I know.
And he went to.
I was actually making that.
And also,
Trump.
I was actually
Trump
making that
attended.
joke.
Trump attended Fordham University.
Yes. And then he graduated from that program in Penn. I forgot that fucking business school's name.
it's the New York Military Academy. It's a private boarding school.
That
He
was a
went
high
to
school. High school.
He paid it through. No, that wasn't even high school. That was a Q4. That was 7th grade. It says here, Military Academy.
Yeah. So he went to 1 year. I went to
that's
1 year.
one of them. That's
Columbia
maybe one
Academy.
of them. My point being is that, like, only like I just think like these scathing
Didn't teach
people
us to
that
read.
hate Trump and hate America are just like, and he can't read and he's got AIDS and me. And I just think that like that's all that is. There is no substance to those claims. It's like, but then in the same breath, hold on, let me finish off before you guys whine about it. Then the same fucking breath, you guys are like, but Russian collusion and fucking he raped this woman and it's you guys just, it's like this nonstop hate campaign against like against America.
Why is hate delivering facts?
I don't understand it.
How is it hate to deliver a fact? I'm delivering a fact that he is a he's liable for sexual assault. That's a fact. How is that hate? How is that hate?
I have a rational hate for him. If it makes you feel better, that listen, none of the things you said. It'd be a situation of he's doing too much. What the acts he's doing. He's not thinking about how it affects the people he's leading right now. That is the major issue.
Case in point. What you just said was the reading level in the U.S. is in decline. So what did he do? Eliminated Department of Education. Yeah.
Well, do you know who Catherine Eisenbright is?
But hang on, stop. Hang on, Issa. Him getting rid of that was actually a good thing. That gives a situation of instead of the federal government running all the schools and telling them how they run them, it gave the states the opportunity to run the schools and be better at what they're doing. So rather than it be everyone is on one board, it gives an opportunity for schools to actually, or states, to actually enforce or make their schools better and not only be on a curve, basically.
And that means no more Chomo reading time.
Also, the claim was 50% of Americans can't read at the third grade level. 50% of you guys, 180 million,
nothing to do
above third grade. That's a load of bollocks.
That has
Yeah, it's
nothing to
more
do with
like
the
to do
Department
with
of
the. Hold on, real
Education.
quick.
That's
Hold on,
facts.
real quick. Look at the fact that
Hang on, no,
most
hang
of
on,
the
Issa,
people.
hang on. That
Hold
has
on, real
nothing to
quick.
do with
Most
the
of the people that are
Department of
born today that
Education.
can't fucking read. Most people that came up today came under either Bush or they came under Obama, and they came up under like So all those people that can't read, those are the people that were fucking destroying. Read Catherine Eisenbart even. I think it's Catherine.
You
It's
can't
Cheryl
blame Trump for
Eisenbart.
that.
Charlotte.
Bullshit, dude.
So,
That's fucking
well, hang on.
bullshit.
So, you guys that just ran off those stats about what part of the Department of Education what does that have to do with? Again, getting rid of the Department of Education has nothing to do with less education. Nothing at all.
It does, though. It does a bit.
It doesn't. Okay. At what level?
On the ability for states to institute programs that were depending on the federal funding.
No, it gives opportunity for those states to do programs that aren't forced by the federal government.
No,
it's the same. It's okay. Okay, it's the same thing.
You're not being reasonable, bro. Renee, you're not being reasonable, dude.
No, it's the same.
Hey,
it's the same thing. Yeah,
Ryan, what are you talking about?
Hang on, Renee. It's the same thing as abortion rights. It's the same thing as any other thing that a state would now be responsible for.
So this is what happens, right? So I'm a state and I want to do a program for, let's even say sports, right? I want to do some sport thing, not even like an educational thing. I don't have it within my budget, but I could apply to get it in my budget from the federal government.
And they'll still be able to do so.
No, the reason I'm saying
it's like
real quick.
Hey, Lion, I know you heard me and Renee going back and forth. So
all right, well, I'm trying to get in after you.
Your new point.
That's fine.
Your new point shouldn't just be brought up in the middle of us talking.
All right, cool. But let me just give me some room when you're done. Go ahead.
Oh, absolutely. You see how that works. But they would still be able to apply for these things. It just wouldn't come from the Department of Education.
I get what you're saying, but if the reason why the Department of Education is there is for that. So if you cancel, and this is the thing, instead of canceling it, why not restructure it? Why not make it better? Why not do that's the difference of kind of what I think Shoebill was talking about. But Lion, go ahead, bud.
No, yeah, listen. I'm not a Trump fanboy, dude, but it's like you won't give him anything, dude. Like everything that he does is automatically negative. When he's dismantling
dismantling. You hear me? I'll tell you positive things about Donald Trump.
Well, hold on. The thing is, bro, if you're gonna hold on, let me just say this. Just like the churches, right? If you're gonna be tax exempt, right, you gotta basically fall in line with the federal government's mandates, dude. If these schools want federal funding, if they want to apply for federal funding and want to get federal funding, there's certain things that they have to have in place, bro. And that's those certain things I disagree with, like critical race theory or gender politics or identity politics. These things, these should not be. This is the stuff that should not be being taught in school. Right?
That teaches
private universities. That's what I'm saying. Like right now, like Lion, we're talking about like high school, elementary stuff, CRT, all those things are college level type things, and it has nothing to do with this. There's nothing. And honestly, the reason why you're pulling it there, and it scares the shit out of me when you say that things need to be in place, as you would say this would be a good use, teaching things like irrefutable, like all the anti-evolution things that you like, teaching that as science would be something that you would put in place for federal funding for schools. Would that not be something you would feel would be good?
No, I think that they should allow the states to decide on what they want to teach, right? Not have this like federal standard, or otherwise they slash your federal funding.
Mm-hmm. But you just said that was a good thing, that they had to meet federal standards or they slashed your federal funding. You said that was a good thing.
No. I think that's a bad thing. When you rely on the government's tit for sustenance, right? They require you to fall in line and follow their mandates, dude. There's certain standards that if you don't meet, your federal funding gets slashed.
But let's take it to the level of
But hang on, Renee. What happens when it is being funded by before they got rid of the department? What happens when that money isn't allocated correctly, and what you're looking at is still negative test results, and you're still giving out this money? It's useless. It's not useless, but I think you know what I'm saying.
Waste, fraud, and that's the thing. Like when Doge came out, I thought maybe if they implemented it, not like idiots, which they did, it's a good concept because waste, fraud, and abuse are things that would be good to minimize in our government.
And there's going to be a lot of it.
Oh yeah, especially now. I can send you a paper on FEMA and some shit we're working on. It's ridiculous. They're shutting it down and letting it being issued by states, which is anarchy. But,
that's going to be such a big boom
I'll send you
industry now. Everybody's going to be getting into, what are they, quangos or something, quasi-governmental organizations where
NGOs,
your only customer is the government.
Yep. But yeah, I'll send you a paper.
It's privatizing the goal of it seems like the goal of Trump is to privatize everything, and that is dangerous.
Yes,
make it go by states, and then the states won't have enough to like build up that
to fund it.
No, because what will happen is this: they won't be able to, like, for instance, like the FEMA thing, they won't be able to fund it. So states will go, "We need help," and Trump, or not Trump, but whoever will go, I have a private military that does all that.
Yep. Yeah. No. That's literally what's forming. Literally. You're able to like there's a website you can go on. You can literally see all the government contracts. I mean, legitimately, it's already forming. But
there's well over 1,000 private militaries in the United States alone.
Well, not by definition. By definition, they're militias. They're not by I think they're called like private MPCs or something like that. They're not by definition.
They do not contract them as militias. They contract them as private military or private security or private something. They don't.
There's not 1,000. There's easily 1,000 militias, but there's not 1,000 of those entities. I think there's probably like 20 total of official ones.
Those militias. Oh no, my friend, because you got to think we're thinking it's not just United States. It's all these other.
I thought you were talking about U.S. alone. I thought I was saying U.S. alone.
No. I'm sorry. I may have misspoke. Yeah, you're right. There's, I would say 10, and 3 of them are contracted by our government, like on a regular, on a regular basis. Blackwater, they change their name all the fucking time, but they get paid millions a year on they're constantly contracted.
Well, this is what's going to happen. So, like, say there's a problem, and like say Katrina happens again. There's no FEMA. What's going to happen is instead of the National Guard and the Army being sent in, one of these private military companies will take the contract. Then you'll have a contract from another non-government organization, NGO, to try to do the food distribution or whatever, and then they are going to tally it all up and then send it to the U.S. government. They think that will control waste, fraud, and abuse, but all it's going to do is it costs me $10 to get the guy from A to B. I'm just going to say it was $20. You know what I mean? That it's just going to make it worse.
It's worse. Hang on. It's not. That is one of the the caveats of what happens. But the biggest issue of this is it desensitizes us to these private militaries.
I want to start one myself, but we can talk about that offline. But yeah,
hit the joint.
Honestly, private militaries are definitely. I mean, that's going to be an outcome, and in America, you already have a vast amount of militias that you can hire from.
Well, the scary part is. And the reason why they use like so many in like Afghanistan and Iraq is they don't have to follow the same rules.
Yeah, you don't have to engage into you don't have to follow the Geneva Convention.
Like even here, like if we went martial law and they use private military, understand that they weren't sworn in. They don't have the same fucking rules as the military does against us. They don't have the same rules as National Guard does. Like
the Pinkertons,
like a very bad thing. Yes,
they're like the Pinkertons.
Yeah.
No, literally they are.
That's why I wanted to ask. Sorry for charging in. That's why I wanted to ask Issa, because you seem like a sort of libertarian, don't tread on me type, and I don't get cheering then for the chap that's got jackbooted private militia in the streets. Are they private militia or ICE? Privately contracting?
No.
That's
They're
federal,
fed.
100%.
Okay. But that's still jackbooted thugs demanding your papers.
So,
No,
they are.
no,
Yes.
no.
They
Hang
are.
on.
They
Here's the
are
thing.
a subverted or ICE. ICE basically should be an app that people fucking apply
No.
to.
Okay, hang on. Time out. I think that what ICE is doing is what ICE needs to do. Hang on. Don't jump at me. Hear me out. I think the number that is set by Trump and the expectation set by Trump is forcing people that aren't used to having to go on these constant raids and all that shit to do stupid shit. But I think getting rid of ICE is the dumbest idea in the world. I think acting like the idea of what we're doing is wrong is ridiculous, because I think that needs to happen. I think we need to just to buckle down, because the problem is no one's talking about the 4 years prior where we were just opening the border and letting all these people in.
But you have to look at the border numbers from 2000 until ICE, right?
No,
they've been yes, they've been consistent.
I refuse to. Those are convoluted numbers.
Okay, well, if so, what about the last 4 years? Are those
okay, I'll tell you exactly why they're convoluted. Because when you start letting people in, right, you start funneling people in. But then at the exact same time, because we're going through what we were going through, what they did is they go, "Did you get tested? No. Are you willing to test? No. You got to go." So that's what they were doing. So there's a big
there's a lot.
It looks like
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but it looks like Biden did a lot, but all they really did is just stop people at the border during that time.
That was was Obama. That was Obama. So Obama.
No, that was Biden.
Yeah, Obama was the border turnarounds. That's why Obama has more deportations on the book than any of them right now. Because he
no.
Yeah.
Right, no. If you look at Biden's numbers, right? If you just look at his deportation numbers, they look fucking amazing. The problem is that what they did is when they put in the COVID bill, the one that stopped everything at the border if you weren't tested or VED or whatever, they used those numbers and put them on top of deportation. Now, if you go look at it, understand that that situation, anything that had to do with that bill, they don't even classify them as deportation. Biden actually deported the least amount of people than any president in the last 20, 30 years.
And the thing is what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, from even the convoluted numbers, if you take the people who re-enter and all this other stuff, right? If you just cut them in half, even, you have a consistent amount of people crossing the border year in and year out. You could have variations, probably 10%, you know what I mean, up and down, but it's consistent.
We know the numbers. We know the numbers, because remember, the majority of the people here illegally did not jump the border. The majority.
Yeah, they came on work visas and student visas and things like that.
Exactly. Now realize these numbers. Biden actually deported the least amount of those people than any president. ICE did the least amount of deportations during Biden.
And I'm not really fighting those numbers. Like, what I'm fighting is when you said when people are against the concept. I don't think anyone's against the concept of protecting our borders. I'm against the concept of ICE having authorities that supersede my civil rights. That's what the SS.
I'm assuming
due process. Due process.
Okay.
Yes.
Would you say now? I'm going to agree.
Yeah, can I interject real quick? Any
case?
Just make one point and then I'm out.
Wasn't okay. Go ahead.
Well, just say like that. I am enjoying, just to kind of an allusion to Eggs's question a little bit about the libertarian outlook. I'm enjoying like these Democrats who fucking insisted for martial law over the COVID crisis now are acting like a bunch of sovereign citizens in regards to the fucking civil liberties of a bunch of illegal immigrants. It's the irony is just amazing, dude.
How do you define an illegal immigrant? How do you identify them? How do you classify them? How do you target them to give an institution probable cause for an investigation? So if you could understand what
same thing like hold on, I got it.
Yeah.
Same thing like a driver's license.
Okay.
So, like, if you
what do
have
mean by
fucking
that?
no, if you have the official paperwork, the visas, etc., that says you're allowed to be here, then you can be here. If you don't have that paperwork, then get off the road, hippie. And they're
I
not
agree with
like,
that.
ICE aren't a bunch of road pirates, like, you know what I mean? Just violating people's constitutional laws, like, because now you guys sound like sovereign citizens. You sound like sovereign citizens, and every police officer is
No,
whatever. And you guys want to be you
so the
do,
term due
and you want to be
process.
states. You guys want to be state citizens
No. If
now.
I were to
It's
say, if I were to sound
hilarious,
like
dude.
if I were to sound like a sovereign, if I were to be a sovereign citizen in this conversation, I would be saying that the state has no right to even deport this person because the state has
Not
no
at all.
power over people.
No. You
So
just said you're scared about an entity that's going to violate your civil protections. Isn't that what you just said?
I said that I have a fear of agencies that have the right to violate my civil rights.
Right. So you
And this is
sound
what
like
I
a
was just
sovereign
going to
citizen.
say. No,
So,
hang on.
I've
So the
never heard
next
a
step is
sovereign
this,
citizen
Renee.
say that.
Yeah, no, it's not. The next step is this then. The
It is
only
that.
way for there not be needed, ICE not needed, and or not to for you not to worry, right, is to then say putting tracking devices of some situation on anyone with a work visa, tourist visa, etc. Must have some type of tracking device. Would you be in agreement to that?
Sure, why not? Put it on their phones. I mean, what I'm saying is,
No, you can't put it. No, you can't put it on their phones because I can look if I have my phone in my hand right now and I know I'm being tracked and I know that I just did something wrong or I don't want to go back. All I gotta do is throw this fucking phone away.
Yeah,
that's why we have to ear chip them.
So
like the dogs.
What I'm
no. This is serious.
Oh,
they gotta have an ankle bracelet or they gotta have some type of chip, right?
Yeah, if you're on house arrest, you have an ankle bracelet on. I get it. Yeah, you can have that type of oversight.
That's for a crime.
But what they committed a crime, right?
No, okay. Now here's a problem. Because remember, you said your rights. Well, guess what? Yeah. They got rights too. So you can't put an ankle bracelet on them because the reason we put ankle bracelets on people is because they've done something to
they've suspected
in Mexico.
So listen. So you can be on like waiting for your trial out on bond, right? With an ankle bracelet on. And that statement is at that point the state has probable cause to believe you've done this. It's not saying you've done this yet, but it can still mandate you pay a fine and then have an ankle bracelet on at that point, correct?
Okay. Hey, no, here's the thing. I am not 100% against it. I'm just playing devil's advocate about the people that are talking about rights are probably not going to agree with this.
So this is why I said probable cause. And this is the most affecting aspect of it to our daily life.
I remember the question I was going to ask you.
Okay.
So before Isaac came in. Okay. So how do you identify the people that aren't supposed to be here?
Precisely. That's where I was going with this. And that's why I was talking about probable cause. This allows for probable cause to be literally dictated by race, creed, or color. You could literally just
every single person here in this room, especially, who doesn't have, or why wouldn't ICE question everyone? Now, how do we establish that? What you would say due process, right? Now, here's the overall question of it. This is what I was gonna say. I was gonna say I understand that there should be 0 cases of people that didn't get due process. Now, without bringing up those 1% rare cases where they didn't get due process because shit happens, right? Nothing's perfect, but
I agree.
How is what ICE is doing overall wrong against your rights? Because
exactly what I just said.
What ICE is doing now, but what ICE is doing now, you and I are very unlikely to have any interaction with ICE, any at all.
No, not at all. So here it is right here. Like I was just saying, why it affects us. Like for a police officer to interact with you, they have to have probable cause. They have to have a reason that's justified by law to interact with you. What ICE is doing is causing probable cause to be based upon race.
Hang on. You understand that it was Obama that made this possible.
Okay, I'm not going to go that route with you. Can you please speak to what I just said?
I am.
Can you please speak to it? I'm not.
Okay.
No,
I'm going to right now.
I don't care who did it. I'm just talking about the outcome.
No, you're right. Okay. I'm not going to say who did it. I'm not. It has nothing to do with that. I'm saying the outcome, the reason why this is happening. They are able to, without question, detain any federal police, I guess you would say, from police to the military. They do not have to have probable cause, and this is what is giving the ICE the overreach to just do everything.
So a federal agency,
how do you solve that problem?
To get to where you're going, to where federal agencies would not have to use probable cause to get like tap warrants, things like that. All of these cases, you can there's fucking thousands of them that have come up. And unless they literally file into national security, which this clause in which you're talking about, which is a part of the Patriot Act, enacts, it is a overreach of power. And what they always try to do is argue it back to that. They always try to do that. ICE cannot argue. ICE cannot argue this back to that act. They haven't even attempted it because it's stupid.
Yes, they can. But they can, and we just discussed it. The reason they can is literally because
they can't anymore.
How do you find? No. Here you go.
Trump declared a national state of emergency to do the tariffs.
Renee, we just discussed this. We just discussed.
Hang on, Renee.
Hang on, Jazza. Hang on. Stop. No. How do you find the people that aren't supposed to be here? And we both agreed it's almost impossible. So
I'm not disagreeing with it.
That is their justification.
The difference is this. It's just because something may be impossible, I don't think that throwing the government a bone to be able to subvert my rights is a good idea. If something is hard, it doesn't mean, hey, let's just lay down and just give up. That's my outcome.
I don't agree with how they're doing it. I agree with you. They are doing it based on race. I don't agree with this. But my question is, how do you do it? Because you cannot wait until there's probable cause. Why?
You have probable cause.
Here's the crazy part about it. The reason why is because I would say the majority of these people that we're talking about that need to leave are good fucking people.
I agree. They pay
Renee, Sean, just quickly. Sorry to interrupt.
Hey, what's up, flat earther?
Yeah. No, really good. I'm on the other side of the flat earth. 12,000 kilometers away, and that's why I'm asking the question. What is you keep saying ICE? That must be an acronym for something, right?
Yeah, it's basically it's a department of immigration enforcement. Yeah. So basically, it's picture it like this. Honestly, it's a federal police force that has a special task to have abilities to basically kick in the doors of people that they suspect are
don't do that
immigrants.
Don't do that.
Am I wrong?
Stop that. No, Jazz. Yes. Yes.
Hang on.
Yes. No. Hang on. No, Jazz. I'm going to answer that question. No, I get to answer the question correctly. It is a federal agency whose task is to enforce immigration laws.
They kick in the doors of people and pull them out of their homes without probable
immigration laws, motherfucker. Hey, Renee, again, the 1% I do not agree with, but that is not the majority of what's happening.
I'm just talking about that part. Just that part.
Did I not just hear? I'm pretty sure I just heard the 1% of immigration laws, and it's something to do with the federal.
No, you're wrong. No, I said immigration. I said the 1% of situations that are being talked about are not the majority of what's happening. Like, how many people, I bet you can count on one hand, Renee, how many people the media has told you haven't had due process, right? Now, if you compare that to the people that have been deported with due process, I guarantee those hiccups are not good. I agree. It shouldn't happen at all. But
and it's happening because of the process and how they're doing it. That's why it's happening. The purpose of the process is to inflict pain.
Here's the problem. If our government had started this 2 decades ago, we wouldn't be talking about it like this. But we would also be paying $17 for an apple. No.
Yeah,
because again, the goal is not a genocide of immigrants. That is not what's happening. That is what's happening. No, because there are people that are on work visas. There are people that are still going to be on tourist visas. There are people who are still going to be applying to be citizens. Those people still are going to exist, and those people are the ones that are still working and making it so our apples are not $7.
The ones that, but the majority, you're talking about the student visas and the work visas. Those aren't the people that are coming here to pick the fields, bud. Those are the people here to take programming jobs, work and things like that.
No,
there's work visas. There is work visas. There's seasonal work visas. Yes, but what I'm saying is, on average, in those types of visas, that's not the people coming, and that's not the majority of the people in the group that do that work.
I would say the majority are on work visa.
So if my 3-month green card goes through to work in the States,
you're going to get deported.
Montana, Missouri.
You'll get deported.
Will I get deported to Mexico to fucking?
No, because you don't fit the criteria for what ICE is currently looking for. But eventually,
that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Because if you want to play your rare scenario situation, Canadians are getting fucked with too, and they're white as snow.
They're getting fucked with because we're fucking with their country. We're not fucking with New Zealand right now. And like I said, could be.
Again,
but like I said,
Canadian tourists are getting fucked with by ICE as well.
And what are we currently doing with Canada right now? Are we in good trade negotiations? Are we happy with them?
We're not with Mexico.
We're not in good trade negotiations.
I just want to go there and
we're not.
I can help you guys out and
right now. See, I'm not sure if you knew this or not.
You could totally come. You could totally come and help us out, and you could probably overstay your visa by years. So don't worry about it. You're fine.
That's bullshit. Such bullshit. Renee, understand this. We're having issues with Mexico because right now we're in a massive goal to cockblock China from opening up hundreds of fucking
manufacturing
production warehouses.
I know. We're fucking with Mexico too, but like but it doesn't matter.
Oh, and mind you, people, hang out. Mind you, a lot of these tariffs that I don't agree with but a lot of these tariffs are a lot of fucking cock blocking to stop things like that from happening.
No. God.
No, oh my God. Yes, they are.
It sounds like you guys are cock blocking each other, to be fair.
No, it sounds like we're both agreeing about something on a different level.
Yeah, exactly. So you're cock blocking each other at every turn while trying to help each other.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Renee,
come over here, Taz. You can help us talk better. You can help us speak good.
A flat earther.
You can help us speak
jump in, flat earther. We need a flat earth perspective. Yes, he is. He came out the other day.
Not.
Yes, he did. He came like 3 or 4 days ago. He came out of the flat earther. Terry was here. Ask Terry next time you see him.
Yeah, no, I prematurely come out. I thought I was fucked in the head, and then I went sane again very quickly.
No, you're not. You're a flat earther still. You're still a flat earther. For everyone who's listening right now, spread the word. Jazz is a flat earther now.
No, I'll say that I was just for a half a second. I blacked out, and then
it's kind of like when you look at Brad Pitt
every day.
You know, it's kind of like when you look at Brad Pitt. You stare in his eyes, and you're like, maybe, just maybe. Kind of like that.
Wait, Brad Pitt 20 years ago or Brad Pitt now?
Anytime. What are you talking about? You know what? You have standards that are well beyond.
He is falling apart altogether. What are you talking about?
Whatever.
He's like on Val Kilmer status, yo.
I'm just saying that would be. I understand what guys are talking about. Believe me, I know. Just maybe. But no, we are talking a bit past each other. I think we agree on things. I think that you think that I'm trying to demonize in terminology. and I think I am trying to maximize what ICE is doing to emphasize the problems that it can cause. Because just because maybe it's 1%, 2%, 0.5%, it doesn't matter. If you make a precedent of it, it can be replicated and repeated. And when you don't fight for your rights, that's when you're silent. That's when they know they can take more from you.
Oh, it sounds like a Beastie Boys song coming.
Hey, what do we do?
It's a party.
Yeah.
Do we tone down? Do we do the same thing but tone it down?
No, I gotta say something.
You understand that's why I call you guys sovereign citizens when you talk like that, though, right?
We gotta like, how is whatever Trump is doing different than whatever Giorgia Meloni is doing in Italy? How is that like stopping boats in the middle of the Mediterranean?
Hang on, let me say something real quick.
Rounding up immigrants and wanting to send them to like detention facilities in Albania.
Yeah.
Is that
let me say something on that, just so everyone understands the situation in the United States dealing with Trump and any topic you can think of, Just understand this: every fucking country on this fucking globe is worse than us, and they just don't talk about it.
I get what you're saying, son, but
no, that's not what I'm saying. Though I'm saying is that Giorgia Meloni explicitly says that these people are not Italian; they're not "quote unquote" white.
Yeah,
they should not be on Italian shores. And functionally, she does the same thing as Donald Trump. That will also put Donald Trump in racism territory, right? With his actions.
Yeah, but aren't they talking about putting a military out there and fucking actually sinking?
Well, they are putting the Coast Guard. They're putting the Coast Guard.
They know. Yeah, one of the ideas was, do we sink them before they fucking get in the middle? That's like, they're worse than the United States. I'm not crazy. I hear what happens around the world, and trust me, there's not a topic you can say that isn't actually worse somewhere else.
I understand that point, but like,
I have a question. So you're saying, so the difference to me is, so right now you're saying that there are boats being stopped from coming in, which is a country's right to do, you know? Are they going door to door and literally ripping people from their homes?
In Italy, yeah, people aggressively deport.
So like literally, like they'll like kick in doors and pull people out.
Well, hold on, like maybe
the shit out of them.
No,
they beat the fuck out of them, Renee.
I'm asking. I'm asking because if that's the case, then yeah, I'm not going to disagree. It's pretty much the same thing.
Oh no! Put it this way: their immigration issues are far worse than ours. I'm talking.
So it says
way worse than ours.
So this is the Al Jazeera report, which says Italy is actively deporting immigrants, including under a controversial agreement with Albania, despite some legal Italian challenges challenged in the Italian court, right? Where Giorgia Meloni is the same thing with El Salvador for you guys is the same thing with Albania for us. Italy is paying Albania to house immigrants or migrants in this kind of situation.
Remember when we had the Cuban crisis?
In a quasi prison. Sure.
Renee, remember that?
What did you say, bud?
Do you remember the Cuban crisis when people were coming over on boats?
Yeah.
Yeah, their situation is fucking far worse.
60s, or?
They're like boats of like 60 to 200 people crossing these waters.
Oh yeah, dude. It's been going on ever since the Syrian War. I mean, it's horrible. It's horrible. People. I mean, it's actually horrible what's going on. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just trying. My question to Zoidberg was essentially is this: it's, the way I think Cassie asked the question, like kind of what ICE is and what it does. Our police are essentially, if you look Hispanic, you could be stopped by these individuals and questioned and then detained until, and then potentially even deported before you even get the chance to do it, but detained until you prove you're a citizen.
Don't do that. See, I think there's where we're butting, because realistically, that's not happening.
Yes, it is. That's why they're building. That's why Alcatraz. No, that's why. That's
okay.
They just built Alligator Alcatraz. They just built Alligator Alcatraz. Indiana just contracted to build another one at an airfield. Yes, that's exactly what they're doing.
Hang on. Show me the multiple cases of citizens detained right now.
I don't know about citizens contained, but it was all.
I don't want a handful, Renee. I want a detained center
as I
full of
define
them.
this. So as I will define this from where I find it problematic, I find a handful of individuals who should be considered a citizen other than any other ethnical ground being detained based upon these ethnical grounds. There are a handful of them.
Okay. Now, here's my problem. Here's the problem that I have with what's happening. I agree. A handful, too many, period. Now, you just brought up a whole detainment center and another contracted detainment center being built.
Yes.
And then you equated the handful to those detention centers. They are not building 2 detention centers for a handful of cases. We both know that.
They're building 2 detention centers because they're getting a lot more cases. And the number of handfuls are only called handfuls after the fact that they prove that they're a citizen. There's a question mark of actually who is in there. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, do you think people should just not have driver's license?
Wait. So we only know about a handful, but you're saying there's more than a handful.
Yes.
Okay.
There's no
how do you know
that?
How do you know that?
How do I know that? Is because of how I'm assuming. I am making an assumption based on evidence that has been presented prior.
Okay, so if a handful, then if therefore must be more.
Yes.
Okay. No, and it's not wrong. It's just now I understand where you're coming from in that. Okay, I get. No, you're right. 100%. I agree. I have no argument against what you're going for. That's right, because that's more what it is. It's not what you're saying; it's what you mean.
Yeah, no. If a hand, so there's going to be more, and that's why we're opening more space.
Yeah.
The more space we have,
what you said. Yeah, what you said a minute ago about what you were saying, desensitizing idea about it. I get what you're saying now.
Yeah. Oh,
make it okay now. You make it okay later.
Yes, 100% that, and that's the thing. You know, people like a work camp was built in Auschwitz, Germany today. It was here to help support that's the fucking headline as it comes out. Okay. You know.
Now, rather than argue, what do we fucking do? Because there is, I mean, I'm 1,000% sure you agree. Illegal immigrants need to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what's funny as fuck?
How?
You know what's funny as fuck? I literally, it is a. Or I think someone was talking about how we have all these fucking microplastic and like it's in like all the water and it's a problem. And the thing is, it's refining the process to where we get the best outcome. We being America, right? That's the goal. We need the best outcome.
The reality is this: America understands America fucked up, but America doesn't want to admit America fucked up because realistically, the problem isn't the illegal immigrants, right? It is, but the real problem starts right. It's stop putting band-aids. It's we need to fix the process at which you become a citizen, at which you get these visas, and you get these, and they process through courts. That needs to be fixed because that's what made the problem. Because again, like everyone agrees, right? The problem isn't people jumping over, right? I mean, it is an issue, but it's not the numbers we're talking about. A lot of these situations are, and this is the fucking fucked up part about it. And I have to even agree with it. The biggest people that are illegal immigrants in this situation are people that have been in the court system for 7 years and haven't heard shit. And then they move 17 times or blah, blah, blah. And a court case happens and they missed it. That literally is the majority of the people that we were saying need to go. And I'm sorry, they do because it's an issue. But if we're going to stop playing the Band-Aid game, America needs to go, we fucked up. We need to fix the processing part.
No.
Yes. And then,
no.
Go for it.
Oh, no, I was just going to say I totally disagree. It's some weird thing with the Western world that we, in terms of manufacturing, we And like you were just saying, Mexicans and Chinese and shit are coming in and manufacturing shit for us. That's because our Western people, us Australians, New Zealanders, Americans, Canadians, don't want to fucking do it. That's what's going.
No, wait.
That's why they hang on. That's why the manufacturing's going overseas, because it's cheaper to do, and we don't have enough money. We don't have enough money in our pay packet to buy the shit that we don't manufacture.
That's a different topic. And again, America is not ever going to be in the business of not wanting people. We want people to come here. We want the best. We want people that will work. We want people that are smart. So America is not closing our borders. We're not like stopping people from coming here. That's not the issue.
Not what I said at all.
Yeah, it basically is.
No.
Well, I kind of disagree, Cassius. So, like, this is the thing. So, if we were to onshore manufacturing, we have these labor laws and these union rights and healthcare where if we're importing this product for $1,000 to manufacture it in the U.S., it's going to be $2,000. You know?
And then in hindsight,
And then you, like I said, look at the minimum wage for since the 70s, stagnant. So now we're manufacturing products that we can't even fucking afford. You know, that's the cycle we're going to get into. And then the thing is, it's like at the end of the day, it's this. Industry has moved west since the Industrial Revolution. You know, America used to be the outsourced labor for Europe. You know what I mean? And then it went to China, and China is trying to offshore it, but they can't because they have such a large population. They got to keep their fucking hands doing something, or they're going to be busy cutting off the fucking rich head.
Exactly.
So it's just
such
like
a big workforce that they can afford to.
Yeah, and so that's what I'm saying. So it's like we can't reshore. It's not possible.
Jezza, the phone or computer you're on right now, would you buy the same thing for just twice as much?
No.
What?
Okay. Look. That's why. Hang on. That's why it's accepted.
Okay, guys, you want the rule?
Because if you're willing to spend a little bit more money, we can start stopping those things you're so against. Just be willing to pay.
Well, I've never said I'm against anything. I don't know how you got that.
What all Western countries do, guys, is we import deflation. When you buy a $40 DVD player from China, you've imported deflation. Now, you've got to rob Peter to pay Paul. We don't do that bit, and that's why our wages go backwards. So as long as you import deflation, you've got to find somewhere to reanimate and inflate, which is what a tariff is about. It's not a good idea, but it's why it happens.
Which way does it go backwards?
Correct. That's right. So you don't import deflation. You build it at home if you can. But they
no. What is wages go backwards? I don't get that. I don't get that. What that means? Wages go backwards.
Well, if you're not making the DVDs in your country, who's going to buy the $40 DVD players? If everything's made by robots, who can buy the car? Because no one's got the money to buy the car because they're made by robots. That's the problem.
Yeah, but they're made by robots in China because they're made by robots, so you're not paying people to make them. So you can't make them in Australia or New Zealand because they're going to cost you twice as much.
Renee, if we put a bunch of money into AI and robots building shit, then could we cut those costs?
I mean, that's why you see like sovereign wealth funds and stuff like that. And someone earlier asked me, do I have anything good to say about Donald Trump? The answer is yes. His implementation of the Farm Bill in his first term was absolutely amazing. His criminal justice reform was good. He hasn't. No one bats fucking zero. But at the same time, his negatives definitely outweigh the positives. But another idea that he came up with a sovereign wealth fund, and that's what that would do. Essentially, would be something similar to that. I think that's a great idea.
Did you hear? And I just heard about this, so it's fresh in my brain. Did you hear that the Trump administration is in the process of trying to sell off our national lands to other countries?
Yes, it's not that, but yes, it's not that. So basically, like the state of Nevada, right? I think like 80% of the state is federal land, and that's why you get all these fucking wildfires all the time. And like in California, same thing. Like majority of the land there is federal land. Colorado. So what Trump is trying to do is make the state basically buy it from the Fed, which is dumb. To offset
the problem is that by law that has to be an open market. So China,
and that's where you get the outside bids
on that land.
Yep, and that's what I was going to say. That's where you're getting those aspects of open bids, and you just get normal private institutions in the U.S. can bid, like BlackRock and things like that. So it's a dumb idea.
Hey, could you guys imagine Yosemite becomes BlackRock compound?
Yeah, that's. That's part of what that's something you mentioned. But the concept of it is, like I said, when you look at like the wildfires and stuff, a lot of it happens on federal land, and it happens on federal land because the state's not administering it. The federal government should just tax that state essentially for their like you know what I mean, just be egregious to the point to where the state would purchase it, outright. Or kind of just shut the fuck up about it, because what they're doing is opening up to what you're saying, China being able to buy fucking Yosemite and like national parks and stuff.
Well, you guys bought 1/3 of your state off Napoleon. You had the Louisiana land deal, biggest real estate deal in history. It was pretty much 1/3 of the known US.
The fuck that one. The best one was the Alaska from the Russians. That one's still biting them in the ass.
2 cents.
$8 million. Yeah, $8 million for fucking Alaska. Are you kidding me?
Smartest buy ever.
$8 million for Alaska. You get that in oil. That one. Yeah, you get oil. Like you get like 1 day of oil. Fucking like you get that back. That was the best buy.
If Putin
would be
Putin was in power today
ever.
If Putin was in power today with
that, where that money came from,
he really fucked up.
I reckon your best one's your state name New Mexico. Like, so you called it Texas and you kept half of it. And what about New Mexico? Can we have that? No, we just named it New Mexico.
No, we didn't. No, first of all, we didn't buy shit. We didn't buy nothing in the South.
No, so you bought it.
We took that shit.
Won the war and gave it back.
The funny part about that war was like basically Mexico. It's like, okay, you guys, you won. Take Texas. We're like Arizona, Colorado, California, everything else too. They're like, what? That wasn't the war. It's like, oh yeah, that was the war.
Yeah. And we'll call one New Mexico. So can we have that? No, we just call it New Mexico to flip you.
We'll name it in honor of you.
Yeah, that's what gets me. That's like fucking.
No. Just understand. Just understand, Booma. Understand this. Calling it New Mexico was not out of respect.
I love it though. That's a funny thing, man. So fucking funny.
Yeah, it was not just California too. Like, oh, okay, it wasn't the grounds we started this with, but I guess.
Wait. Not all of California.
the good bits. No Cal. Yeah.
Oh, I grew up in San Diego, so I'm very happy with the agreement.
Oh yeah, the good bits. No Cal's only good if you're growing weed. Up in Humboldt.
My wife is not from there, but she lived up there for many, many, many years.
That's a crazy place.
And like Eureka.
Yeah.
She owes me a trip up there. I've never been up there, and I've never seen redwoods.
Oh, it's really beautiful. It's just don't interact with the locals. My best advice.
Well, no, because she's lived up there for many years, so I can.
Okay.
But and I do know. No, I do know about the ones you're talking. Yes, I am fully aware. I am fully aware. Like, if you're walking through the redwoods and you walk the other
disappear.
way,
you can disappear.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll walk the other way. No, I know.
Yeah.
Are you talking about those massive, like the redwoods, that the tree trunks are fucking massive?
Yeah. Like,
yes.
Yeah, you like sleep on them. Like, they're huge.
Yeah.
Imagine back in the days being the first one for thousands of years to see those trees before they cut them down. You would feel so small.
Giants. These things would inhibit the idea that giants are real.
Yeah.
It lets you redetermine the term giant, definitely.
If me and my missus had got to one of those trees as not had fallen as the sun had descended below the horizon or bison, I would have said, "Look, babe, I'm going to carve ourselves a little nest out of this little nest egg, and we're going to mount ourselves underneath this glorious, massive tree before the sun rises again." And not
a great idea.
And I'll say to her,
as coherent as it was.
But if you think it comes back into our vision again, let me know, because that will mean that I'm retarded. If I think it just rises. So just let me know, but we were going to have one hell of a night, and it's going to be glorious.
What the fuck?
That was awesome. That needs to be played for everyone to hear. If I had the capacity to take over audio devices,
I'm
I
sorry.
just want to say,
I'm sorry.
I want to say a riding eggshells. Sage is the most amazing bot I have ever come across.
That was romantic as fuck.
Yeah, I got wet.
Well, I didn't mean for you to, but because you did, it means that it was extremely was.
Exactly.
So, holy shit! I should make that into an app, fucking audio book.
Hey,
I
just want to say this. I just want to say, in the few words that Jazza has said, Sage has already been able to interpret how drunk he is. This bot is amazing. It is It says it seems like Jazza might be pretty drunk, giving the rambling and disjointed nature of their speech, as well as some of the confusing, nonsensical statements.
A rambling book that if all of you flat earthers brought, you could go to the space station. Plus 2 years.
Sage says that about most people, though.
Wait, let's find out. I'm gonna ask Boomer. Let's find out. Test, right?
Okay.
Sage. How drunk is Boomer?
Am I supposed to say something?
Oh my God! I asked about. Hang on. I asked him. Hey, Boomer. I asked, how drunk is Boomer, right? Sage says, it seems like Jazzaconda might be quite drunk.
Okay.
I told you.
Are we saying all Australians sound the same?
MVP, baby.
I told you have a product.
It's amazing. That is amazing.
I think I could see Sage in court. I'm going to ring my lawyers.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Fuck you, cunt, Boomer. I'll come back. I'll just go have a quick fucking smoke sober up. I'll come back. I'll be back in 2 shakes of a pigeon's kittens whistle, and we'll see how we go.
Pigeons, kittens, whistle.
That's what I said.
Anyways,
that's it. I'll see you soon, mate. That's pretty funny. You asked it how drunk Boomer was. It was like pretty fucking hammered.
Yeah, the large language model is completely racist because it thinks that all Australians sound the same. It's just crazy to me. How can we in the industry allow this to happen? Jesus.
You know what's even crazy? Jez Conder's not Australian. He's a Kiwi.
It's even worse.
Yeah.
So good. That was fun. I just tuned back in for that. I've been building her in the background while that was happening, and then I suddenly heard Sean talking to her.
You have a product already. I'm serious.
You're maybe right, Brady.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta go spend money at somewhere, so I'll be back in a little bit.
Hey, Sean.
Don't do that. Steal it. Steal it.
No,
wait,
man,
bro,
it's like kind of like a Goodwill type place, but it like sells stuff. They're going out of business, so I'm gonna go clean them out.
Eggshells.
And what I really need is they have like plywood. I need a bunch of plywood because I got to build the train board because I like trains.
Eggshells, do you mind if I copy it for like just purposes of like getting familiar with the code, right? Do you mind?
I'll copy my bot.
Yeah, we'll try to at least. Could you like I don't even know how it works, man. I haven't even worked with this for a long time.
No, it's easy, man.
Hey, Eggshells, will you turn over all of your intellectual property to me, please?
Also, Eggshells, I don't think he's writing any specific code. He's using agentic AI.
Yeah, just using agentic.
Yeah, but you have to like prompt the API, right? You have to connect to the API.
No, you don't have to prompt any API. API endpoints are different than what you think you're saying.
Okay, I'll talk to you.
You just write a bunch of prompts with a bunch of directives to the agent, and the agent uses a large language, or is an intermediary step between you and the large language model, and then the large language model would probably like write some code to devise a shell, a Discord shell or Discord bot, and then connect that shell to the large language model itself, right? So that it can process whatever the initial instructions.
I mean, this may be the fucking thing that make me stop being drunk and doom pills.
Jesus.
Well, can you finish this out though?
There goes the room.
What? No, can you talk, guys? Good. Yo, did you guys see the South Park Trump thing episode?
Yeah, it really wasn't that funny.
Someone is a Trump supporter here.
I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
I just know what's funny and what's not.
Yeah, says the Trump supporter.
You do know that I'm from Denmark. I don't care about American politics. I'm not.
But you are a
Trump or
Trump
anything
supporter.
in politics at all.
But
when I'm
you
saying
do
that it wasn't
support
funny,
Trump,
that means that
yeah.
I think it wasn't that funny.
Also, if you wanna write code with AI, and that's also for you, Eggshells, you can use Devon AI. It's really cool. It's a model trained specifically to write code.
So that's what Augment is pretty much specifically for code. I don't know which LLM it uses in the background. I think it might actually let me switch them up.
Here's the one I'm talking about. I'll send it. You can connect it to your GitHub repo, and it can start writing this stuff for you.
What's that product called, Zorgberg? Resend it to me too.
Devon AI.
DEVIN, the AI software engineer. Oh yeah, so this is really similar to what Augment does for me. Yeah, it's like an agent. It's not just an RAG LLM.
Yeah.
This is what my
in chat.
Yeah, it looks like it does a similar to my one where it will like do the error testing and then do this and then implement that and run a little test and then do this and then be like, I'm finished.
So you just connect it to your GitHub. I guess you probably need like Affluence and everything else too to get the documentations, but
no, you connect it to your Git. You can make a GitHub, and then it's going to start dumping the code there, and it's going to help you deploy a pipeline if you need to.
Will it
for
create
your
the
product?
You know, will it,
I mean, the documents, the files. Yeah, it would.
No, do you use Confluence? Do you know what that is?
I'm aware what Confluence is. Yes.
Yeah, like that's where like you put like your your file like your word work basically. You know, like the user requirements, documents, all that other stuff. Like I'm asking, will it do that?
I don't think it creates Confluence pages.
Okay.
But you don't need to do that. You can write the documentation by hand if you want to. Or just use another AI to write the documentation for you.
Yeah, I know. I was asking if it did that.
Fine.
Oh, it does maintain documentation.
Can I Zoidberg a question? Zoidberg, what's wrong with this prime minister or president? I don't know what it's. I don't follow all that stuff. She's a racist? You're saying?
What, Giorgia Meloni? Yeah,
Zoidberg is a
that's
Meloni,
like
doesn't know
part and parcel. Giorgia Meloni, yeah.
She's a racist.
And she has Melonies. Big Melonies.
Yeah. I would say she is.
You know she is.
Why, Tim, you don't believe that she is? Because you made a comment there.
Base it on what you say? No.
Okay. Well, that's what I said. That's what I believe. To my standard.
Don't pay attention to him. He's a Trump supporter.
I was just
Who's
curious.
a Trump supporter?
He thinks because I said the new South Park episode wasn't that funny. It was a little bit funny, but not that funny. Not at the level as these libtards are portraying it as. Then I'm a Trump supporter because I don't find it as hilarious as them.
Not that at all. No. It's
That's
me,
what
like,
you said. That's literally what you said.
That was a joke. No, but seriously, if you're like talking about what I think about your attitude,
I've never portrayed Trump support.
Dude, firstly, you used to be a flat earther, first of all.
It's non sequitur. Has poisoning the well. Has nothing to do with anything.
Oh, Spartacus, for fuck's sake, why are you going there, man? You're just here to antagonise. You're not funny, and you're just not even entertaining. Go on, dude.
No,
lift your game.
Come on, guys. He was just getting somewhere, I suppose. So let him have the conversation with Tim. If Tim wants to have the conversation.
No, I wasn't even being serious. Well, I wasn't trying to start the conversation.
Well, I've got a good question. I think it sparks good conversation. When does patriotism roll over into racism? I suppose.
Oh,
right?
When you start hating people based on like color of their skin, that becomes racism.
Well,
when you start thinking you're superior to people with different skin color, then that becomes racism.
Do you think Italian culture is important?
I don't know what you mean by important.
Well, what's the
Do you think it's worth to save or to maintain?
To save? Is it to maintain? I mean, culture evolves all the time. I don't necessarily want to guide culture in one way or another. If Italian culture changes in the next 500 years, so what?
So it's not
me, Italians chose to change it.
I mean, you guys are still about olive oil. You guys are still about pizzas. It hasn't really changed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think. But if for some reason tomorrow all Italian people decide to never eat pizza again, that's not Italian, then yes. So what? Fine.
But is that really what culture is? Just like
food is part of culture.
I know it is. I agree. But that makes it trivial, and I don't think these like races here, right? I know.
Yeah, but I don't get where Andy was going with this. Yeah, Andy, I'm telling you, like, if tomorrow everybody stops believing in quote unquote Italian culture, everybody in Italy decides to do that, not by force, but like on their own volition, then that's fine with me, man. Like, we've chosen to evolve Italian culture in that way.
Well, what makes a place is the people, isn't it? It's not the Leaning Tower of Pisa, for instance, or the Arc de Triomphe, or
Is it though?
No, I disagree. I think what makes a place is the physical matter
it's the
in
people. It's the culture.
Well, it's the physical matter. It's everything.
Wait, you say people and culture in the same sentence, man? That's like
the culture is important, is it not? I mean, I want the Japanese to remain Japanese. I like their culture. Does that
do you know about their culture?
But what does it mean? What does it mean?
Spartacus, I don't know why you're interjecting it. I'm trying to talk to Zoidberg.
Well, wait, it's an open forum, right? Like,
yeah, but you just
but he specifically asked Zoidberg. Come on.
Yeah, cool, but sure. I mean,
let them have a one-on-one for a few minutes.
Yo, Tim, shut up. You're racist anyway.
What is this?
I just want to preserve Denmark and Danish culture and the Danish people. I don't want to see a Muslim caliphate in Denmark in 50 years.
Muslim caliphate in Denmark.
Am I wrong for saying that?
I
don't
know what to say, man.
That is going to be a Muslim caliphate in Denmark.
It's a numbers game, bro. It's a numbers game.
You're. Anyways, go ahead, please.
That is interesting, though. That is also interesting because, as I reminded Zoidberg before, the replacement rate for Italy right now is around 1.2. So they are slowly disappearing. I mean,
we're going to lose 5 million people. We're going to lose 5 million people in 2050. From 60 will be 55 million.
Zoid, So the people would be like browner, but would you stop eating pasta?
I don't get why would people be any shade of whatever? Why would that change?
Well, that's what these fuckers think.
Yeah, I'm saying
how is that even happening now? Like the Italians are already that shade of color. Like native Italians have lived on the peninsula or on Sicilia or Sardinia for the past 2,000-3,000 years. They still have a shade color that you would identify as brown. Natives that live here for 2,000-3,000 years. Like the Sardinians are the oldest populations in Europe, holding I think 70% Yamnaya and Anatolian farmer DNA. Right, which is the original stock of Europe, and they are brown by skin color. So Sicilians also. Sardinia.
I know.
Corsica. Like these people are native Europeans for the past 2,000 years at least. And their skin color is not white, the way you would classify white.
So you guys are in the northern hemisphere.
Like I don't get like why is the skin color important for Italians? It's definitely not. So northern Italians are paler, southern Italians are browner, so what? I don't get it.
The northern hemisphere.
Unless we're all turning purple for some reason, maybe that's gonna be a shock, but like we're already brown.
Shit.
I mean, look, I mean, I appreciate culture. I mean, there's nothing wrong with people wanting to protect the culture. I completely understand.
What do you think of Italian culture is going away by force?
Can I finish, dude? Can I just finish a point?
Well, we're just asking a clarifying question.
Let him finish.
I mean, Enoch Powell in this country reminded everyone that hey, if we need to keep immigration at a certain level because they won't integrate otherwise, right? By the turn of the century, we're going to have people who just they have nothing in common whatsoever, and that's what's happened over here. We have huge swaths of our nation now that are just basically Pakistani, and they it's all Indian culture. They haven't integrated.
But you asked me about Italy, and I'm wondering what do you like?
Well, yeah, it's the same thing, though, isn't it?
See the parallel. What's the same thing? What do you mean?
Well, they have a great culture, don't they? Italians, opera and the food, and it's a whole thing, isn't it?
How is that going away by force or by some form of aggression?
No, I'm saying that this. I don't know much about this prime minister you were mentioning, but by
Meloni?
the way you put it, she sounds like a terrible racist. That's what you seem to be putting forward.
Yeah,
right.
She uses rhetoric that is completely populist.
So I'm
but
saying,
populist in the
is
sense
she
Donald
just
Trump would use, right?
Is she just patriotic and trying to protect the culture?
I mean, maybe in her mind she thinks she's patriotic. I just think she's other things than patriotic. I think she's a fascist.
Right, but does
Spoken like a true
didn't she say something about she loved Mussolini or something like that? I remember seeing something about
When
it.
she was young, when she
You
was
like that one,
17,
Andy?
she was a great fan of Benito Mussolini. Yes.
Yeah, so she might be
He
a
was a
fascist
great guy.
actually. But you what, Tim?
He
was a
ended
great
well,
guy.
didn't he? Mussolini ended real well. I thought that was great. Great way to end your political career, getting shot to pieces and drawn and quartered or whatever.
He was captured by communist partisans, then shot, then hanged by his legs, and his stomach was open.
Yeah, I think we know.
I think that's a great way for a fascist to go away. To be fair,
True.
Yeah.
And
I think all fascists
the
should
way
follow that.
and the way
example.
they identified him is by his boots.
Yeah, because he refused, because he's a moron, a retard, and he refused to remove his boots because they were expensive and fancy. That was the. He's such a retard.
Imagine dying because of your boots, man. What an idiot. What a fucking moron. You fascists deserve no respect.
If you're a fascist, you need to be shot, hanged by the legs, and your stomach open so your guts can spill out with all the shit in them. That's what happened to him.
More or less.
I think you're a fascist. If you're a fascist, you should follow that for sure. Something like that should happen to you as well. If you're a fascist.
I agree.
I mean, somebody should explain to this lady.
And everybody here should be on my side, right? We all hate fascism. We all hate oppression, suppression of personal liberty, which Mussolini did. Like we all hate that.
Yeah,
we all hate corporatism, where the state would like rely on big corporations to dictate policy instead of listening to the people and what they want. We all hate that. So all of you should be on my side here, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. There you go. We're all anti-fascists here, comrades.
You talked about America earlier. I never quite understood this. I mean, I thought the whole idea was immigrants. I thought that's what America's built on. I'm a bit confused about that. Didn't Lady Liberty
a lot of
say,
Italian immigrants too, Andy?
Yeah. So I know I'm a bit confused why America's doing like because to me it is the big Freemasonic, experiment, isn't it? That's essentially what America is.
Isn't only like fucking 30% of the world's population is below the equator, south of the equator?
No, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
No, 10%. You got that wrong, Jazz.
Okay.
90% north.
10%, even better. Love it. Thank you. Yeah, no.
Did you have a point?
Well, yeah, 10%'s below the equator. So the equidistant, the FE map that every one of Flat Earther used before a couple of years ago, before the final experiment, you all believed that, and there was an ice wall, and there was a dome, and now you don't.
I don't
think there's any flat earthers in here, is there? So
wait, hold on. Can we actually talk about the issue?
Fucking drunk. He can't read.
So Andy, you asked me. So Andy, you asked me about Giorgia Meloni. I do believe she's destructive. She is a fascist, somebody who wants to suppress personal liberties. Your choice and mine, right? So I think that she's unproductive for the country, and what she's doing is terrible. But if you're asking if she thinks she's a patriot in her mind, maybe she does. Who knows? Maybe she just enjoys this because she's sadistic or something. I don't know.
Well, either that or, I mean, is most of the country fascist and racist and horrible because they seem to be supporting it, don't they?
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't know. Like maybe some people here for sure are fascists and Nazis and racist, but like.
What about Berlusconi though? Didn't they love Berlusconi? Who to me seemed to be a fucking idiot.
And you are not.
Yeah, Berlusconi was a pedophile who also was incredibly rich and a rapist as well. So
Yeah, real asshole. I get it.
It's a lot of accusations.
Raped numerous kids, raped numerous women. He participated in Jeffrey Epstein's island adventures multiple times, by the way. His victims are still in court trying to get justice for themselves, kids or like adult women, both.
Wow. He got voted in a few times, kept buying his way back in, didn't he? Or changing the legislation.
Yeah, because he's insanely rich.
Yeah.
He has like, what is it, like 5 or 6 billion is like net worth.
So why can't the US see that Trump is going down the same road as Berlusconi? To that power.
I mean, Berlusconi died in his bed, right, from natural causes. He died when he was like 80 something, right?
Oh, did he? Okay.
So I don't know if that's justice. Maybe it is. Who knows? It's a definitely bad person.
I think that's it. I think that's an interesting question, though, about being patriotic, and it seems to be a racist thing to be patriotic these days, I think.
No, I don't think so. You can be patriotic. Every time I see the Italian flag or see the Italian football team play, I'm proud of my province because some of the players play in teams like Milan or Inter. I'm proud of the flag, of the uniforms. I'm proud of their performance and skills. That's patriotic.
Didn't you say you
Olympic
live in
Games aren't racist, are they, Andy?
I don't live in Israel. I live in Italy. I live in Milan.
But you're born in Israel?
I have a passport.
Okay, I get it.
But I don't live in that shithole. Why would I live in a shithole?
Well, in one of our conversations, it came up that you were from there or something.
Yeah, I'm a citizen.
What's the
So
evidence?
why are they being really flippant right now? Is BB up for re-election or something? Because he seems to be particularly aggressive right now.
Yeah, he's trying to escalate the war so he stays in power, but most likely that's not going to work. The political opinion is against him. Public opinion is also against him. He's probably going to lose, and the next prime minister is probably going to be Naftali Bennett. So,
and is that good
not
or
that
bad?
Naftali Bennett would change anything much. Maybe less rhetoric and more action from Bennett.
Okay.
But people hate Bibi. Like, I would say most people hate him.
Isn't he just doing the bidding of the sort of the big top rabbi or rebbe? I'm pretty sure that's what it seems like.
They actually, the Haredi faction within his coalition, like, left his coalition because he's recruiting Haredi men to go fight and die, and they dislike that. So
when you see
the ultra-religious left him.
There's that video of that meeting, isn't it, where he's like, they're sort of talking, but you can sort of just hear him, and he's like, we've got to hasten the coming of the Moshiach. And it's like, holy shit.
I don't
know what that means to you. I know what it means to me. The fucking bringers of chaos. Just as Robert Evans said in his book, the chaos makers.
Well, be sure to know that Bibi is not going to retain the position of prime minister for long.
Well, I'm saying it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant or any of these talking heads are.
That's what I was going to.
Just whatever financial things behind them, isn't it? That's whatever's sponsoring them.
Zoid, but if they're going to
lose
if they lose their position to someone else in a short period, you don't need to worry that they're a fascist. You just wait.
I mean, if you think it's real, that's fine. I just don't. I just don't see it that way. I don't see the world that way.
Yeah, neither do I. They're all fascist commies, basically.
Are you guys saying that they're like some sort of crisis actors, like both Bibi and Bennett and everybody else, and they're hiding
you're getting it.
somebody even more powerful? Well, I mean, sure, but then you have to tell me who that is, right? So I can like go and look into it.
They're all Masons.
Like Freemasons?
Yeah.
I don't know if they're Masons, but they certainly belong to one fellowship or another. I think that's probably a better way of putting it on.
Masons is the D fellowship that connects all these.
So let me, if I understand this correctly, somebody's puppeteering the state of Israel, especially the ultra conservative far right people, to create this chaos in the Middle East. But who's puppeteering?
Well,
like, and the people puppeteering them for some sort of like shadowy organization. But for what purpose? Like, what will be the use of creating this?
What's the most powerful seat in the world? America, right? American president. So you think Biden was making decisions, but he can't tie his own shoelaces?
I'm not sure. To be fair,
no, just be honest.
I assume. Well, I mean, if you guys give me the chance to be honest,
He
I'll
can't
be
string a
honest.
sentence together, man. He's making the world decisions, is he?
I don't know. I assume that
not.
like he probably have some help. Sure.
yeah. Oh yeah, he's got some help. He's got fucking prompters there telling him what to say, and he can't even do
that could be true too. Yeah, but
I see it like this: the system is in place, and politicians are just glorified janitors that is tightening a bolt here, instead of cleaning a window there. They don't really change anything. The system is just continuing in one direction, and it's not for the benefit of the people.
Yeah, to be honest with you, when I realized that like little spark, it was kind of a relief. To be honest, it was a relief. And I'm not saying you can't affect change at a smaller level. You could, of course, you could. You could get a wheelchair ramp made in your town or something like that. But where taxes are being allocated, no, that's you're not doing anything like that.
Wheelchair ramps, great, lovely example.
I don't know.
I feel like you guys are trying to push me in a direction which I'm not sure I want to go because there's no evidence I can refer to justify the position. No?
Sorry, Frank, don't be daft.
Well, that's not true. I think that's dishonest to say that. Like, I constantly made up my mind about things and I change my mind all the time. Like, I think that's just not fair.
Not you in a direction, but most presidents or prime minister or whatever are reliant on their donations to get their power. So whoever the donations come from probably call the shots. Israel, it appears to be arms suppliers, do well out of BB. So I would imagine he gets money from the arms manufacturers. Hence, you have a lot of wars. And different other ones. Yeah, like Donald Trump suddenly got back on Ukraine because, I dare say, someone manufactured arms to go to Ukraine. So I think their donors probably get a lot more say, you know, the oligarchs and the money men, more than we do. Would you agree with that? That's not sort of hurting you into a place, is it?
Sure, but that says that
that's common.
That basically.
Sorry.
Go on.
No, I was just going to say that's perfectly that's common sense, isn't it, Boomer? I mean,
yeah.
But Boomer, does that mean that the world is run by corporations essentially?
Well, yeah. I mean, when I say why are they legislating against coal, and you realise it's the coal industry are paying them to not legislate. Or taxes. Rupert Murdoch doesn't pay any tax because he donates to the party who could legislate to make him pay tax. So, yeah, you get it another way. Yeah, that's
Is Rupert Murdoch donating to Labour?
Sorry?
Is Rupert Murdoch donating to Labour?
Well, Rupert Murdoch donates to whatever party will give him the favourable legislation. And if he can't get favourable legislation, well, he won't donate. And I think political donations are the key to most corruption. Would you? Yeah, that's my thoughts on it. I hope most people agree.
I would agree that donations can most often lead to those consequences.
Yeah. And then you're relieved because you think, oh yeah, now it makes sense. They don't care about coal polluting the planet because they're getting paid. Okay, I understand their motives. I'm not relieved or happy about it, but at least you understand it.
Yeah, that's really well. I love that sentiment. That's kind of how I felt. I was like, there's a lot of money in that land of the fucking. So the oil and natural gas under Palestine, all that stuff. There's like I forget the numbers now. I think it's over $1 billion. I think most of it's been sold, to be honest.
I think
that makes sense now. All of a sudden, you're like, oh yeah, because when they start saying they're doing it because there's religious reasons, you're like, no, you need to follow the money. You follow the money every fucking time.
When grow up, you start getting into politics a bit, and you think, "Oh, I would like to change the world for the better." So, let me look at politics. And then when you find out they're both the same cult, it's a relief because you think, "Oh, so I didn't lose every 4 years, and they didn't forget me. They just don't ask me personally, and they do what they want, but they do consider everyone's reasoning, and then they mix it all up in a pot and do it how they want." So we haven't lost; we just haven't won.
I voted once in my life when I was 18 for Tony Blair. Yeah, I know you can roll your eyes now, or phony Tony, as I like to call him. And yeah, I never voted again.
Yeah,
just
I
because,
voted for him.
Yeah, because it was a big deal, wasn't it? It was like, oh, New Labour, this is going to be the thing, the big change, the big. But no, turns out he's just going to murder a lot of women and children, basically.
Yeah, he backed Iran and Iraq, didn't he? I think
He's just going to do what he's told. That's what they all seem to do, really.
And I would take Boomer's point one point further and say it's not just money. There's a weird man making a decision before that donation is done.
Like weird man in what way?
They're called builders, the people that can afford to change the world. Just as soon as you realize you have power, you start making a plan, and that plan is changing everything around you, which includes human rights, jobs, economy, laws. Alan Watts has got a bit about it where he says Jesus and the devil meet in the green room before the show, and they say to each other, "So you're going to be the bad guy, I'm going to be the good guy, and we won't tell anyone that we're friends until the end, and then we'll bow together."
Always take it to that, don't you, Don?
Yeah, I mean, it might not be metaphysical, but it feels that way, that the black team and the white team are friends.
It seems that Don likes his metaphors.
He's certainly got thinking about Christianity. I'm starting to think you like it better than I do.
It's the play. So the devil is God's mate. They're brothers. And Jesus needs the devil to work off as a dynamic. So if the devil doesn't play a good bad guy, Jesus won't be able to play a good guy.
Yeah, and there won't be a good story. It's kind of like North mythology. Loki is not considered evil at all. He's considered the instigator.
Chaos.
And without that instigator, there would be no moral of the story or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, God got onto the hotline to Satan one day and said, "G'day, Nick, how are things going down there?" Because they obviously have to talk. And Nick said back to him, "Things have been actually pretty good down here. We've got an engineer and he's put in some air conditioning and it's not exactly the fire pits of hell anymore. It's quite nice and the air's fresh and it's quite warm." And God says, "Hang on a second, no engineers, they're supposed to come up here. There's been some sort of mistake. You send him back up here straight away." And Nick says, "No way, we're keeping him now." And God says, "I'll sue." And Satan says, "Where the fuck are you going to get a lawyer?"
I feel like it's the same with nature, with a sunny day and a rainy day. If every day was beautiful and sunny, no clouds, you wouldn't ever have that time where you say, "Oh my God, it's a nice day today," because it would have been the same yesterday and the day before.
Over time, all days would be bad because without the rain, vegetation wouldn't grow, and negative spiral, and we would all die.
I'm just saying, if you had a whole year of sun and it didn't affect the nature, you'd still get bored because there'd be no good day that sticks out.
I get that. I'm just painting the worst case scenario.
If half of New York feel like, oh man, we've lost, it's okay because 4 years later the other half will feel like that, and that first half will feel like, yeah man, we're winning.
Remember that that blooper on the end of The Office where he's like, if David Brent is like, if you want the rainbows, you've got to put up with the rain. And which great philosopher said that? Dolly Parton. And people think she was just a big pair of tits.
That's good.
Oh dear. Anyway, let's get Tim talking about Norse mythology. I'm up for it. Go on, Tim.
That's your word to say. What do you want to know about it? Do you have a specific story?
I want to know everything.
To talk about?
Who's the good
it's kind
guy?
of vague. I don't work like that. Like, I'm not that talkative. You know this. Like, I'm not like Spartacus who can just come in here. Oh, let's just talk about communism. And he just rambles on for 10 minutes until someone bites.
He's drunk.
That's not me. That's not me, bro.
I'll have to get you some whiskey or something.
I can tell you a
whiskey waffling
weird story. So I've followed this page called Pagan Moot, which is a group of non-initiated pagans around Norfolk. Anyway, they've done an interfaith day with the St. Peter Mancroft Church, which is where the Flat Earthers went in Norwich that time, and the Islamic Ecological Society. Anyway, this sounds good, doesn't it? Interfaith, looking after Earth together. But the thing with this Islamic society is that they're all based on the caliphate. So they think that they now, if they read it properly, they would understand that they're being given Britain. And it's no longer belonging to the Britons. They're now the new stewards.
Yep.
So I thought, this is bullshit scripture, but I can't say anything because I don't want to piss all the liberal pagans off. So their excuse is, we're going to look after Earth, but they're citing a verse that says we get to take other people's Earth land.
Well, if other people mistreat Earth, yeah, sure, we should.
No.
Well, if they're not Muslim, they are mistreating it because they have to follow, the word of God. And if they do not, they are not maintaining it in the proper way. So they're actually
you can read this in a nice way where steward means to share the land and look after it. But if you read it in context, it means it's yours now, so you should look after it, and Allah gave it to you. Which is the opposite of my pagan ecological ideology. So don't trust the Khalifa.
I was going to say, Tim, I was watching Adam Green the other day, and he had some young girl on there, blonde, very stereotypical sort of Swedish-looking girl, and she was getting sort of in touch with her pagan roots and doing all the sort of, for lack of a better term, witch stuff. She was cooking up broths, she was in nature, and I was like, this is fucking awesome. This is so cool. I think they were doing the hot and cold thing, which I always advocate for people. Get that hot and cold tech. But it's weird because to her it's an option, and at the same time, I've been watching this channel called Outdoor Boys, and they do a lot of hunting and stuff like that. It's that kind of channel, and they went to see one of the oldest tribes in Africa called the Hadzas. And they went and sort of cooked and made tools and, made arrows and that kind of thing. And they were hunting baboons. And I was watching it thinking, this is fucking awful. I don't, as much as I respect the culture, I was thinking, I don't want to go back to that. I'm very pleased that we've come this far.
You've got limits.
Whereas for the Scandinavian lady, whichever bit I'm not quite sure where she was from. It was an option, right? That's different.
Well, that's the beauty of neo-paganism, Andy. You can still own a house.
I like that because I am from time to time, as I have said before, like I gladly take off a weekend where I just go out with just pretty much a knife and maybe a fishing rod or something like that, and no phone, and I come back 3 days later and just detach myself from society while I'm recharging. Because living in the downtown city as I am, at some point you just get so overwhelmed and stressed by all the input that you're taking, and then you just need to detach and go out and recharge again. That is why so many men are going on fishing trips, because that is what we need when we are going on these hunting trips back in our evolutionary track. That is that we are imitating that when we go hunting and fishing and stuff like that.
What's MW1 or I? What's that stand for? Tim.
MWI.
I don't know.
MWI or something on your name.
Oh, that's it's an idle. It's a PBBG. It's a persistent browser game or something like that. It's like a text-based game where you just log in, you refresh your action, you spend some gold, and then you log out again. And you log in the next day and you go in and see how many numbers have risen. Pretty much. It's not really anything but it's like a lot of people from my gaming communities from back in the days, they are in there, and so that's just a way of keeping in touch with them.
Do you know what I was after watching all these this fella just fucking camping essentially, so usually in Alaska. It's made me want to make a fire. I think men in particular, we need to stare at fires. I've come to that conclusion.
There's many good things.
Candles, Andy. That's like
it's not
25% there with a candle.
No.
It's more than that, Andy. It's also the satisfaction with actually going out there from scratch, doing something like collecting the wood and making your fire, collecting your food and making your food and stuff like that, instead of just going to the grocery store and put it into the oven. There's no satisfaction in that. But doing the other thing, there is it's not something you maybe realize, but it's something that gives you something.
You're right. But it's also spiritual. If someone else made the fire for you, just coming and standing next to it, looking at it, is good for your soul. Healthy thing.
Yeah.
Andy, I wanted to ask, why was that Swedish girl on Adam Green? What was her story? Like, was she Christian or?
Oh no! Adam Green. He does no more news, so he does the whole Christian, Judeo-Christian is a psyop basically to subjugate the pagans and all the rest of it. So he was sort of pushing the opposite narrative basically, and people getting in touch with the roots essentially.
Right. Yeah. Neo-paganism.
And I'm not saying this is wrong, this is right. I'm not saying either of that. I'm just saying I quite like the idea. She seemed very down to earth and very comfortable, and she'd got the fire there, and she's out in nature. And I thought, this is pretty fucking awesome. I need to do this. I need to do something like this. But we get so comfortable.
It's just hard. It's just hard for a guy in England and, for example, also here in Denmark, because we don't really have any natural nature left. Like the majority of England has been reformed and reshaped. Like, for example, 98% of the natural Danish forest has been cut down. Everything you see here in Denmark has been planted in the last 200 years or something like that. There's no naturality left of our nature. But up in Sweden, they have a lot of old nature where when you walk into it, you get a sense of this is old shit. I've been in Sweden many times in cabins up in the northern parts and stuff like that. And it's a completely different feeling than going to the woods in Denmark.
Yeah.
So I understand why people sometimes when they go on these trips are like, I want to go, explore my roots, because they get that feeling from those places.
Yeah,
if that makes any sense.
I like all that. Well, no, I think he's gone, has he? Eggs. Yeah. I was going to say.
Yeah,
I
it's
was going to ask his
nighttime where he
sage.
is.
Andy.
I was going to ask his sage thing because there was a fella. I learned this from AWAR. In fact, there was a fella in this country called Capability Brown. Has anybody heard this guy?
Nope.
Yeah.
He essentially changed the landscape of the UK, a lot of England anyway.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I
Is he a
remember.
gardener
I think we
or
saw that together.
a landscaper?
A landscaper on a fucking industrial scale.
Right.
Yeah, I mean that's why I'm saying. That's why I said that the entirety of England has been reshaped. Like there is nothing left that is pretty much just natural as it was 1,000 years ago. Every single hill, every single pond and stuff like that has been placed there, pretty much.
Yeah, not the mountains, but down in the Midlands, I'm sure it's all been moved up and down.
Yeah. And as Andy said, like in that video of Ava, he is breaking down all a lot of the literature on this fact where they're proving that like the majority of the landscape has been reshaped. A huge contracts back in those days.
But you'd never think it.
Don't the kids nowadays call it go out and touch grass? When you've had too much time on the internet, they'll say you need to go out and touch grass. And I think it's a really good term. Go out and play some soccer.
Really good.
That's based on paganism, kind of the grounding thing.
Yeah. When I live out near a lake in the quiet and in the serenity, and when I go back to Melbourne for overnight, I can't sleep properly. The hum of the city is really disturbing for your mental health. And most people who live out here say, "I'm glad to get back here," because then you sleep properly again. So that says a lot. You guys in the city love to leave the city to get out of that hum that's always there.
Yeah, it's not even just the sound hum; it's a spiritual hum. Like some people also just say, in the cities are like an altar, and you're.
But also, just living in the city is just. Living in the city is just artificial, You're forcing your 8 hours of sleep. You go to bed at this time and stuff like that. But when you're actually going on let's say a 1 week trip where you're just, hiking and stuff like that and sleeping under the sky, you're following the day. So if it's in the summertime, well, as long as there's light, you don't go to bed, And when the light is coming up and the birds are starting to squirp and blah, 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 you wake up again and you have only gotten 3 to 5 hours of sleep. But you're well rested.
It's a good 3 to 5 hours sleep. Yeah, it's quality, not quantity. Yeah, exactly.
Like totally also back in the medieval days, like they actually cycled sleep. So for example, in the winter time when the sun goes down at 6, they would go to bed there, but they wouldn't sleep until the sun went up again. They would wake up in the middle of the night where the moon is out. They would make a fire, have sex, make food and stuff like that. And then they would go back to bed again and wake up in the morning when the sun rose.
That's what my Rasta mate does. He's 65 and he's moved to the UK. And I think his sun clock is off because now he sleeps during the day.
Yeah, that's bad.
I think his body's like craving the other cycle and he's stuck in the opposite or something and it's affecting the sleep pattern.
But I mean, look at people who work at night. They do look like they're only at 80%,
Yeah, unless they're really good at it. Some people get away with it, but usually, yeah.
Depends how they manage the time. If they go to bed right when they come home, that means that they still get 6 to 8 hours of quality daytime, They can get the sun, they can get the fucking D vitamins produced from the cholesterol because of the sun, all that kind of shit. But if they are awake until midday and then they sleep all the quality daytime away just to go to work, that's just a negative spiral.
Also, if you work all night and then try and fit in your whole family life during the day, that's never going to work either.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
I was going to say to Andy that you should become a Wiccan and they'll help you get back to your roots.
Well, I think my roots have been thoroughly destroyed. So
we find little bits. We find where to sit where we know the roots are below still.
Well, I think we do. I think inspiration and what's a good word? I always talk about that. the sort of instincts that Tim, you always poo-poo. I think it's very important to us because that's about all I've got left.
But if you don't follow those instincts, like you're saying here, you said here like 5 minutes ago, I wish that I went out in nature and make fire just to look into it a little bit more. Yeah, you have that feeling, but do you follow that instinct?
No, because I've been broken by the system.
But no one is broken. No one is broken.
That's what I say. That's the thing, Andy. The thing is it's the only way we're ever perfect is in our imperfections, essentially. All the things that the system throws at you to try to break you, move you, whatever the hell it is, that's just made you what you are today, which is the perfect form of what you are. It just sounds a bit. Yeah, it sounds a bit like hoop-de-doopy, let's all hold hands and be hippies in the woods. Not really, but just understanding that, that's how special, that's how unique, that's how obvious you are to the universe, essentially.
Yeah, it's more than hippies holding hands, but it is about going in the woods.
The only truly broken people I have met are people who come home from war or have been, hunted away from their country because of war. That's the only truly broken people I have met. And still, they work. They're not in the sense of going to the job site and stuff like that, but they still work.
Well, I was obviously being humorous, Tim.
I know.
Trying to.
I'm just trying to emphasize that no matter how broken you are, all you need to do is take the first step. Just next Friday, you go out, you buy a few logs and stuff like that, and you burn that off. 2-3 hours, and then home again. And then next time, 6 hours. Next time you sleep out.
Yeah, I want. There is many true words said in jest. There was a little. I was being sort of serious in that there's just the modern lifestyle. It softens you, doesn't it? To all that stuff.
That's why you got too. A bit too when you're saying that you don't have roots. You know what I mean? I think you do. They may be scattered across different places. Mine sure as fuck are. But at the end of the day, like I said, you're your own root. You plant like you know what I mean? Like you do. You have you.
You know your roots. That'll be Celtic and then Germanic, and you're an Elohim descendant. White, elite, alien.
Yeah, I think it'll be something like that, actually.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's I think that, like I said, for me, it's more like cultural. If I live next to you. And I don't take this the wrong way, but I always fancy you as Charles Bronson, just the way you talk. The dude, the UK's most violent prisoner, just like some fucking ripped dude sitting in a fucking room. That's what I picture. But no, that's what I picture. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to make funny. I'm trying to be funny a bit. But like I was saying, like if we're next to each other and we're talking, we're living the same life, same whatever. That's the roots. It's you take what was then and you place it in now. You know what I mean? You bring your culture. You bring your culture to these conversations. You bring your mindset, your everything, your worldview. So you're doing that. You're planting your roots. You're spreading your roots. You're doing that just by being present.
I think it's a delicate balance, though, being present, which I appreciate very much, and done a lot of study in that area. But there's also something to be said. I think there's a balance between that and and having that anchor, isn't there? That's your culture, that's your roots. So that's a difficult one for me. For anyone, I think.
I get what you're saying. Like where do you create this zero line at? You know what I mean? Like where do I create this base of knowledge at? And the thing is, you have that. You have it. And that's what I'm saying. And now it's plant the seeds. You know what I mean? Let it spread. If it won't spread, it might not be worth spreading. But I mean that's kind of what that's what it is. But I think you have that. Like I said, I don't think it's broken. It's funny.
I do understand why English people generally might have an issue like Andy, because their entire history is not their own history. It is people coming to their land, destroying it, taking it over, and never leaving 100% again. So in the end, it's just a mishmash of everything. For example, Danish culture, that's pretty much homogeneous, you know? Like, I mean, yes, we have a little bit and
Ye
in
vil
and
sige
out,
dig nøgen.
but generally our history is our own for a long time, where no one came in, took over our land, never left, and stuff like that.
But I think you're right, Sam. There's always some that come and don't leave. So it's like you can have 5% of everything mixed in.
Yeah, but you can just go back in the King Knut days, you know, like 70% of England was Viking at that time. Not Viking in the sense, but ruled by Vikings, and they never really left again, even when they owned like. They took all the English women and they bred with them, you know. So all the descendants, pretty much, you know, they have some sort of, what is it called? I can't find the word, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Bloodline culture.
Invaders' blood, you know, in them.
Well, think about it like this. So it's a British history, right? It's the Rome administered it. It captured the Boudica, her tribe. They were there before those were Celts. Past Rome, we would have what? The Norse invasions. Then you had France. Then you had
Normans,
Germany.
The France, yeah.
But
it's just one long series on the invasions that never really left the country again. England never really had the time to rest and create their own from the bottom up for thousands of years, like the rest of us or some of us.
But I was about to say, like, wouldn't after kind of Henry V, the dude that took France, wouldn't that kind of be like the homogeneous Britainer or Englander?
I guess, but still, that's such a short history span.
What is that? 10. Yeah, it's like 800 years though. That's not that. That's pretty long. No, that's less than 800 years.
600. But I mean, that's not the last invasion of England.
I think it was though, in the scale of people coming in and not leaving.
I mean, the latest invasion of England is
yes,
Muslims and the Polish.
Yes, I was okay.
But
I was talking about like
Catholic, and then which would include all different people from Europe.
But wouldn't that
the
group
Vikings and the Danes, like he said?
Well, I was saying, like, but wouldn't that group of people kind of be like that homogeneous culture that kind of built, Pax Britannica?
Yeah, I think we've relied on people coming to England to build England. Yeah, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying like after that French invasion, after basically when was Aventurne and that whole battle, that after that whole war.
I'm not sure. Tim will know that history better than me. I don't.
Yeah, but after that point, there wasn't really any more invasions until recently, essentially. But there wasn't any more invasions. I was saying, like, isn't that kind of like where pretty much what Pax Britannica was built upon?
You mean avoiding a lot of invasions and only having a few big ones?
I don't know. I don't know if it's that avoiding them. I would say it's just assigning them their rank. From the alleged point that I'm assuming, you had a tiny island take over the entire world. I mean that's
very interesting. Very interesting. I feel like that's Europeans moved across, and they liked England because of the possibility of going across to America from there. So you think of it as the coast of Europe, but how we took over the world, I don't know. It's because
that's what I'm saying. That's a case study.
We were very smart for a very long time in Europe, and we made deals and got together.
And also England didn't do that alone. The Danish had a huge part in that. The Norwegians, the Dutch had a huge part in it. Like it was like the entirety of the Northern Europe that did what England has been credited for.
It's not even us. That's part of my point. It's Europeans who lived in Britain, basically.
And I understand the Dutch trading company and everything else like that, but the end result was, unless you were good with England, your ships weren't fucking going anywhere. I mean, it's very similar to America's position. You know, we can't say we built this or whatever, but but yeah, I would say, but that's kind of the geographic advantage they had. They could blockade you guys and block off the seas. You have to invade them over the Navy. That's not easy. It's very similar to an American advantage, but at a smaller scale.
So we can almost check as people come from Europe. We could check while they come across the channel. That's helpful.
Well, I see it like this. What happened with the East Indian Company and stuff like that is an aftermath of thousands of years of people wanting to take their land. So they had to, have this great navy so they could actually protect themselves over time. So it's just in their mindset that we needed to go big. And at some point, they just went so big that they needed to put their resources somewhere. So they started to gravitate outwards because people didn't come there anymore.
Their Danish roots, or we're talking about their Viking roots, allowed them to have an advanced naval. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like that comes from the fact that there was a Viking and Nordic invasion. That's what, like you know what I mean. All of it ties together for the greatness.
They became elites in Europe over thousands of years. They just happened to live in Britain while their empire was growing to a certain peak. So they were British, but they're white people from Europe, royal families.
Yeah, I mean, Britain was lands that were owned and granted, and that's why the crown's basically German now. But what I'm saying though, it's a culmination of the thing. But the end result was you had a literal tiny island that controlled the world. I understand there's the Dutch trading companies.
Yeah,
I understand that.
It's crazy.
What I'm saying is, they rose to power, but if you go a little bit back, they didn't have the time span and the freedom to actually create their own quote unquote culture, their own real history, because everyone else manipulated that in some sort of way. And at some point, they rose to power, but they still didn't have that baseline of culture.
This is the thing. Tea is Chinese, but the world associates it to British. They totally have projected their culture, their power, their image across everything. I mean, like think about it. Like when I think of tea time, I don't. They have tea time in China. I live there. They do green tea.
Like with the English language, and I'd say that group of elites, they created America. Basically recreated, but basically the first main creation of America.
But that's also why America is so soulless, because it's based on a soulless people that never had the time to create their own.
We didn't have to.
Yeah,
we got the state of the soldier. We got the state of the soldiers of diet. So we didn't have to come up with we need a sewer. We just got to buy one and dig it. We didn't have to come up with these things.
But the British didn't have culture.
The fact that we still had people die of cholera and shit like that. But the fact that America avoided burden because of the technological position it found itself in doesn't mean it's soulless.
So I would say it's royal family, one or a few royal families managed to control nearly all the world. And then you could look into how and why.
Yeah, they all slept with each other. The Habsburgs.
Yeah, that's part of my point. They have to marry in the power families have to marry together through blood and make the oaths together, and then they become the superpower.
The big little freaks that run countries that can't even have testicles to reproduce because they're freaks.
Vampires. I'd say simply because in Europe, it's quite a mild climate. So if you found a good spot that wasn't too grey, you could really get on with studying the brain and developing language
that's
and thought.
one of the when they talk about like basically like evolution essentially. That's one of the major theories essentially surrounding why Europe was the cradle basically of thought and innovation was the stable climates. Being able to schedule and plan and stuff like that are things you really don't find in most African climates across that entire region.
That could just be the original human Elohim moving slightly north, and then they end up in Europe, and then they end up smarter and smarter and smarter, and then some of them become royal mental people.
Yeah, no, it's just stability, the ability to plan things like that, and you literally see it a lot in European culture and thought and concepts.
Well, we
it's
are forced
ingrained
to by nature. If you didn't plan up in the north, you would fucking die from cold.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So
No,
the environment.
I'm saying in more mild climates in Europe, like the French Alps, you've got a lot of the year where it's just beautiful and you're not surviving. So I'm saying then you can relax and really go into the brain thinking world.
That's what you get when you look at Mesopotamia and early civilizations. You know, they mastered river systems with irrigation. They were able to schedule and plan, and it allowed for their version of science to start flourishing. You know, when you look at the African climates, you can't. They're not there like that. Every few years, the rain cycles change. It's not the same system, so it's more chaos.
Yeah.
So you have people that are not like long-term planning is not smart to live there. You know what I mean? Sitting there and building a city that's going to be there for 100 years is a dumb idea in Africa because you're going to die after 3. You know, so it's just like there's the differentiations of culture and climate, perspective, outlook, reach. And that's when you judge with Western lenses or judge with any lens, you miss why the conversation is kind of happening.
Who was the first people to ride a horse?
I don't know the first people, but the best people were like the people of the steppes. That was like it was right before the chariot period, but they were the best. I don't know the first though.
I feel like
they lived and breathed. Yeah, they were living horses. Yeah.
The Ashalogos talks about the Scythian tribes, and they're sort of they've got riding was actually there was 2 groups of them though. There was one that was like very much ship centric sailors basically, but then there's another group that's all into horse riding. So I'm just trying to think. I had a great thing where it said something like a motto, like to shoot well. No, don't tell the truth, shoot well, and ride. I can't remember. I think ride well was one of them. Can't remember. My old computer's got all the info on, you see. But that's good. I've got an opportunity to fill up this new one.
It's obviously not Europe.
You said that's a Scythian phrase?
Yeah. They it's interesting because because they goes into the Goths, so I think the Scythians became the Goths, which is quite a controversial thing in the mainstream sort of. They argue this and that, but you mentioned the steppe there. Somebody had to push those people back at some point, and that was largely the Gothic tribes that did that. So
yeah,
it's a really interesting time.
I'm trying to, because like you could look at like pretty much the genetics of horses. It like I forget what culture it was, and I know it wasn't Attila the Hun, but that's the one that's coming in my mind. It was well before him. But people from that area region essentially were the people that like bred the bigger horses, and that horse genetic basically became the dominant horse trait we see today. Very similar to like dogs.
Yeah, have you ever watched any Ashalogos content? Because I probably sent you some. I don't know.
You sent me, yeah. You sent me the Scythian one.
Yeah, it's great. It's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, watch that one.
So I feel like I mentioned horses because once you're a royal family, you're rich, you can afford horses, and then you can afford to train horses, then you can afford to make special weapons and armor for people on horses, and then eventually you can dominate.
So that goes back to Rome and the way the armies were structured. It used to be citizen armies, right? So you had to pay, and all the people, all those legionnaires and stuff were actually rich people, basically, and they could pay for their own shit. Part of that culture was having the state basically create what they called equitae. That's why the word equity exists. But equitae were people that basically had to have horses for the cavalry, for the army. So the status of the horse is has always been very noble in the inception of it. You know, from even earlier than Rome. But how we associate it to royalty is the same thing. Back in the day, cavalry was the shit. That was the number one thing. And then when knights became, you know what I mean? So that's kind of why horses equal power, horsepower. Horses equal that power.
I feel like it helps you run the world back in the day.
Until that damn internal combustion engine came about.
That's how Genghis Khan made his empire, with horses.
I was just looking up. Alexander the Great's horse was famous, wasn't he?
Yeah,
yeah.
It's called. Sorry, I was just going to say it's called Bucephalus. I think that's what it says.
Caligula.
It says breed likely Thessalian, a horse renowned for size and strength. Color often described as black with a white star on his forehead. So the name means ox head in Greek, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, even his story is famous. Even his horse is famous.
Mm-hmm.
Still,
Caligula, he made his horse the head of state because the title literally meant like man of the horse or something like that, or some weird thing. And he made his horse head of state, which people said he was insane to do. But you know, like it's always been like the horse equals power because back then, I mean, look at the power we have with a car. You know, back then, you know, that was the ultimate form of technology you could have for mobility.
Yeah, that actually
they were your car and your tank, right? They were your transportation and your tanks.
Yeah, your weapon. You need to haul something somewhere. All those heavy siege equipments. You need to move, transport an army rapidly. I mean, all of those things. It all that gave you access and power to do it.
Yeah, it's so weird now that we think of it as a hobby sort of thing, whereas it was a necessity once upon a time. I do the same now with driving. I get immense pleasure out of driving. I think it's a wonderful thing. And I can see already, you can sort of imagine, can't you, a point where, you know, you'll have like a thing that pulls up and you just get in and there's 6 people to a chariot and it just drives its way, you know, and what are you doing this weekend? I'm going driving. Oof, it's a bit risky. You know what I mean? You can already imagine it, can't you?
I mean, think about it. You know, what we're trying to do with AI and cars now is basically a smart horse-drawn carriage. You know what I mean? Like the horse just knows where to take you. You can tell the horse, "Hey," like that's basically it's the modern version. But yeah, internal combustion engines. I mean, well, the machine gun killed the cavalry.
Do you think fucking higher? Well, I'm just going to state it as a statement. there is a certain amount of homoeroticism involved with horses because they quite feminine, even the male ones.
They have really big dicks, like giant ones.
And muscles quite masculine, but their heads are kind of feminine, and the way they're quiet, but they're thinking.
I don't know. I would say, like
I don't
said,
think there's anything feminine over a male horse. They are fucking vicious beasts.
Yeah, male horses are they're savage. That's the thing in the wild.
You can't see the Baphomet nature to the horse.
No.
Oh God, guys! Well, you have to learn hermetics and gender.
I don't know if I can see what you're saying. Are you talking about like how like the eyes and the symmetry and the structures and stuff like that?
The deep mystery of the eye and the quiet feminine form of a male horse.
I would say that a lot of show horses probably that are male would be, I guess, maybe in your guard, but like normal like stallions are like savages, dude.
How have I got to explain it? Like you ride them, yeah. You put one leg one side, one leg the other side, and then you hug them and caress their back. It's pretty homoerotic.
It's intimate.
As fuck.
Yeah.
It could be. I could go as far as intimate. It would be an intimate interaction between two animals. That would be correct. I can go with that statement. I don't think it's homo.
Every boat is a woman, even though it could be quite a powerful boat or a masculine color. Similar to that.
Yeah, I don't know why they did every boat a woman.
I saw no other man expressed except Don today.
I think it's an interesting thought. Why do we name boats after women? Because women are bad luck.
Homoerotic with horses? Which other man thought of that except Don?
Exactly.
What was that thing yesterday you posted in Geos?
Something about in here too. You gotta watch that, Andy. You're gonna blow your mind, bro.
I'd rather you just give me a summary. I did watch about 10 seconds of it, but I'm assuming it's something to do with Turkey and Greece, right, or something. I don't know.
Yeah. When you guys were talking about, what it is to be like American or British, or when you guys were going on about identities and stuff. Well, that's why I posted that, because what empires used to do was when they would take over a city or a town, especially the Muslims, right? They would kill most of the people, subjugate the rest of them. You know about the tax, right? But the ones that would remain, they would Turkify them. In other words, today, right now, a lot of Turks in Turkey are Greek, Armenian, but they've been Turkified. And they had one of those women, and she took a DNA test and she thought she was Turkish, but it ended up she was Greek. So there's a lot of that stuff going on. Like, it's quite amazing. People hating other people, like Turks hating Greeks, but meanwhile, they're Greeks themselves. You know what I'm saying? It's like fascinating. I thought you'd like that.
It's not about blood. It's about ideology.
Yeah, and what empires, what steps they take to, try to maintain their power. Like imagine being American and raised in Russia to hate Americans, but meanwhile you're American. That type of thing. And the real thing to watch out for, Andy, is your country right now. is in danger of that exact thing happening. Just FYI.
What
we've already kind of discussed the fact that it's sort of it's been a sort of a multicultural hub for a long time, hasn't it? And even the language itself is a mutt of a language consisting of Latin and French and German. So yeah, I think it's just kind of par for the course, really. But I know what you're saying, SE. But Enoch Powell warned everyone about this, and then they just called him a bigot. They said, "Oh, well, you're obviously a horrible person," and all they were basically saying is, "Look, you're gonna by the turn of the century, you're gonna have groups of people that don't recognise it. They have nothing in common, and that is what's happening because they don't assimilate."
Exactly. Exactly that, and they will follow Sharia law. So your country will no longer exist in a couple of generations.
Oh gosh. Okay. I see. So this is the thing. Like, if you are a Muslim person and you were migrated to America, right? And then you had a kid there, and then the next generation of that kid is an American, and that Muslim country attacks America, and that kid says, "I hate that country because they attacked America." I don't understand like kind of what you're saying in the regards of it, other than you'll have I don't get what you're saying. I guess
I'll explain it. You have to understand that the Muslims, especially the Turks, they were the Ottomans, they were the ones in charge. They hate Christians. They particularly hate Greeks because we were the ones at the time that had the power. So you cannot understand that framework. That's why I advise you to watch that video I posted so you can get just some of the hatred, right? A Turkish girl who found out she was Greek, and she says how they feel about the West, and they hate us, bro. You don't understand. It's in their religion. You cannot understand that. With a Western mindset, you cannot understand the mind like that.
So what I'm saying though, so that Greek person was transmuted into a Turkish society, and after probably a generation or two, they followed societal norms of where they were. Correct?
Yes. They became Turkified. They turned into Muslims. They started praying 5 times a day, not by choice, by fear. So eventually, they got Turkified. They lost their Greek identity. You gotta watch it. What a story, man! Like you'll almost be in tears if you hear that woman's story.
I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. What I'm asking is, it's like when you're saying in the result of, I use America. So if there is a person from like a Muslim country in America, and they come to America, and they have a generation of kids, or maybe not even in that generation of kids, they're an American at that point, and there is an action done by their country, and they say they hate them. I don't understand, like, what is the problem you're saying is associated to the UK from that?
Oh, I get you. Well, look, this is what happens, right? They, in today's world, right? They can't militarily attack Europe. So what they're doing is they're doing it by populations, right? The Turks were literally busing criminals let out of jails, mental asylums. They were literally busing them to the Greek border, and they were passing the Evros River, and they were heading to countries like England, France, and especially Germany.
What portion of these people? What portion of those people that you called criminals and stuff? What portion of them were Syrian refugees and other type of refugees from war? Like, what percentage of those people would be that, and what percentage of the people would be criminals and insane asylum people, in your opinion?
Well, I would say the minority would be from criminals and mental asylums. But a lot of them, hold on, a lot of them are military-aged men. like not families that were coming into Ellis Island for a new future. Get what I'm saying?
There was military, and then there was a restriction specifically on military age men. Remember that? That was a prescription that was a prescription they made. Yeah. But that was people, like I said, would you say the vast majority of these people were refugees from a war in Syria and other surrounding areas, or would you say that they were criminals and rapists and all those other things?
It's hard to judge, right? It's hard to say how many were, but that's kind of irrelevant in a way because even though, let's say they were all good family people, right? All of them, 100% of them, right? That still doesn't negate the fact that when they come to another country and they multiply, they will follow the Imam, they will follow Sharia law. You understand? They will not assimilate into the country.
Then
like
why
Greeks,
does the West?
Italians, Portuguese, Spanish, they come to America, they become American. Get it?
Why would in the West? Would you agree that it has a declining secular worldview that exists, or an increasing secular worldview? Would you think that people believe in? You think that in the Western culture that there are more people that follow religion today than there is 10 years ago, 20 years ago?
Not sure about that one. I would say less, but my experience here on the internet, I'm not sure. I think America is a mixed bag. It's strange.
Okay, but would you say that period would be less than the 1950s? Probably yes.
I would say
and
so,
the 1950s would probably be less than when we had witch trials and shit, like the 1600s. So you see a declining trend of religious fervor. And that's just our Western country. You can do that graph across many Western countries. So these people that are being integrated in their systems, they're going to leave their fucking mud huts and they're going to be able to exist in a fucking system. That's what I don't think you're seeing and understanding.
No, I see what you're saying. It just doesn't work that way. We have proof of that. Just look at Germany, France, and England, and that'll tell you all you need to know. You don't have to wonder what will happen, what should happen, what you want to happen.
There's been multiple generations of people born, like we were talking about. There's been multiple generations of people born to prove what you're saying, as if this is being the problem. No one is denying that.
Yes, there is in France and in England. Yes, there is. Have you heard about the rape gangs that are happening in England, France, Germany, Netherlands?
No, dude. I don't know.
You haven't heard that?
No, I don't know why I would hear of rape gangs in those countries. I don't know why I would hear of these things. Why would I hear of this? Because Muslims are doing it? Is that why I should hear of this?
Why did I hear it?
I mean, I've said this a million times, and I'll keep saying it. If somebody's raping and calling himself a Muslim, they're clearly not a Muslim. just FYI.
I agree with that.
No, you're wrong. No, that's where you're wrong, Andy. That's where you're wrong, brother.
Well, look, all I'm saying is that if a headline calls them Muslims, they're wrong. If they call themselves Muslims, they're wrong. They're not walking the walk. They're not following the book. The book doesn't tell them to go rape people. I see.
Yeah, but you're not getting it, bro. You're just not understanding, right? The book might say one thing, right? But the mentality, when they look at a European girl in a miniskirt, they call her a sharmuta. That means a bitch. That means that woman, it doesn't matter. She's a bitch. You can do anything you want with her. Once you understand that, if you don't get that mentality, you will not understand what's happening.
No, I get it from that point of view.
Would you agree that in the same way of what you're talking about, you could say there are Christians who believe gay people should die, and they believe the Bible says it? Not all the people that believe in that feel the way you're saying. You're just counting for like the extremists, and every religion has an extremist view. In some part
John, if you think like that, you're already lost. No, brother. You're thinking of
You don't think that? You don't think that every religion has an extremist view? You do not think that's true?
Don't try to make excuses for them by pointing to other religions. I'm talking about what they do, what their religion does, and what they're doing now. They're the only religion now that are doing that. They're the only religion that have.
That's not true. That's
Why are
not
you
true.
interrupting me, bro? I mean, I don't talk for long.
You do, but that's not true, though. They're not the only religion out there doing that. That's not the truth. That's why I interrupted. But go ahead.
It doesn't matter how many religions do it, bro. Are you trying to make excuses for the rape gangs that are running amok in Europe right now? Muslim rape gangs. Are you trying to say, well, other religions do it too? Is that your argument?
I will make no excuses for any rape gangs. I'm not sitting here doing any of that.
So why was your point of bringing up other religions and their faults?
The point is, we were talking. Sean was basically saying that across different religions, you have different extremist views. You are focusing on purely the extremist views of this one religion.
Fundamentalism.
Yes, the religion that is doing the harm to the country right now. We're not talking about Zoroastrians or Protestants. We're talking about Muslims.
Yeah.
Muslim rape gangs that are raping.
What I'm asking,
bro, stop interrupting me, bro. Can you just
let me
shut
clarify
your
what I'm
mouth
asking.
while I talk, bro? And then when I stop talking, then you
You're
can
just
talk.
repeating
Can you
yourself
fucking
then
do
at
that,
that
bro?
point. Okay, if you want to be like that, Essie, you're just repeating yourself. No one is being an apologist for that. The point is you're saying, blanket, Muslims do this. I'm saying, no, those are extremists with Muslim views that you're blanketing as all Muslims.
I didn't say all Muslims. I didn't say
that's
all
the
of
kind
them.
The last time I looked into all that stuff, there was probably, it was 50-50. There were some white folks as well, who were also arrested and jailed and all the rest of it. But we don't hear about them, do we? Why don't we hear about the white folks who with the rape gangs as well?
It's amazing, man. Your country's going to fall and you're going to make excuses for it. It's just
I'm not making
aggravates the
excuses.
fuck out of me how stupid you people are, man. I'm sorry, but you're just fucking dumb, man.
Essie, there's no excuse. There's no excuse.
It's just
made a
funny,
statement. Essie, he made a statement and asked a question. He said, "Why don't we hear about the white guys?" That's the question he asked you.
Because they don't have rape gangs.
Because it's clearly an agenda. That's what I'd say.
It's not something we do. It's not a cultural thing.
Not anymore.
The last time I looked into all that stuff, it were sort of 50-50 between Muslims or whatever people that I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll just say brown people, just so everyone knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and you
white
take a
guys.
country like Sweden. Take a country like Sweden. There is 100 rapes. 50 of those are done by Muslims. 50 of those are done by original Swedes. But the Muslim population is 7% and the Swedish population is 90%. So it's not equal at all.
Yeah, that's fair
Finally,
enough.
somebody with a brain.
No, that's a good point.
Okay, no, that's a good point. Okay, that's a good point. It's not finally someone with a brain, Essie. And if you're going to say that, then you should be talking to yourself because he actually made a good point to your narrative. But you still haven't answered the question.
Ignorant. You're just a dummy. The way you're talking, you're just an ignoramus. I'm sorry, bro. You're just dumb.
I'm dumb.
Yeah,
I've admitted to many things, but I am not dumb.
Yeah. There's no other way to put it.
I'm not dumb. I've admitted to many things. I am stupid. I would admit to ignorance. I would totally admit to ignorance because that is lack of knowledge. And I totally still have that. I would not admit to being dumb. I can't admit to that.
I just gave you knowledge, right? I just gave you new knowledge, but you're not taking it in.
No, you didn't.
So that's ignorant. That's ignorant, and then that becomes dumb because you're not understanding what you're being told. And you're constantly interrupting.
Is if I listen to you,
not being intelligent. Like right now, you're talking right slowly. You're not listening to one word I'm saying.
We're both mods, right? So we could mute each other, correct?
Bro, if you're a mod, then you should relook at what it means to be a mod, bro.
I
so we
just
can
wish
meet each
that
other.
I just wish that we
Right?
could reset for a bit because we have had like a few hours of pretty good forward and back and stuff like that. And I don't really want to see us go into this like you're an idiot. Like maybe reset back
No,
and
that's fine.
Montreal,
We're
and
there.
SE can
We're
maybe
already
make his
there.
point and someone can respond to it. That would be great.
No, we're already there. We're already there. We're already there. That's the thing.
Okay.
I've admitted to being an idiot. I am ignorant. I don't know certain things, but I would be dumb to sit around and accept what you said as any form of knowledge because you didn't say anything. You didn't answer any question that was asked of you.
Sure, bro. Whatever makes you feel good. Just close your eyes, put your head in the sand, and pretend what I'm telling you is not real. Do not look at it. Do not check on it. Just say what you think should be. That'll help. That'll be
My
good.
question is, what? Okay, remember, I'm stupid and I'm ignorant and I'm dumb. What did you tell me that's real? What did you tell me? And keep it as simple for me because I'm that.
Right. See if you can keep up.
Yeah.
They are plotting. This is an active plan to take over Europe through immigration. I'll repeat it once again. Maybe you didn't hear it. The Turks.
I heard it. Oh no, you don't have to. You don't
Hold
have
on.
to. I heard
I'm
it.
not done.
No, I didn't. No, you don't
It's
have
not
to.
your time to talk.
You don't have to. But
This
you don't
is
have to
not
repeat
your
it. I heard what
fucking
you
time
said.
to talk, bro.
Oh, so
Stop
you're gonna say
talking.
something else now?
No,
why
just
don't we
stop
blow the
talking.
condescension, SE?
Shut your
Blow the
mouth.
condescension.
Stop talking.
No.
Fuck you.
I'm not gonna. I'm gonna talk right over the top of you. Blow the condescension away and just talk normal to the guy.
Fuck him and fuck you. If you're gonna interrupt me, go fuck yourself.
Fuck you too. Fuck you too, Mr. Authority.
I'm not an authority. Stop fucking interrupting me when I fucking talk. It's very simple.
So can I get in, or I'm just going to say this before I jump off. I had this out with ChatGPT, and I know that's stupid already. I fully admit that. I had conversations with that thing, and I was saying how there is a lot of genuine fears about this assimilation problem and cultural situation, and I completely hear you on that, SE. And so I was talking, and that I thought you were going here actually, Rene. When I thought when you said when they have a kid, right? Then it'll be slower in terms of because there's so many of them. But then eventually they're gonna become more westernized. Basically, they're gonna have less kids, and etc. etc. It's gonna sort of level out. I thought you were going there, Rene. To be honest,
That's where I was going. That's where I was trying to go. But yeah.
But that is only slowing it down. Like I posted a graph to you earlier, Andy, that is showing like with the current trends, also with them integrating and having less children, in approximately 2100, Denmark could potentially, with the current trends, be 30% Muslim out of a 5% population right now. 30% is enough to get the majority in parliament. 30% is enough to actually implement Sharia law. So if we are not doing anything, our culture will be lost in time.
Yeah. No, it's definitely something that needs to be talked about, and that's why I'm glad you're here, Tim. But I bet that graph doesn't take into account the fact that they would become more westernized and therefore would have less children and so on.
It is using the current trends that yes, over time they will have less and less children. So instead of having 4 to 7 children, they're only getting 2 to 3, but that is still well over the norm for white people. That is why because if they still had like 5 to 7 children, that would be, we are talking about a time span of 2050. But because we are following the trends that they're actually getting less and less children, and migration and stuff like that could be controlled, and with current trends, 2100. So it's not as emergent as 2050, but it's still like within, like I might not be able to experience it. I'll probably die there, but if I get children right now, they might, they're elder might experience this.
So my question, Tim, really quick is: do you believe in global warming?
Well, I mean, I believe in
What
the
the hell does
cycles.
that have to do with
How much
talking to you.
how much have man contributed to it? I don't know.
But I do know that if we run in cycles, and sometimes we are in a heat period, and sometimes we are in a cold period. And I rather want to live in a heat period than a cold period, because heat, sunlight is life. Like the cold is harsh living and not life.
No, I'm just asking because, like, you laid the argument out. It's very similar to how people lay out the argument for global warming, and they laid out that argument very similar for global warming in the early 70s, and by now we've already should have destroyed the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm just saying, it's a very similar modular layout of the arguments, and if you extrapolate that exact same argument backwards, you could see how just data really doesn't reflect outcomes.
I agree. That is also why I was conservative by not saying like in 2050 then Denmark would be Sharia. No, I'm saying with the current trends and being very conservative with the numbers, the projection is 2100. We will see approximately 25 to 30% Muslims in Denmark alone, with a 5% Muslim population at this current time. And I'm not painting, like the devil on the wall or anything like that, but I'm just saying it's something to consider, and we have to consider it now before it's too late if we want to maintain and preserve, for example, Danish culture, because that's what I mentioned. But yeah.
Well, it's the exact same argument for global warming. We have to act now before it's too late if we want to preserve the Earth.
But we are kind of acting now. But again, like the common man kind of can't do it, because if the bigger parties in the game, like America and China and stuff like that, the biggest producers of man-made CO2, like if they're not doing it, then it doesn't matter what the little man on the street is doing. Because personally, I'm doing what I can. I'm eating locally. I'm eating sustainably. Etc. I honestly can't do anything more. Like I can't do anything more. It has to come from
anything more
somewhere
for
else.
what? I'm confused. What are you doing stuff for again?
They're talking about climate change. We were talking about immigration. I don't know how this happened, but if you guys want to change the topic, that's fine.
I had one question about the other thing, though. I had one question before the topic, before the climate change.
No, we
Okay,
weren't
so
switching the time.
do we have the ability to like freely travel, or does everyone have to be everybody's Nazi Gestapo? Don't go nowhere, anybody. Don't touch any dirt other than the dirt you're born on. Don't ever leave that dirt. Is that what we're saying, guys?
Essentially.
So that's what we're saying. We're saying everybody has to imprison themselves because everybody doesn't like other people.
No, what
I
we're
don't think
talking
anybody
about
said
is
that.
people taking over your dirt. We're talking about people taking over your dirt.
It's not
and
mine.
changing your laws.
It's not my law. I didn't make no laws, brother. I'll be born and died, and I never made one law. I never stood in Congress. I never did any parliament. I never voted for anybody. I never did none of that shit. I'm just a guy that's going to die within so many years, just like every other human, and nobody gets the dirt. Put some in your pocket. It's still going to go right back down to where you pulled it from. I'm just saying, like, it's not anybody's dirt. So what I'm saying is, do we lock each other up from going to fucking freely travel now? Like, what does this even mean? Like, if everybody's scared of everybody, that's the problem. Stop being a fucking pussy of your neighbor. Stand up and say, look, motherfucker, you hurt me and I'll hurt you. We're good. We're not hurting each other. We're going to have a good life.
But if all third world country people wants to live in a first world country and they all moved right away, those first world countries wouldn't be first world anymore. They would be shitholes.
Do you think that
a third world country is actually better than a first world country? And
But do
I'll
you
say
think
that every day till I die.
do you think that the metrics in which that first world country employed had anything to do with their relocation?
I mean, if you're talking about
There's
America,
videos that say how dumb Americans are. You ever see those videos? They say how dumb Americans are.
I see
Now,
someone
bro,
was
don't
actually
take this
having an
personally.
actual
Talking to
conversation.
you,
Someone was actually having a
talking to you.
conversation and having an answer, and you're not even saying anything. So save your insults and then let the person answer. Save your insults and let the person answer.
Bro, you're a walking epitome of American, an American that has no freaking clue, but yet you think you can talk about subjects. You're a perfect example, bro.
Thank you for your opinion. I see. And there was an answer coming from someone else. And let's. Are we going, or do you want to switch topics to Americans being dumb, which I see just brought up, or I'm dumb?
No, I just made a comment.
Oh, okay. Thank you for your comment. I see. That was very helpful.
You're welcome. If you can't understand the simple topic of immigration taking over a population, what's happening in France and England, in Germany right now, you shouldn't be in this conversation, bro. Like, honestly, you shouldn't be in this conversation.
Actually, I should if I don't understand, and I'm here to learn. So I really should. You're the one who shouldn't
But
be
you
in the
don't
conversation
learn.
because
You don't learn because when other people speak, you interrupt them.
That's not true. I interrupt you because you lie and you say lies. That's why I interrupt you. I interrupt you when you lie.
When did I lie? Tell me when I lied.
At which Sage was in here, she could list it the fuck out. But you have a track record. If you want to go into it, we can.
You see, you have a personal thing. You're an ignorant
I don't
person.
have
You
a
don't know what
personal
you're
thing.
talking about. You just want to go against what I'm saying. You're
No,
just
not at
showing
all.
your ignorance. Yeah.
Not at all, Essie. Not at all. Not at all. That is not the point. I go against what you're saying because the original point that Sean G brought up, which got you on your pantyhose tirade, is essentially you are talking about the extremist versions of these things. The point that was brought up to counter that, which was a good point, someone from your side saying, hey, look, there's 100 of these actions in this country. Yes, 50's done by the countrymen, but 7% of the population is doing the other 50%. That's where I thought the conversation was going to go because that's of substance, relevance, and could actually educate people. But you choose to constantly bring it here because you can't contribute to that because you don't have anything to contribute.
Right. Again, you missed the whole point. You have no clue what you're talking about. Again. So instead of accepting the fact, and you're going to interrupt me now, guaranteed you're not going to let me talk. So instead of accepting the fact, what we're telling you is that the Turks were busing these people to the border was an active campaign. It's an active campaign to take over Europe through immigration. You do not understand that. You have no clue. You have no clue what I'm talking about. France, England, and Germany. You're just talking and wishing and hoping things how they are. So you didn't learn nothing. Why? Because I'm a liar. That's why.
You are a liar because you guaranteed I'd interrupt you. Then furthermore,
you see, just a personal jab. That's all you do.
You're interrupting me. You do it. You just did it to me. I
Yes, I'm
apologize.
guilty.
Left came in and said stop, so I'll stop. I'll stop. I'll fucking stop. I'll fucking
it's
stop.
okay, bro. The game you're trying to play, it's not going to work.
I said I'll stop. But so what I'm saying is, one, the Turks didn't want all the fucking Syrian refugees. Two, Turkey is part of the EU. I think they are. Yes, they are.
No, you're wrong about that. They're not.
Turkey's not part of the.
Another
Turkey's
thing
not
you
part
don't
of
know. Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, NATO. NATO. Turkey's part of NATO, correct? Yes. They were utilizing, and that's why I was questioning and sitting here thinking because this isn't something I have to think of all the fucking time. But at the same time, they utilized that alliance to be able to go and say, hey, we can't take all these people. Can you take them too? You are now saying that that was a concerted effort to spread Islam across Europe like a caliphate. Essentially, that's your fucking thesis. Essentially,
that's what everybody knows except you, apparently. Yes.
How do
now
I not
you're
know that
getting
if
it.
I just fucking told you that? How do I not know that if I just fucking told you that?
Yeah,
Think
no,
about
I don't
that
agree
first
with
and
that.
foremost. First and foremost, how do I know that if I just fucking told you that? Think about
Maybe
that.
you don't. Do you believe it then? Do you believe it?
I do not believe it was a concerted effort to spread Islam like a caliphate. I do not believe that.
Exactly my point. You have no clue
so we can,
what you're talking about, but you just wish it that way. You wish
we
it
could
that way.
speak and argue on that. Why do you believe And what evidence do you have that says there is a concerted effort to spread Islam like a caliphate?
What evidence do I have?
Yes.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding?
No.
You haven't read a paper. You haven't looked at the news. You haven't heard people talking about this. This is news to you. You need evidence for this. It's astonishing. It's truly astonishing.
What evidence have you heard that has convinced you of your position?
Bro, at this point, there's just no use in talking to you, right? It's just
Okay, so
you just
you
want to
don't have
not
any?
accept what is. You just want to
You
go
don't have
on
any.
with your own thinking. It's astonishing. Does anybody here in this room, does
You
anybody
don't have
here
any.
deny what I just said? Does anybody have a question of this? Anybody, hands up. I'm just curious.
You should restate your position. Maybe that will help.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to anybody in the room. Is what I'm saying news to you? Anybody that lives in England, France, Germany, and Europe. Is what I'm saying news to you?
Yeah, kinda. I never saw it as a Muslim attack on the Western world. I saw it as an elite attack on nationalistic ideas, like trying to divide and conquer. And they are doing that by migration, and not so much the Muslims itself doing these attacks.
And you live in Europe?
I live in Denmark.
I feel
You
sorry
will
for
see
you,
that
brother.
annoying.
I
You
feel
will see
sorry
that
for you.
annoying.
If what you
What did I
I'm not
just say?
talking to you, bro. Don't
I
interrupt
wasn't
me.
talking to you either. I was
I
talking to
feel
that
sorry
Denmark.
for you, sir. If you live in Denmark and you didn't understand what I said, I feel sorry for you.
I understood
learn the Muslim
Exactly.
Muslim language and learn how to pray 5 times a day because it's coming to you.
I understood
Wa
what you
alaikum
said.
assalam.
I just said that I just don't agree with where the powers come from. I don't think that it is the Muslims that is saying that, oh, let's take over Europe from within. No, I'm saying that it is our own elite that is trying to dilute our population so we are not as strong because our culture is being diluted over time. And then it's easier to control a divided state.
Ooh, that's a.
Yeah,
I
it's
like.
worse
I
than I
like this
thought.
argument.
It's freaking
Let's talk
worse than
about
I
that.
thought. You guys are
That's
finished, man.
That's actually a good
I
argument.
truly
That's
feel sorry for you.
I agree with
like
you.
from the bottom of my heart, I truly feel sorry for you.
That's actually a good argument, like the one you just made. That's an interesting argument.
Well, about this, I
It's worse
generally
than I
agree
thought.
with him. I just
Have you
disagree
guys seen?
with who is actually pulling the strings.
It's amazing. It's happening in your country. You don't see it. It like
I literally see it. I
it's
literally agree
way
with
worse
you,
than I
mate.
thought, man. It's like like I said, my
Why doesn't he get
condolences.
this? I
I
agree
feel
with
sad
him.
for you.
Except for when his strings are being pulled from.
Doesn't matter where the strings are being pulled. Do you see that your countries in Europe are slowly being Muslimized? Do you see this? Yes or no?
Can you
What did
define
I say? Can you
Muslimized?
steal, man, what I said? That would help.
No, he can't. Can you define Muslimized? What does that mean?
It's unbelievable. Yeah, I
Please
feel
just
I
steal, man, what I
really
said.
I'm not
That would
gonna
really
get
help.
mad.
Can't.
I'm not gonna.
He can't.
I'm just gonna say I really feel bad for you guys for what's
Please
Here,
coming.
just
You
steal,
have
man, what I
no
said,
clue.
SD.
Prepare.
I'll still in what you
Prepare.
said. Here's exactly what you said. Is that you see this as an opportunistic power grab by the people internally in the system to be able to have a smaller state or essentially to have to control.
Yeah, I mean, if the people is not homogeneous, if they're diluted, there is so many groups. It's and none of them is standing together. It's easier to control. It's a classic divide and conquer. I don't know why SE is disagreeing with that.
That's an interesting fucking argument. That truly is a very interesting argument. The other one is kind of crap, but that's an interesting argument.
I mean, from another perspective, I do see where SE is coming from because that would be. I just don't think that the Muslims and the Muslim states itself have the power to actually put these things in motion.
Do anything.
That is why I'm
Exactly.
pointing to those who actually have that power, and that would be the Western governments.
Right,
So
Tim,
why
Renee,
would
I have a question. Hang on, Tim, Renee, I have a question. What if this is normal in the world of religions? Because I'm pretty sure every religion you can think, or not every, but majority, you can say at some time they had a quest to be the one, and in doing so, there was a lot of death. There was a lot of whatever extremists that push those views. And this is just another. This is just insert here religion's turn to do it.
Oh
Yeah, I mean, they're taking advantage of the strings that is being laid in front of them, for sure. And I'm pretty sure that the Muslims would love that the entire world would become Muslim, but I don't think that they are the ones pulling the strings. The ones pulling the strings are the ones that actually have the power right now, which would be, you know, like just look at who we can't discredit or anything like that. It's like the Jays, the American government, the Western world, the elite of the Western world. I think those are the ones in power, and it's just going to be on the behalf of the Western population by diluting them. So we are not as strong as a people because we don't share culture with half of the population in our country anymore over time.
But so you say that would be advantageous to the landed elites, essentially, correct? Would you agree with that statement?
Yeah, yeah. It's the classic divide and conquer. If the population in your country is divided, they cannot stand together. And if they can't stand together, it's easy to control them by fear.
So okay, but if you were to want to dilute something, essentially, you know, you would want to be able to remove it eventually, right?
No, just dilute it enough until the system is in full effect and control, where there's no way back. For example, when the entire world is becoming digitalized, then it's easy to control the last rebels in the world because you can just shut down their bank accounts.
I get that, but what I'm saying though is if I'm the landed elite, I'm not saying I don't want this system. I'm saying I want more power in this system, right? And that's why I'm doing these actions to dilute the population.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and say I know what the end goal is. If I knew, it would be easier to give you an answer on this specific point. But since I don't know what they actually, you know, have their 500-year plan is or whatever, it's hard to say. I'm just saying, like, the progression that what I see right now is that I don't know. I lost my track of thought, but something along the lines of what I already said.
Oh no, I think I get what you're saying, and I'm not trying to make you make a leap, but what I'm saying it seems counterproductive to import like to the same numbers you're saying. If you have a divergent lower level of population that are committing more violent acts, inducing that population as the dilutant would be more like ingesting poison than serving the purpose.
That is perfect. We do this. We do this slowly. We do this gradually. But what is increasing is the innate fear in the original population, and that fear can be used as a control tool because now they want a stronger police force. They want a militant police force because they need to combat these negative things instead of actually focusing on the root of the problem. That is a people that is not sharing our values and culture, that is diluting our population. So over time, their power grab is becoming more and more and more because what we are crying for is that control. We are actually asking, we are actually begging for this the big brother control over us because of this fear instead of focusing on the root cause problem.
And I agree with like 99.9% of what you said. I disagree with the underlying problem of that being the cultural war. Essentially, you're engaging it.
Well, it's not. It has nothing to do with culture for the elites. They are just using whatever tool is in the box to get that power, and they have seen that when you're mixing people, there is becoming more and more distrust in a population, and with that distrust, also fear is arising. And with that fear rising, we can now implement and use more funds on something like a militant police force or restrictions in other ways. And over time, that will become normalized. So what we see
Have you
as freedom
seen
today
America?
is completely different to what they see as freedom in 200 years because they have been normalized to have that control.
Like I told you, I'm not disagreeing with 99% of the population, but so in America, that exact process happened, being signed into law actually by Bill Clinton, a hyper-militarization of our police force to protect themselves from a population that caused fear. That's the thing. Like, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. What I'm disagreeing to you is on the purpose of the formation of those things and the purpose of that fear. It's nothing to do with culture.
Exactly. It's nothing about culture at all. The culture and the dilution of the people and going from a homogeneous population to a mixed population just seeds or the innate trust in the population is just going down and the fear is going up, and that is a tool
Denmark
to be
hasn't been so homogeneous would just be the phenotypical trait of light skin. Would you agree with that?
Or
then?
if you're from an Arab country, that we are all Arabs down there, for example. Yeah, something like that.
No. Like, to claim even Denmark's a homogeneous country is kind of short-sighted. But it's the phenotypical representation of pale skin. Would say that's if that's the what's being protected, that's a subset of your culture. You realize that?
Protected. No one is protecting anything. They're trying to destroy it.
If that's the outcome that you're seeking, you're not going to solve the problem.
That's what I'm saying. What they're trying to do every single time a new issue comes up is treating the symptom, not the root cause of the problem. And the root cause of the problem is the dilution of the people, of the population that is growing distrust, growing fear, all these kind of things. Because you can go back to before the 70s. Denmark was pretty much 100% Danish at that time. Of course, with a little bit of influx of Germans, but they are pretty much also just Danish. And after the 70s, we had the Turks coming up here on invited visas to work, and then all the a lot of the Middle East wars happened after that, and now we are up to like 10%, 12% that is not native at all.
So they're the Danish. Ye vil see dig nøgen. I think if you speak Denmark or Denmarkese, that means I'm going to see you naked. I learned that from dating a Danish girl in college, and I've actually been to Denmark many times. It's very weird. They have witch burning festivals and all this other cool stuff. They say things like "Skål til skib" because they cheers to the ship. That's culture.
Well, that's not cool. That's racist.
That's culture. That's culture, though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's a subset of everything.
But yeah, let's say that this new world order is actually existing, and their main goal or end goal is total control of the world. That one of those tools is to dilute every single nationalistic state, because if they don't have a strong attachment to the country anymore, because because their neighbor is not like them or something like that, well, then it's easier to just separate everyone from themselves.
Yes,
I stumbled into this, yeah.
I would just add that they knew that could happen. They knew they could do it, and that's why they do it. And it's because they're Satanists and they want full control. It's not because Islam is winning.
No, that's just a side effect that the Muslims might actually rise to power at some point.
Well, I would say definitely not, but they do want to.
I mean, they will attempt, like they have done every single time they have gotten a chance in history.
Well, not when the white royals
kind of suck at it, don't they?
Paying their benefits. Not when we pay their benefits.
At some point, they were really successful at it.
I mean, look at every success they have. It's beaten back. I mean, they really suck at it. They truly do.
Yeah,
they
but
should
at
just
some point
focus
they
on
might just
oil.
have the numbers,
There's also an
Maybe.
extra element. Yeah, if we don't invite Arabs to the West, so Europe and America, we won't be able to indoctrinate them with the New World Order Satanism. But if we invite lots of them over and they get comfy here, then we can fully assimilate their religion into our Satanism. So we'll get them watching horror movies, paganism. We'll get them thinking white people were there before them. Everything.
Eating barbecue.
Slowly guilt tripping them into being one of us.
I don't know why you're calling us ignorant on this topic. Like, as I said, I pretty much agree with you. I just disagree who pulls the strings. I don't think the Muslims or the
He's calling
world.
me ignorant.
Yeah, but I mean, he's saying these guys.
No, he's yelling at me. He's yelling at me. I think you're just collateral damage. But he's just shooting off shots in the dark.
You know what, guys? I kind of feel sorry for you guys. If I was an imam right now, if I was Muslim, a cleric, and listening to you guys, it would be like music to my ears. Like,
awesome.
It's so sad.
Keep listening.
So sad to listen to.
Keep listening. Islam's a death cult, and as they come closer, we're gonna make them into Satanists. You're gonna be a Satanist.
Yeah.
That's what they want. Ignoramuses like you.
You're only going to marry one woman.
That are laughing. This is exactly what they pray for 5 times a day. People like you.
We're going to date your women. We're going to have
we're going to take off those shawls.
And then we're going to bring the kid, and then we're going to bring your Arabic kids up Christian.
And teach them Roman numerals.
Send them to the communist indoctrination schools. We've got it all planned.
Yeah, wait till you meet your first imam and the first Sharia law comes out. You must grow a beard. Oh man, I would pay money to see your face when that happens.
I'm trying to grow one
doesn't
right
happen,
now.
but
I really suck.
That's gonna happen
you're
in Canada.
so ignorant of this topic. It's going to be
happen
so
in
easy
Canada. You better grow
Will
your
I still have to
beard.
pay debt on my mortgage?
Yeah. Keep it up, man. I mean,
I'm asking. Will I still have to pay debt on
it's
my
like
mortgage?
the frog. It's like the frog being boiled slowly in the pot. That's you. And there's other frogs trying to tell you, dude, get out of it. And you're like saying, no, it feels good in here, man. I kind of like it here.
I see. What are you doing to get out of your boiling pot, Canada? What are you doing to stop the heat going up?
That's it. Make sure you attack the man with the message.
Silence, which means nothing.
Put your head in the
You're doing
sand, right? And make sure you just say stupid shit, right?
That's what
keep
you're
doing
doing.
that.
I just asked, didn't I?
Bunch of fucking ignoramuses.
Are you doing something on top of putting your head in the sand, something extra? And it was pure silence.
See, people like you is what they count on. Dumb, ignorant, and just laughing at stuff. Blaming the messenger. They rely on people like you. That's right.
Says the flat earther.
I'm just wondering where this Muslim infrastructure, worldwide power, it comes from, because I don't see it anywhere. It has to come from Western elites.
That's because maybe you have your eyes closed. I told you where it comes from. It comes from Turkey, a NATO member.
Turkey doesn't have that power.
Allies. Excuse me?
Turkey doesn't have that power.
You see, it's like it's funny how ignorant you are. You know that Turkey is the second largest army.
But talk about what I said instead.
Do you? I will. Do you know that Turkey has the second largest army in NATO, next to the United States? Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
I think Poland is now getting the second largest army.
They have a pretty big
Turkey.
army. Yeah.
It's Turkey. Turkey has the second most powerful army
in
NATO.
But I heard that the Polish are building up an army to match Turkey and overcome it, actually. They want to have the biggest, largest the largest land army in Europe, the Polish. Let me check.
That may be so, but like I said, what I said stands. It's Turkey right now. And they are a Muslim country. They were the ones
Turkey's
that
number
had the
9.
Ottoman Empire. They were the ones that controlled Eastern Europe, all the Arab countries for like 600 years. The Turks, the Ottoman Empire. They're the ones
Okay.
that are plotting this, and they're the
No, it's
ones
not
that
them.
are backing most of the terrorists.
It's not them.
Turkey.
Okay, so Turkey has the 9th army in the world. It's under France. I think UK is in
that's right.
NATO
Just
as
check.
well. I'm just responding to your points because I'm ignorant. I don't know these things. But Turkey does have a army, and it is sizable. It has absolutely no level of influence to be able to do the things that you're saying on any scale in which you are claiming them to be done. You'll could bring in the Saudis, could bring in some other maybe Arab regions that could
No, it's nothing
increase
to
your
do with that.
claim, but absolutely at no point has anything you said can say Turkey can do this.
Again, he just read something for 5 seconds. You are
I
definitely
didn't
one
read
of the
something.
dumbest
I
people
waited till you were done
I've ever
talking and then I
spoken. I'm talking
responded.
now. I'm talking now.
There's the flat earther.
You just wanna disagree with me. You don't know how absolutely wrong you are. Anybody that knows about war knows about Turkey. You're just an ignorant man.
You know about war?
And you just try to go against everything I say. You're
What's
just an
war got to do with it?
ignorant
You know about war?
person.
So let's talk about the Ukraine war. Who's winning the Ukraine war? Who started the? Let's
I
start here.
really
Who
don't want to
started the
talk with
Ukrainian
you
war?
anymore, bro. You're so off.
Who started the Ukrainian
You're
war?
so ignorant of all the topics you talk about. It's
Who started the
obvious. You just
Ukrainian
want to
war?
go
Let's see
against
who's
me.
ignorant.
I
Let's see
don't want
who's
to talk.
ignorant.
I really don't care anything you have to say anymore. Just don't talk to me.
I think Russia started the Ukrainian war. Do you agree with that statement?
You're an ignorant troll, bro. In my mind, you're an ignorant troll.
Okay. I think Russia
Not worth
started the
talking to.
Ukrainian war.
I'll
Do
talk
you
to
agree with
anybody
that
else but
statement?
you. I just don't give a shit what you have to say, bro. I don't care.
So
Well,
you
Renee, I agree that Russia was the main provocator for the conflict in Ukraine. But
okay. So
what does that lead us to?
No, I'm asking. I wanted to see if SC agreed with that, and then if he didn't agree, then he would be ignorant of facts. So he's the ignorant one.
That's weird logic, but okay. Triggering for SC, I'm
He
sure.
doesn't know what he just wants to talk, Don. He could possibly be worse than you, Don, and that's saying a lot.
Oh,
You're not sure
I
who you
try.
hate worse, SC. It changes just when people disagree with you. That's when you hate someone just because they disagree.
When I
It's
grow
so
up, I want to
funny.
be Don.
It's
That's
so
my
funny,
goal.
man.
I've been trying. Thank you. I've been doing my best.
Are
Every
you
day.
drunk, bro? Have you been drinking?
No, I haven't. Not yet. Sun's still out.
He's not saying anything crazy. He's just teasing you, saying you might be wrong.
No, he doesn't know what he's talking about, and it's clearly doesn't have any clue in the subjects that he's talking about today.
You were right saying that.
It's just a waste of time talking with him.
So,
See?
you
And
were
every
right
time I
saying
talk,
that Turkey had the
2-3
second
of
largest
you get
army in the
freaking
world.
triggered. It's so amusing to
So,
watch.
SC, you were correct with your statement.
See what I mean?
Saying that you were
Right
correct in your
through,
statement,
right through
saying
me
that
talking.
Turkey was the second largest
It's
army in the world.
amazing.
You
It's
were correct.
beautiful, and the whole
Okay.
world could hear
Go
it.
for it.
It's just frightening. Yeah.
So, were you correct in your statement when you said Turkey had the second largest army in the world? Were you correct in that statement? That's the statement you made.
Bro, think whatever you want, bro. Do your research. Think whatever
largest
you
in
want.
NATO,
The
10th in the
people that
world.
know about war know about Turkey. It's obvious you're ignorant. You're just an ignorant person, bro. That's it.
I'll challenge you on that. I'll challenge you on that twice. But at the same time, I asked, so you do you still stand by your statement that Turkey has the second largest army in the world? That's the second. You said inside NATO, which isn't even true because
Inside
France,
NATO, Turkey has
is
the most
France in
powerful
France in NATO? Is France in NATO?
Yes.
Is UK in NATO?
Yes.
Wow, that's weird. because that would make both of them above.
Let me repeat.
Yeah.
Turkey has the most powerful, the second. Did I say largest? If I said largest, I may have misspoken. But Turkey has the second most powerful army in NATO. Check on it, research on it, and if you didn't know that, learn how powerful Turkey is. Learn.
They're the overall ninth rate.
Yeah, but hang on.
Power
What's that?
in the world?
What's that got to do with Islamization?
Because he asked me which country has the power to do what I said and which country is doing it. And I specifically told him it's Turkey. I specifically told them they were busing these people to the Greek border and just giving them transportation so they can flood Europe.
So some of them came from Turkey.
Again, you're interrupting in mid-talk. Again, you're interrupting
Some of them
me.
came from Turkey, I see. And what else evidence have you got?
You see? Again, it's just not worth talking to you guys. Just learn, research, and then come back and talk with some knowledge, you bunch of trolls.
I'm asking you about your point.
Anybody else besides these two trolls want to discuss this subject? I'm open to it. I could care less what these guys have to say about it, especially Don and this other clown.
What else has Turkey got to do with it?
This is becoming a dumpster fire. I'm leaving.
Thank God.
Yeah, it is becoming a dumpster fire because we have two trolls that don't know anything about the situation. And that's all. And there he goes again. Yeah, a useless fucking troll.
You're treating me the same as him, so now I know neither of us are trolls. It's just you.
The whole world is listening to you guys, right? The whole world. Yeah, keep it up.
They're listening to you and your fullness. That's the thing. That's the way I laugh about.
8 nerds, not the whole world at all. Nothing like that.
Yeah, 8 whole nerds. But no,
this is what you call civilization falling in Europe. Somebody trying to warn people, and 2 ignoramuses just refusing to see what's going on in the world. This is what's happening right now.
If I told you Canada's falling, you wouldn't believe me. So,
but at least other people are listening, and it's not a complete waste of my time.
I have a question really quick. Who started the Russian conflict in Ukraine?
I told you I don't care to talk to you, bro. You're just a troll.
Okay. I already gave you my position.
I think we need to start a new conversation, Rennie, because
it's irrelevant. What you guys say is just irrelevant.
See,
Don and the other guy, irrelevant.
He's actually said it.
Understand? You're just irrelevant. You're just trolls.
That's you saying you don't want to talk to us anymore. So we'll just talk about something else.
No, anybody can talk about anything they want in here.
Yeah, but
you guys don't run the show.
No one is. So,
anybody want to bring up a topic? Feel free. Don't let these trolls run the show. It's everybody. Anybody can talk about anything.
I had a topic, but you don't want to talk about it.
Listen to the silence from everyone else.
If anybody else wants to talk and bring up a subject, please feel free.
No, you just asked.
This is why I rarely engage, because it always turns into a dumpster fire.
I agree. I apologize for contributing. But yeah.
Can you remember what we were talking about before I made a fuss?
Yeah, the dilution of the Western world for the sake of control. But I kind of think we kind of settled that.
See, whenever this subject comes up, people get excited. People get they don't want to see the truth, right? Because a lot of times it involves their country.
You didn't want to engage with us. You didn't want to engage with us.
Every time I speak, look what happens. Look how triggered they are.
Do you want to engage?
The sound of my voice does this to them.
So you can engage.
It's unbelievable. Just listen, like a little girls. Listen to it.
We're trying to move on now, I see. So don't interrupt, please.
Like little teenage girls. Yeah.
Do you want to engage or not? It's up to you.
Thank you.
It's completely up to you, SE. Would you like to engage, or would you like to just sit and grandstand and grandiose?
I would rather never hear your voice again, bro. If I had a choice, you and Don, I would rather never
He's
speak to you
chosen
again.
to give up control of the conversation, so we'll happily take it somewhere else.
That's what we were trying. We were trying to take it to where it was, and he wanted to engage, which is fine. I'm asking.
We don't want to talk to him, so we can just ignore him.
I want to talk to him. I like talking to him, but
we have to
it's
be
fine.
harsh and we have to be strict.
No, I will not. I will not, Don. I will not be harsh and strict. I want to engage with SE. I would like to engage with him, but he doesn't want to engage with me. That's fine. It is what it is.
Because he can't handle disagreement. He wants to preach.
Maybe you guys should just stop talking, and maybe some other people might want to say maybe, or you just like the sound of your voice.
No, we
think.
checked. No one else was
What do you
talking.
think?
We checked. Remember?
You didn't stop
you did the
talking
poll?
long enough for other people to get in.
Yeah,
Just all I hear is you guys blabbing.
We allowed you to offer them
Somebody
twice.
else did get in, SE, and then
no
he
one
came
spoke
back in, and I asked. Yeah, someone else came in. He said
Let's
we're talking
see
about
if you can go on mute for 30 seconds. I challenge you. Let's see. 30 seconds. Go
No.
now.
Just say no. No.
Why would you do that? What are you
They can't do it.
about?
They can't do it.
Get lost, idiot.
What did he ask us to do?
You see? That wasn't even 10 seconds.
I didn't even hear what you asked. I started laughing. Did you? What did you ask? What was your request?
My request was if you and Don could stop talking for 30 seconds to see if somebody could bring up a topic.
Oh.
Well, you see, you were talking about some religions subverting all religions. I think atheism is probably growing faster than any of the religions are, isn't it?
I don't know, bro. I'm not so sure about that. I think people are becoming more, maybe in the West, maybe in certain countries, but I think, and even those countries, a lot of people are converting it to Muslims, believe it or not.
Actually, here in Denmark, there is a trend where people are becoming more and more Christian. I'm not saying in the big numbers, but the numbers are rising. So it seems like there's some people that is going in that direction.
No one in Britain is becoming a Muslim. Everyone's just staying a Christian or becoming a pagan or atheist.
And that might just be a counter to the influx of Muslimity.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We're just saying, no, that looks shit, and we'll stick to our own religions, thanks.
Exactly. That's kind of what we were saying earlier when we were talking about the numbers, you know?
Yeah, Echoplex, you have anything to say? Say it. Say it in voice. No one's chickening out. I gave you numbers. I told you where they came from. I told you who's sending them. I told you who's accepting them. Let me do it briefly once again. Most of them came in from Turkey. A lot of them were bused by the Turkish authority to the Greek border. They crossed the Evros River. Most of them made it to Germany, France, England, and the Scandinavian countries. Is that clear? You have anything to say to that? That's a fact. Do you understand that, Ecoplex? Over and out.
Are you talking to people in here?
Your name is not Ecoplex. Your name is not Ecoplex.
We can still answer. Some of them came from Turkey, and what other evidence do you have?
I told you, don't talk to me, you're irrelevant. Do you understand, Ecoplex?
Fuck you.
I don't think he's answering.
Where's your evidence? He says. I'm asking the same thing.
Open your mic, Bubba, and talk to me.
Well, you also have to look at.
Go to any YouTube channel, do some research. The whole world knows about this, maybe except you.
Well, you also have to look at it geographically. Like if you're from the Middle East and you want to go to Europe, the only real route is through Turkey. So that Turkey gets a lot of immigrants and funneling them to Europe doesn't mean that Turkey have this big nefarious Muslim must overtake the world plan. They just want to get rid of the shit that is coming into the country.
No, brother. Do you know about Erdogan? Do you know about his dream to revive the Ottoman Empire? Do you know what the Ottoman Empire was? Do you have any idea of these things, bro?
I do. I know what the Ottoman Empire was.
Wasn't talking to you, man. Why do you feel you need to answer every question, dude? I was talking to the other guy.
I'm just saying that there is rational and logical explanations for why Turkey is funneling immigrants, and that is because that's generally the best natural landway from the Middle East to Europe. That is true there. Else they would have to travel across Africa and then up to Spain, for example, or over waterways, which is much harder. They can walk pretty much from the Middle East to Turkey or take buses or something like that. So it is natural that a lot of the immigrants from the Middle East would have to be funneled through Turkey some way.
Did you hear anything that I said about the Ottoman Empire, about Erdogan? Do you know who Erdogan is, first of all?
Yes.
Who is he?
Oh my God. I'm not going to play
President of Turkey. The president of Turkey. That's who he is. So let's talk about the Ottoman Empire. Do you know what lands were established in the Ottoman Empire?
I wish that he would address what I just said instead of this game of trying to ridicule me.
I'm not trying to ridicule. I'll address what you said. Yes, it's the most logical crossing for the people, right? But that's not the issue. The issue is that they are coming from there. It's a plan. It's a calculated plan. And I told you about the revival of the Ottoman Empire. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
I do, but the Turks are not the cause of the Muslims in the Middle East immigrating. That is the West for bombing the shit out of the place.
Yeah, we agree on that. I never said the cause. I said the results. I'm telling you what's happening right now in your countries.
Wow.
Why are you fighting this, bro? They're going to take over your country. If you don't wake up, they will take over your country. Do you understand that?
Oh, you come back to
If
that.
you have listened to what I've been
won't.
saying the last hour, you know that I agree with you. I just don't agree that the Turks are the ones pulling the strings.
It doesn't matter who's pulling the strings, bro. Do you understand what I'm telling you? They're in your country. They're gonna multiply. They're not gonna assimilate. Do you understand those simple words coming out of my mouth?
I disagree with the third point.
This is why I wanted you to
cares
steal
about
my
you,
position
Don? I'm
earlier.
talking to him.
Everyone cares. Except
Anyway,
you,
I'm gonna
'cause you're
disagree.
triggered.
This is why I wanted you to steal my position earlier, because we agree on so many points. We agree on most of it.
Do you understand that they're not gonna assimilate? Do you understand that? And they're gonna have more kids than you. And over time, there's gonna be more of them than you. Do you understand that? Or maybe you don't want to understand that.
It's like you're not listening at all.
No, you're not listening, bro. Did you understand the last words that came out of your mouth?
Maybe
that came out of my mouth.
Renee, would you like to steal my position from earlier?
I did it once already.
Why are you not answering? You see, when the crunch time comes, he
he's
doesn't
wanting
want
to
talk
engage
to me all of a sudden.
I say no, because you're being incredulous a bit. That's probably why. If you remember the Steelman position of earlier, he is not agreeing to your Turkish Ottoman Empire fucking theory.
Because you're ignorant and you don't know about history and you don't know about current events. Oh, no problem. You just
so
keep
let's talk
on
about history.
pretending you don't understand that, and you will see the outcomes of it.
What were the lands of the Ottoman Empire? What were the lands that they're trying to establish?
Don't talk to me, bro. I'm not interested in your bullshit. I'll talk to somebody else that wants to learn. You're just an ignorant person. Stay stupid, bro. You're born dumb. You're gonna die dumb. It's okay. It's okay, bro.
Thank you for that. But what were the lands of the Ottoman Empire?
You're just an ignorant man.
What were the lands of the Ottoman Empire?
So my other friend from Denmark, did you understand what I'm putting out? Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you?
He should ask you, do you understand the original steelman position that was laid out in front of you? And do you understand the core of the disagreement in which he's trying to discuss with you? That should be really what you talk about.
Again, you
But
feel the need to listen to your voice, bro. I told you I'm not interested in talking to you, bro. How many times do I have to tell you? I don't care about your opinion. I'm talking to somebody else. If you want to talk to him, I'll go on mute and you can talk to him. Please don't answer questions that I
You'll
ask
go on
other
mute.
people.
Okay,
Can you understand that?
You can go on mute. You're gonna go on mute.
I'm gonna go on mute. If you want to talk to him, and if you want to answer his questions for him, then I won't talk. I won't be part of the
We
conversation.
weren't answering
You
questions.
can talk with him.
We were
How's that?
discussing. We were earlier discussing and laughing about how you said when you came in, if there was some Muslim imam listening to this podcast, they would be basically rejoicing. And we were joking about how we're going to westernize them anyway, so it doesn't matter. And that's when you busted in with your whole Muslim imam thing. That's kind of where we were back to before. And then Left Lane started talking about how he saw a rise of atheism in America, and we were talking about that. And now we're back to here. And you keep on bringing up the Ottoman Empire. And I want to know if you'd like to discuss the Ottoman Empire, because I don't
How
think
many
you
times
understand
do
what.
I have to tell you I don't want to discuss anything with you? How many times
Okay.
do I have to tell you that you're irrelevant? I think you're
Can you
an
tell me
ignorant
two more
man.
times?
How
Two
many
more
times
times.
do I have to tell you that?
Two more times, please.
Why do you keep saying it?
Okay, you're an ignorant man. I don't want
Do
to
one
talk
of
to you.
them. Okay, one more, please. Just bring it home. Bring it
You're
home
an
with this
ignorant
one.
fuck. I don't want to talk to you.
He likes that.
That's different, though. That was
I think
different
he
than the
likes
first time.
abuse.
I'm confused.
I think he likes
Oh
abuse. This
yeah,
guy.
yeah. Hit me, hit
So
me,
that makes
hit
you
me,
an
SE.
abuser. That means you're an abuser.
Hit me, SE. Yes. No, I'm just saying that was different than the first time. That wasn't the same thing. The second time was different. Now I'm just confused. Am I an
You
ignorant
must be
man or an
fun at
ignorant
parties,
fuck?
dude. You must be fun at parties.
I reckon it'd
I
be
just don't
better.
know.
I reckon it'd be better than you, SC, because it'd be more honest, and that's the main thing that counts.
I just want to know if I'm a fuck or a man, SE, because you define what reality is.
So the other guy, back to the Denmark guy. Did you understand what I said, bro? Does it make any sense that eventually, right, through immigration, through childbirth, they will overpopulate your people? It's happening now, and eventually, since they're not assimilating, it's going to be Sharia law. Do you understand, like, any of that? Does that any of it make sense to you?
They're doing it already. There's like 12 Sharia courts in UK. There's a couple they're trying to build in Texas right now. I think there's 2 in California. So they're bringing Sharia law
You
already.
guys listening to this? You guys
They're
listening to
already
this?
doing it. The Muslims, their birth rate is like 5 point something. It's ridiculous. They're
I'm trying
overpowering
to
the
tell
world
them, but
now.
it's not entering their brain, bro, for some reason.
Except for 1 hour ago when I showed charts of how when we could expect to have 30% Muslims in Denmark and stuff like that. I understand every single point you're making. As again, for the 7th time, I disagree with your position that it is the Turks that is pulling the strings. They don't have that power in the world. All they have to do is the power to funnel the Muslims that is migrating because of Western destruction of the Middle East into Europe. That's what they can. That's the only thing they can right now. They might have some dreams about Ottoman Empire, but they don't have that power at all, not even close. Well, who is attacking us, who is trying to dilute our populations, is our own elite, not the Muslims.
Yeah,
So you agree it's happening, but you don't agree who, like that.
Wow.
That's okay. I got the message, but like I told you before, does it matter? The point is, it's happening in your country, right? The fact that you see that gives me pleasure, gives me hope. I'm satisfied with that. If you see what's going on, I'm good with it. I'm good with it.
So your entire 2 hours of calling people ignorant and dumb are retracted, or are we, or am I just ignorant and dumb still, and they are no longer ignorant and dumb?
Well, just what you said. I'll let the audience be the judge of that.
It's
You
your
do it. You
prescription.
do it for yourself. I don't have to say anything. You do it for
It's your
yourself.
prescription. It's your prescription. You made the
We
prescription
disagree on
earlier.
too much of it, Rene. We disagree on too many parts of because he states it too strongly.
See, two absolutely useless comments. So I'm glad, my friend from Denmark. I'm glad you see it. I'm glad you understand it, and I wish you well. I really, really do, because you have a great culture, and I don't want to see it go away. That's why I'm talking about it.
Hey, Tim, my friend who was born in Britain by an Arab father and a white woman, he didn't like it in Britain so much, and he moved to Denmark. So that's one British Arab that moved there.
Well, Denmark is a really, really good country. We have one of the best infrastructures in the world and the best social security network. There is no. I mean, it's not a big wonder why Muslims is paying like $50,000 to immigrate from the Middle East all the way up to Denmark, because when they come here, yes, they pay this price, but they are set for life with welfare payouts. We still have people who came here from the wars in the 90s who can't speak the language, have been on welfare checks ever since, and those welfare checks is not small because they're also getting a lot of additions on top of the base rates and stuff like that. I mean, we have entire societies here in Denmark where the police pretty much can't operate because they are Muslim run.
What we need to do, you need to have universal credit and a benefits overhaul. But the trouble is, maybe our countries have been pinpointed as places to make Muslims go. And I don't think that means we're going to become Islamicized. I think that's bullshit. But we could talk about who we have to speak to and what type of psyops we have to do to stop the influx if we want to.
I don't think we can stop it. Sadly, I don't think we can stop it. The wheel is too big.
We can just debate it, can't we? We can't stop it.
Yeah, we can squeal like pigs, and the elite will laugh at us.
Or you can do like Poland. Wake up, take control of the situation, build a fence, and take care of your business. I'm just saying.
Polish have moved here. We've got an influx of Polish in the UK. So
living standards in Poland is not really that great.
Relative. What I was going to say is, even if you get 30%, it will all balance out. It's just the times we live in.
If you don't see the gravity of the situation, it's going to be a sad, sad thing. But just remember, you've been warned. That's it, man.
I'm just wondering
what you do with the info.
You can't warn me because I saw this information before you, years before.
Yeah, Dawn has been in the game for a long time. I started looking into conspiracies back in like 2003 with 9/11 and stuff like that, and didn't look back since. So that's like
This is not a
20+ years in the
conspiracy.
game.
Bro, the guy just told you there's 12 Sharia courts all over the place, right? This is not a conspiracy.
It's not a conspiracy theory. It's a real conspiracy that there are people pulling in strings for political gains, and the political gain is more controlled because of the distrust that is coming naturally into the population that is being diluted. So it is definitely a conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy theory.
Look, it's just like the Democrats, right? They opened the borders, they let in the immigrants because they knew they were going to vote for them, right? If you're saying it's that kind of a thing, that could be possible, right? But look what Germany did. Merkel let in. Can't get a freaking sentence up. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
It didn't work out. If the Democrats let these people in to vote for them, they didn't vote for them. They can't vote. They're not registered fucking citizens. Such a stupid fucking theory.
Again, ignoramuses talk without knowing anything. It's
And no matter if it's the left or the right, it's still two wings of the same bird.
Same bird,
Nothing's gonna change.
exactly.
It doesn't matter who is being voted in or out. So it is a little bit bad argument, the thing with, oh, let's take a lot of immigrants in because they will vote for the Reds or the Liberals or something like that, because it doesn't matter.
That's a stupid fucking theory.
They play good cop, bad cop. Liberals say it's a good idea. The Conservatives say it's a bad idea, but behind the scenes, they all let as many as they want in.
Yeah, because they have the common goal. Like their politicians are glorified janitors, tightening bolt here, cleaning a window there. That's pretty much it. Then the 4 years is over, and someone new is in charge of tightening the next bolt, and that's it. The system is still rolling ahead.
How it
It's a
works
wheel,
now.
and we can't stop it.
Well, how it is now is they sacrifice, probably a child to some altar to stay another 4 years, and they sell their soul over and over again.
They might do that. I don't know. I haven't seen any child sacrifices, so I couldn't tell you.
Does happen, yeah.
Like I said, if you're European, I feel sorry for you. If you didn't understand what I just put down, that's what they want. They want people like you, ignorant, not understanding what's going on. I feel
You should feel sorry for yourself. Seriously, because you know what? I hate all of Trump's policies, but I really hope we put a fucking 50% tariff on Canada right now. Like, I feel sorry for you in like fucking 3 months if that's the case. Like, that's what you should be concerned about. But
you see, morons like this guy, idiots. That's what they count on. Idiots, ignoramuses like this guy talking right now.
We
You
put a
stupid
50%
idiot.
fucking tariff on fucking Canada. I hope we do.
They're building mosques in Canada right now.
That's what they count on. Trolls, ignoramuses like Don and Renee. That's what they count on.
I hope we put a 50% tariff on you. You will be broke. You will not be able to afford fucking to go on Discord in fucking a year if these things fucking persist.
It's another ignorant statement because the whole world, and I'm chuckling, I'm laughing
where
right
does
now.
70%
The
of your
whole
trade
world
come
right
from?
now.
Where
You
does
want to interrupt me? You want to go ahead?
Where does 70%
Go ahead.
of your trade come from?
Let it out, bro, and then I'll go. Come on, let it out.
Where does 70%
I want
of
you
your
to
trade come from?
squeal for me.
Where does 70% of your trade come from?
Right. Now listen up, guys. As of August 1st, right, the tariffs are going to go in. In other words, your fucking stupid president, excuse my language, but that's what
I
it is.
agree with you.
He took on the whole world. So what you want of Canada, what you just said, is going to happen to you, you ignorant fool.
From you? Oh no! Oh no! We don't get fucking we don't get fucking whiskey and fucking moose sticks. Like, what are you talking about, dude? 70% of your fucking trade comes across the fucking border. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, dude. Whatever, man. Whatever. But yeah, it's coming up. It's in a few days, and I hate the man. I think Donald Trump's an abject moron, and this is a dumb tariff. But I'm very happy the world is working the way it's working right now.
Yeah, you're an ignorant person, and you just don't know anything about anything. Yeah,
yes, I do. I know a 50% tariff.
And every time you open your mouth, you just show it to the world.
I know a 50% tariff on Canada will bankrupt you. It will bankrupt you if you do any reciprocal tariff.
What about what? Okay, hold on. What about what Trump is doing? Do you not like, Renee?
Not releasing the FT files.
That's huge. I don't like the tariffs until right now. I don't like. I don't like the way he's utilizing ICE. I don't like the way he's using executive orders. And I don't like the majority of the policies that came in place, like Doge and things like that.
So you're just you're just very left brained. You just believe whatever the mainstream tells you?
No, not really.
Well, these are all, just mainstream liberal talking points. This is just their smear campaign against Trump. You're just repeating what they say to make you not vote for Trump.
I didn't vote for Trump last time. I voted for him in 2016, but I didn't vote for him.
It's not really like your critical thinking on it. You're just saying whatever the liberal talking points are.
Thank you for your opinion.
He's going to hike up the tariffs. Oh, that's really bad. Honestly, what I think is really bad, that the American infrastructure has been outsourced, and they've been, enslaving kids in sweatshops in third world countries, and they manufacture our goods just so we could only have to pay $100 for our Jordans rather than $300. I want the little kids in Sri Lanka to be making my shoes, and kids in China to be making my iPhone. This is what you're saying. This is what you're saying you don't like about the tariffs, right?
No, what I don't like about the tariffs. No,
having to pay more rather than for them to manufacture.
You made a statement. You've already made a statement, Electric. You made a statement.
I wasn't done, Renee.
Okay, then don't.
When you start talking over me, I just don't hear you. I just keep trying.
Okay.
Yeah, you're saying that. Yeah, you're saying that you want to continue outsourcing our manufactured goods to third world countries where little kids are being enslaved, paid like less than $1 an hour to manufacture our crap that actually isn't good for us. You want that to continue rather than bringing American product back into our country.
I'm going to answer your.
That's just
I'm
a
going to answer
stupid
your
liberal
question.
talking point, dude.
So
So what is the other reasons? That
No. Electric. Stop.
What are the other reasons you don't like Trump?
Stop. No. Stop. Just stop. Calm down.
It's not a conversation. I'm not debating that. I already know.
You need to calm down. Calm down. Just calm down.
I'm literally just talking to you, dude.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Because I'm trying to talk to you, and you're completely talking at me, and you just need to calm down. All right. So you asked me why I don't like Trump. I gave you a list. You said that's libtard stuff. That's fine. That's your opinion, dude. That's where it is.
That's seriously not a response. Okay, so you are cool with America outsourcing all of our manufactured goods to third world countries, so little kids have to live in like a slave debt system to benefit our, our, what do you call the word, frivolous needs. So you're cool with that. So let's move on to
Can I agree with?
What
can
else
I agree with?
not like
Can I agree with part of your statement, but not all of your statement? Can I agree with part of your statement, but not all of your statement?
It's just selfish, stupid American bullshit right now.
Electric, I can't have a conversation with you. Listen, can I agree with part of your statement, but not all of your statement?
What's up? I'm waiting for you to actually say something.
I'm asking you, can I agree with part of your statement, but not all of your statement? I'm asking you that question.
What part do you disagree with?
I disagree with there being utilization of child labor and slave in sweatshops. I disagree with that.
Okay, so you're ridiculous. Who do you think made your phone? Who do you think is mining for the batteries that are in your phone?
And like I said, I did. Even if we made it here, we don't have cobalt. So the cobalt and the nickel and the things of those mines that you're referring to that we would need would still be produced there, bud. We can't pull cobalt out of our assholes and make things. We have to get it from places. So I disagree with the utilization of child labor and things like that. But I do not.
There's a big cobalt place in Idaho, bud. So.
Okay.
Yeah, that's awesome. We could definitely be producing our own batteries. There's no reason to be outsourcing it to these countries where we're pretty much, creating debt. We're creating fucking slaves. We pay them like very, very small wages. You're cool with that apparently because you like the price of your bullshit. So what else do you not like Trump about?
So once again, I said I wasn't cool with that, but I don't know how one can stop that. Even opening up the cobalt sources in Idaho, huh?
He's literally trying to bring manufacturing back into this country. He wants it to stop. He's incentivizing these large corporations involved in trade. He's making them pay taxes, so there is no benefit from outsourcing to third world countries.
I have a question. So you don't understand. Do you truly believe that the countries pay tariffs? You believe that?
Right now they don't, but they're going to now. Now that Trump is enforcing
No. At no point does the country pay a tariff. You realize that, right? The country doesn't pay. The end consumer pays. The importer pays the tariff. So if I'm importing a bunch of plastic bottles from China, China doesn't pay the tariff. I pay the tariff as the importer. And then I pass that cost to the customer. You realize, like that's basic economics.
I think you're confused. I really think you're confused.
No, you're confused. That's basic economics. That's basic.
The reason why people aren't going to be trading into this country is because the price is going to cost to trade it across their ports. And the people that are going to end up paying are the other countries now, not our tax dollars.
The
That's the whole
producer
point of
has to
tariffs.
drop their price. The producer
The
has
producer
to sell
has to
cheaper
drop their
tariff.
but
no one's going to sell.
If they want to interact with our market, all those variables, correct? Yes, but that's why you have these rising markets like BRICS and other markets around the world that are going to absorb that, and it's literally still going to have a pass down cost to the end consumer. It does not get paid by any form or fashion by the foreign nation. This is basic fucking economics.
You don't want manufacturing in America. You want sweatshops in third world countries. Understood. So what else
I don't want sweatshops in America. I don't want sweatshops in America. I don't want sweatshops in third world countries. I don't want
you don't
that.
want to have to work for your own benefit. That's great. So then what else do you not like Trump about?
The Epstein list.
You know, all your politicians are on that list.
Probably, and I've said I will both parties go down.
Yeah, they're all on it.
Okay, that's fine. That's awesome. And I hope it all comes out. I hope it all comes out. I hope so. I hope it all comes out.
Okay, so you think Trump is a pedophile? What else is there? Like, is that it?
I think that he is corrupt. I think him taking a $400 million plane as a gift is a direct violation of the emoluments clause.
Everybody has private jets and they're wasting fuel. Everybody does that.
Did you hear what I said? He has his own jet already. He owns one. What I said was him accepting a gift from a country is a direct violation of the emoluments clause.
This is not legitimate.
That's okay. That's fine. And
He's a
as you
pedophile. He flies around in a jet.
Wait. Renee, for the record, that plane is not his. It is a F1, if you will.
Yes, it is currently not his. It is a part of the military, which they're going to spend $1 billion to overhaul, and then it will be donated to his library for personal use after his presidency.
Taylor Swift flies around more than Donald Trump. So, like, I don't know. The fact that he has a jet is the reason why you hate him? Because he has a jet, you hate him.
That's not what I said. So listen to words, recycle them in your mind, and then regurgitate things that have meaning for what was said to you. Or don't speak, please. Because I don't want to get into a fucking conversation with you if you want to be like this. You're not putting me in a position that I did not state. You're not going to put me in a statement I did not make. And you can follow the conversation or you cannot. That's your choice. That is completely your choice.
All I'm doing is I'm asking you questions why you hate Trump, dude.
I voted for him in 2016. I told you that. I dislike his politics. I told you why. I've even earlier stated I think there are things he's done in his first presidency and this presidency that aren't bad, like the tariffs on Canada. That's going to be awesome. But like at the same time, I've given you the answers to those fucking questions, and then you sit around and you diatribe and you put me in positions I don't make, and you make statements that I don't say. Don't do that.
All right, so he flies a jet.
Nope, that's not what I said.
You think he's on the Epstein list?
No.
You don't want manufacturing in your own country. What else?
Okay, I didn't say because he flies a jet. Didn't say that. I didn't say I don't want manufacturing in my own country. Didn't say that. And yes, he's on the fucking Epstein list. I'll agree with you there. That's a huge reason why I don't like him.
I don't know. It's just like unfounded animosity when you have politicians that have been doing way worse things. All this focus on Trump, you're just going along the liberal agenda. This hate
Can I
train.
ask you a question? I've answered your questions. Can I ask you a question?
Sure, what's up?
What policies have Trump done that have directly affected your life for the better?
COVID.
Can you describe that, please? Because he was the person who did Operation Warp Speed.
Yeah, when he was the president and COVID happened, I ended up making a lot of money.
Okay, so you're saying his handling of COVID is one of the reasons why you think he's a good president today?
I'm saying that I benefited while he was president.
Okay, through COVID.
Yeah, and I think part of the reason is how he handled the situation. People were still able to find, profit in marketplaces. They tried to shut the whole world down.
PPE gear.
A lot of people lost their businesses, but if you were able to strategize correctly and stay in tune, you could keep your head above water in that. When I feel like that attack was actually on the whole world, Donald Trump had to manage how weird shadow government was doing biological warfare. So I think that he allowed for the marketplace to stay around, even though they tried to shut down the whole world.
Okay, and so his what policies you're talking about during that time? You said he kept the world open. I don't know what you're talking about, because that would be not having tariffs. If that's what I'm saying, though. If that was one of the things that benefited you, was the fact that you had access to a global market. Getting access to that global market with tariffs in place is not going to be as easy this time around. Would you agree with that?
We'll see. You can be a doomsday prophet all you want.
I'm not trying to be a doomsday prophet. I'm just saying. I'm asking. Do you think tariffs are restrictive to trade, or are they good for trade? I'm asking your opinion.
I think the price of everything is about to go up because of these tariffs in our country.
Why is that a good thing?
$6 for a loaf of bread and all kinds of shit.
Why is that a good thing?
Eventually, we'll reap the benefits. Yes, that's the point of it.
My question is why is it good to have to pay $6 for bread because of a tariff? Why is that a good thing?
That's how much you should be paying for bread.
Why?
See, it's good. It's gonna feel like it's hurting your wallet for however long that goes on for. But this is how it is in other countries, dude. You can't just go to the store and buy a $3 loaf of bread at Walmart. The bread that you get is going to be good for you and it's going to be slightly more costly, but at least you're supporting, businesses in your country.
Do you understand how a stock market works?
Yeah, I've looked into it.
Did you realize that everyone across the world buys those?
What'd you say?
Everyone across the world will buy into the New York Stock Exchange or the NASDAQ or other markets that we have in the United States. Those markets control the equities and ownership of companies that operate in the United States. So the world funds us, we fund the world in a cycle type thing, to where what you're talking about has no relevance. Just like we pay more money for a good or product or service for a period of time. We're going to be paying $6 a loaf of bread for the bread we're currently getting. The bad stuff that you're talking about, we're still going to be getting that. The infrastructure behind
you don't gotta buy that bread. Go buy the local bread.
But that's the saying, the infrastructure behind that to feed the fucking country does not exist. It takes years to build something like that up. So you're still going to be paying $6 a fucking loaf for the fucking shit. And then when the other stuff comes, it's going to be even more expensive because of the infrastructure has to be built up underneath. Dude, take an economics course and just understand, it's just a system of literally like dollars and cents.
You're gonna call my bread is gonna cost $6 instead of $3. My Wonder Bread with enriched bleach is gonna cost $6. Like, who fucking cares?
So about 70% of households will care because 70% of households in America cannot afford a $400 emergency expense.
What are they gonna do? They're gonna pay $6 for their bleach enriched bread. Oh no, it's like not a reason to hate Trump, dude.
They're going to get pitchforks and they're going to kill rich people. That's what they're going to do.
Yeah, have you seen the Make America Healthy Again? Have you seen what they just put into? Have you?
I have not looked into much of RFK's agendas.
Yeah, dude, they're making a lot of poisonous products illegal. This is the first time in this country where we're going to be banning things like the cancer-causing dyes. You know, they got like the red food dyes that cause cancer. They're banning
electric. Hang on, electric. Do you think this is crazy though? That like we have the choice to eat that or not?
I know. There's something bigger. Yeah, you're alluding to something really important about this. Yeah, but people are not going to be incentivized. I think there is going to be a lot of education going on about the food that's in these stores that people have there, like right down the street. You know, I consider these places food deserts. People are incentivized to go to Family Dollar and Dollar General to spend less money, but they're eating absolute crap. Now those stores are going to be incentivizing people to not buy those products because they're not going to be the same anymore. They're going to cost more. You might as well just go spend your money where it's actually getting healthy food.
Okay, so do you really think people want to shop at Family Dollar?
No.
Why do you think they shop there?
Dude, come on. Are you serious? Just say what you're saying.
Why do you think they shop at Family Dollar?
I think they do. I think they do. They want to find value in what they're getting.
I'll go there to get cleaning supplies and like if I have like an event to get like stupid plates and shit, I know it'll break.
Yeah, here's the best part. Why don't you just? Yeah, but hang on. That's what he gets. The reason you get that there is why.
Because of the value that you could extract from not having to go to fucking Target and pay 4 times the price for the same item.
That is exactly why people want to go there.
Okay. Sean, you son of a bitch. I do not disagree with you, but that's not the point I was making.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My bad. Rewind. I didn't say that. Go ahead.
No, but that's the point I was making. I completely agree with you, but the point I'm making, it's, you know, these people are economically driven to be, that's how they're surviving, basically. That's my point.
Yes.
There's
there's a sect of people that have to go to a Dollar General. They don't have that choice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's what I'm talking about. But you are correct.
So the products in these types of stores, they're going to be changing.
Now that they're not
going to be allowed to put their cheap, cost-effective, poisonous dyes, the food is going to cost more.
There's an example of this, electric. I know you've been in California before. You know of the 99-cent stores.
Yeah.
They're not 99-cent stores anymore. For the same reason.
Yeah, I've seen it.
It's for the same reason. Same thing happens. And it's not so much you or I who, like, for instance, and this is a joke I had, you know, when people were talking about the egg prices, I called that the poor people problem, right? Because realistically, people who have money don't care how much eggs are. And the people who have money, they won't care how much the things are, like you're saying. The problem is the people that do depend on that low cost, they're going to care. It's going to affect them. And where, like I think I said this earlier, a lot of what Trump is doing is only going to affect the people who have no choices. The people who have money, the people who don't struggle, they're not going to really care about what Trump's doing. It's not really going to affect them much. But
that's kind of where I stand.
Yeah,
I
but then
don't
you're
mind
saying fuck
paying
the
more
rest.
for eggs. Eggs went from $3 to $8.
Yeah.
I said whatever. I guess this is just how our country deals with inflation.
But that represents.
But are you saying
that,
fuck? Are you saying fuck everyone else though? Because the majority don't think this way.
The majority can't live that way.
Can't. Yeah, they can't
But
think
the egg,
this way.
yeah. Can I ask you, the egg prices were due to supply, though, wasn't it? And not actually inflation.
Both. It was both. It was a combination.
I'd say
of
more
both.
fear. I'd say a lot of it was more fear.
There was a big quelling. It was both. It was one. Fed has high interest rates, so there's that factor involved. But when you do those size quellings, you have to restock and things like that. The restocking prices are higher. The feed prices are higher. You know what I mean? It created kind of like a bit of a hyper bubble a bit. But it was like how systems balance themselves. Supply got back up to where it was, and prices have come back to similar, but not pre kind of like levels of when they started indexing like that.
The problem is that it went chaos because it became so unpredictable based on not knowing what Trump's goal is, what Trump is going to do. And to me, in electric, this is the reason why I dislike him. And this is one piece, not the main reason, but I feel our president is supposed to instill stability with us, not instability. And all we've had so far is instability. And that, to me, makes the United States look weak.
Stability in what sense? Economic?
In all sense, from personal effect, whether it's a job that you lose hours, or you directly see the fear of not knowing what Trump's going to do affect a job to the point, or where in certain tariffs and stuff like that, where it is affecting all these spectrums, leads to chaos. It leads to something that makes Americans uncomfortable, not knowing what's going to happen tomorrow. And I
don't you think we need a little instability? Do you think the last 4 years under Joe Biden, the stable, sleeping at the desk, not doing anything, do you think that was working for us? Maybe we need a little shaking up in this country.
Okay. Maybe I'll say it better, because that's a good point. I feel that our government is supposed to form stability. And if our government is picking and having these people that are not providing stability and confidence is the main point, I think there is a problem.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. I think there's some things that Trump is doing, though, that are necessarily going to shake things up, but for the better long term. I mean, I think stability as the only metric to measure things is not the best thing to do.
And I can agree with that. And from someone, and I can comfortably say this from someone on the spectrum of, it's not really going to hurt me, because if I got to spend a little more, well, still good. But the problem is that there's a majority of people who do not think like this. Do not think like we are right now, where it's like, hey, some shit's going to go up. I guess I'm going to have one less ounce of weed. Damn. Like, there's a majority of people that don't think that way, that are affected directly by all this chaos. And it's in the long run, it'll be fine. You may be right, but guess what? For 4 years or whatever time it takes, there's a whole majority of people who are going to be under the poverty line now because of it. That's the issue.
I think you're still just asserting, though, that even in the short term things are chaotic. I mean, the media is making it seem like things are chaotic. Late night hosts are making it seem like things are chaotic. News anchors are saying.
I can tell. I'll tell you
in
right
reality,
now. I made it a personal. I added the personal part because I'm luckily now at a company where that will not be affected. But I was in the salvage business. I was crushing cars. I directly saw an industry and this isn't just one company, it was the industry itself in Texas that shifted because they didn't know what these tariffs were going to do. So rather than keep buying inventory, they backed off big time. And what that did was they started cutting hours, they started cutting jobs, and the reason they did that is because they don't know if they're going to be bringing in that kind of money in the long run. And for me, I quit. I was like, fuck that. You're not paying me enough to lose hours. But the realization is that there is at least 80 people at the place I was at that don't have the option of jumping ship and going and finding a better job. So they're stuck there with low hours. And the point of it is that the whole company, there's this industry that's banking all this on we don't know. That's the chaos I'm talking about.
Sure. Yeah, and I'm not saying everything is completely stable and everything is perfect. That's never going to be the case. But I'm saying overall, if you look at inflation metrics, job numbers, all the things that we look at in aggregate, it's not chaos. Actually, things are looking very good. So I understand what you're saying. There are select cases where, yeah, there is instability. You don't know what the policy is going to be. You don't know how it's going to affect you. But I'm saying the government, when we're looking at stability metrics, we need to look at the country as a whole and to see how it's doing.
How stable is a country currently that's trying to sell off its goods?
How stable is a country that's? Can you be specific? What do you mean trying to sell off its goods? I mean that is actually our goal. We're trying to sell trying to sell goods.
Okay. I think like Renee, we talked about this earlier. The selling off of federal land would be one example.
Well, that's I mean, that's a more specific example. I would say that's a good. That's property.
That's a great example.
Here's an example of stability.
You don't immediately think of land.
Here's a good example.
I would want us to fight to keep federal land, and there are bills in place to make it so China and all these other countries can't own federal land.
But that's the problem, though. Then you can't open the market up. It's illegal to open it up for market and not allow it to be a free market. It's illegal. It's literally illegal.
Yeah, I don't think a free market is our shining light. I don't think we should have a completely free market.
I have a question. You were talking about metrics, and you were saying earlier about stability. But so, did you monitor the ports when the tariffs were first enacted?
Did I monitor the ports? No, I'm monitoring inflationary metrics. I'm monitoring job numbers, the normal metrics that people measure.
That line defaults. Line defaults have increased. Sorry, line defaults have increased 4% on this time last year.
Yeah, I would go there next, but I was going to say specifically the ports because when we first enacted the tariffs, the Port of LA, Port of Portland, the ports in Savannah, they were sitting empty. There were no ships coming in, and that lasted 3 weeks. That panic forced
3 whole weeks. Oh no!
That panic forced Trump to capitulate to where he is now. But that's the type of instability that was shadowed in that action upon full implementation of these types of policies.
So you're under the assumption though that the Trump administration didn't know that these things would happen. You're asserting that these were surprises to the Trump. I mean, that's.
Wait.
Do you know Trump has some of the best economic minds in his administration.
Peter Navarro. Peter Navarro, right? That's the guy who's doing this. Do you know who Peter Navarro is?
Do you know who Scott Bessent is?
Do you know who Peter Navarro is? That's the question I asked you.
Yeah, yes? I know who Peter Navarro is. Yes.
Okay, so that's the economic mind in which you're referring to right now, correct?
No, I'm also referring to Scott Bessent. Yeah, who's one of the greatest economists of all time.
Isn't that Navarro a pseudonym for another guy?
No, that's the same guy. He lied in his citations in college, and he lied in his economic models, and he lied. Time and time again, but no, that's a pseudonym he created that he always refers to. But it's very weird that Peter Navarro.
It's his Joe the plumber.
Yeah,
What I
Sean G, let me say this because y'all are drifting away from the topic a bit.
I think about when you
People
talk
have
about
been living below. Yeah, hold on, dude. I was literally in the conversation, bro. Hold on.
Sorry.
People, they're raising the poverty line right now, right? People that are already under the poverty line, they're gonna end up further below it now, and that sucks.
Yes.
But they've never been acknowledged before. Like, we allowed people to be under the poverty line for like all these years. Democratic Party never gave a fuck. Now that it appears like, we're trying to bring,
No,
what's that?
don't say it like that. Don't say it like that, because this is the reality of it. The poverty line has always been there. The only difference now is rather than it be a real thin line, because that's where we are now. Put it this way: there are situations where you can make 2 hours more at work and be above the poverty line. The next week, work 3 hours less than full time and be under the poverty line again. All that's going to happen now is the gap will widen out. But the big issue with that is there are going to be people in the middle of that are going to be completely fucked because they're not going to get all those programs and shit that help people. They're not going to qualify for them. So
there's a lot of
duration of time. Yeah, so the duration of time that what I call the chaos is going to be and this is very extreme for me to say this way, but it's going to be a starvation of the nutrition. Did I say
People
that
are
right?
going to die. People are going to die.
Well, you know what helps
basically.
people in the poverty line? Making it so they don't pay taxes on their overtime, making it so they're not paying taxes on the tips they receive, making it so they're not paying taxes on their social security.
Not letting me talk about it, dude.
Let me
Why
let me make this very clear. Yeah, Grant, hang on. There's something that I said that I made very clear about that. Yes, the people that fall under those guidelines are going to get that help. They're probably going to get wonderful help. That help is probably going to make their lives amazing.
Why did you cut me off and not allow me to finish?
I didn't. I do apologize, Electric. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right. Yes, there is a poverty line. Yes, people are going to be more under the poverty line with what Trump is enacting on this country. But eventually it's going to lead to people being forced to address the issue more than ever before. Like, if there is government programs that are doing wasteful spending that are supposed to be, creating benefits for people under the poverty line, now that those programs are gone, we have an opportunity to create the correct structure to support people below the poverty line. I think that's the point of all of this.
No, but the thing is, the difference is this. So
where will you get the money from? But where will the United States get the money from?
It's going to stop being funneled in the wrong direction.
Japan's going to buy
government programs that are supposed to be supporting people, and instead is getting wasted in other countries. So once you just cut the funding, now you're going to be incentivized to recreate the program. That's the whole point of them cutting all the spending.
This is what I'm saying. So, like, think about it though. You have a model that already exists and it already functions. You disagree on how
According to you, it functions.
Yeah, you think it functions, but there's people that are suffering in this country right now. North Carolina, there's places in North Carolina that still don't have power after that hurricane last year.
Okay.
There's things that are going on in this country. I think the way that they address these issues.
Electric, you can't say you care about people that
I'll let you
suffer.
guys say whatever you want if you could just let me finish my point.
No, I was talking and you cut in though. You know what I mean?
All right, go ahead, Renee.
No, but the thing is, I'm kind of going to go a bit to what Sean is saying. You can't sit here and say, I don't care about people below the poverty line and shit like that, and then kind of say, these people in North Carolina don't have power. But what I'm saying, kind of what I was saying before that.
First off, I never said I don't care about people below the poverty line. So
No. You didn't. No, you didn't, Electric. But what you're saying. Remember when you said you don't care if you pay $6 for eggs? That part is the part where the people that are under that poverty line and the people in the middle, the people that are fucked, they're suffering right now. And it's, again, they may be okay in the long run, but they're the ones that are super fucked right now. They're the ones who do care that eggs went up that. And then at that
Wait,
token, if you don't care, hang on. If you don't care, and this is just a blanket statement, Electric. If you don't care and you think it'll be okay for the long run, then you're saying fuck those people now. So saying the people that don't have plumbing and all that stuff, it's kind of like a contradiction of your your view of what's happening.
Are you equating the price of eggs rising to be? Are you saying that's the Trump administration's fault? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, that's not what we're saying. We're not really saying that at all. But we're not. That's not the statement. We're just talking about how inflationary actions like tariffs will increase prices, and those inflationary prices will affect the poor primarily. That's basically.
Well, when you bring up the price of eggs, I think that's a bad example because the Trump administration dropped the price of eggs by about.
We weren't talking about. We weren't talking about that. That's what I'm saying. We were just using that. That was just being used as an example.
Oh, no, I'm saying
may I make a comment on that?
Hang on. Just so you understand, the use of eggs was just an example of when they did go up, who it did affect at the time. It's not that it's up now and it's not going back down. It was just an example of a chaotic situation that some people look at as it does affect us, but we'll deal with it. The people that can deal with it, people that typically are above the poverty line, who don't care if egg prices did go up. It's just an example of, even though people are realizing it's chaotic and are thinking the long term will be the good example of it, during that time there are people
that are the
affected.
vendors for the eggs. Like the
No,
people
the
can just
I think
buy an egg.
may I
or
make
go to
a comment because I think the problem for you, the problem with high tariffs is that unless you can produce the same product domestically at the same price or cheaper than you did for goods prior to tariffs, prices will go up, and that's going to be a hell of a big problem.
But no, here's the devil's advocate of what I think, because in a portion of my brain, I see a speck of what Trump is doing. Because at the same token, what it will do is force our dairy farmers to produce more. And if that does happen, it does create it's not a short term thing. It's not going to happen right now. But if it does create more of a product, then the prices do go back down. And that's those are in my kind of head of what could happen.
But the problem is you do
targeted
quite a lot of goods from abroad for that farmers use, and if you put tariff on them, that's going to increase their cost to produce every gallon of milk or whatever.
No. As long as again,
though it ends up being dude, it's true. Like it'll end up being subsidied out. Like when you look at the first round of tariffs he did, I think 90 billion was brought in, and I think 80 billion was paid out to farmers because of the damage it did to the farms. The soy market was basically there's so many ancillary things, but what you're talking about is targeted tariffs, and that is something that if this administration were doing, I think it'd be really wise to do targeted tariff on emerging industries like AI, targeted tariffs on things like EVs.
Yeah, well, remember we were talking earlier. We talked about his ill will with Mexico because of the China industrial part. I know a lot of tariffs that he posed on China were footpaths to try to make it just become more of a thing we did. And if the realization is this, people, if we did, it would cost a shit ton of money and a lot of time. But if we brought back the car industry, we would be a booming motherfuckers. Like cars would be expensive at first, but they'd start dropping again. That's just a reality. It's whether or not billionaires want to invest
right there. Going. You just said it. What they did to the car industry. All of the cars in this country are being imported from foreign countries. If we could get manufacturing back into this country, the price is going to get hiked up for a minute, but then it's going to drop back down because,
prices don't do that.
Big corporations that want to outsource everything, they're not going to be able to compete with local businesses again. This is the whole point this is the whole point that Trump is trying to.
This is a different sector.
Can I finish, please? Can I please finish without getting interrupted?
Yeah, sorry.
This is the whole point of it all, right? You got small businesses that can't compete with large corporations that are outsourcing all their product, right? Low cost goods in this country, coming from out of this country, putting small businesses out of business. The whole reason that people want to support because they see where that train is heading. They want to get off of the let's sell out our whole country, and they want to jump on the other train. And Trump is like, yeah, here's the other train. I'm going to give it a shot. And that doesn't sound as scary as the train that we've been on this whole time that's literally driven us to this point of poverty. All right, thanks.
And you're right. But here's the problem, though. I agree. Now, hang on. If Trump, now, Renee, I want to know if Renee agrees with this or not. If Trump was in his second term, I think everything he's doing would be for worth. I think the way he's doing it has no designed path for all what could happen. That's the issue. Would you agree with that statement, Renee?
It looks like he doesn't have a plan, right? He's just going to try, right?
Yes.
I would agree with it really feels very off the cuff. I agree with that, and it feels like but that's the thing with tariffs. You have to have a plan. But like, have you guys ever heard of it's called the chicken war?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
So basically, it was between Germany and the U.S., right, and France. And it was because we had a giant chicken industry and we could make a lot of food. And then we began to export a bunch of it to Europe. So the European farmers were like, oh shit, we don't like that. We can't compete with the prices of what these American farmers are doing. They're domestic, so what ended up happening is their version of the EU at the time essentially put a tariff on chicken. So we put a retaliatory tariff on brandy, trucks, something else. But like what ended up still happening to this day, that tariff is still in effect for our importation of any VW product. To this day, all over fucking chicken in 1963.
And that's how they still have local. They still got local people, reaping the benefits of that. That's the point of putting tariffs. That's what America wants.
That's a targeted tariff.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, sometimes you got to do that.
That's not a blanket tariff of 20% of everything you give it to the country. That's a blanket tariff.
But see,
all right. So you want to be a better strategist in this department. I understand.
Electric. Remember what I said? I said the biggest issue I have with Trump is that what he does is he induces instability in the people. The people who don't know, you typically, and this was the biggest thing, right? Like, he laid out, the bullet points for everything he wanted to do, but he didn't explain what if this and what if that. This is all fine if you have a plan. But if the worst part is that we all get to sit here and go, does he have a plan? Because we're not hearing it. And again, the people's view, what this makes America look like is what's important to me. It's not, if it doesn't matter if it was Biden, trust me, I got a list of reasons I hate fucking Biden. I got a list of reasons I hate fucking Bush. There are a lot of things that are done that just that embarrass us. And I'm sorry. And this is going to sound superficial, but our president should not be on fucking Twitter 20 fucking times a day. I'm sorry.
My whole life, I'm 37 years old, right? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Stefan.
He should be on the esteemed side.
Me being a foreigner, I'm not 100% sure how the rest of the world was looking at the USA today with Donald as a president. We are very, not actually scared, but extremely skeptic. We are looking for different ways to do trade. It's like if the US continues like this, we are going to try to ignore you because it's so unstable. We don't know what's going to happen from one day to the next. That
we can't ignore
end up being a major problem for America.
But you can't ignore us because we control the shipping lines. You can't literally ignore us.
You can say we're annoying. You can say we're stupid. You can say you're ignorant. You can say we're dumb, but you can't ignore us.
Chill.
No, hang on. Hang on, our beef is actually going to China. We're selling our beef elsewhere. So that's a bit of a furphy there. Although they're trying to do a beef deal right now, you guys are importing your beef to slaughter from Canada and Mexico, so a burger probably costs more. But our beef is just going to China because we sell every bit of it.
I just want to make this very clear. Hang on. I just want to make this very clear. We import our shit meat, our dog food, our grinded up meat that you use for your hamburgers. But all our money, the beef we make money on, we export and we just sell for a high price here. We are not in need of meat.
Yeah, I know. That was a funny thing because they did a big thing during the week, and it's just going straight to China for us. It kind of our beef costs $5 a kilo more there, so it didn't matter. It's expensive beef, so you guys probably don't want it. It was weird.
And don't worry. Cool. And hang on, Renee, you were talking about fishing lane or shipping lanes. Everyone doesn't realize this. The South China Sea is not controlled by China. But if China does does the Taiwan thing or just go for the control of the South China Sea, understand this. Australia, everything, all your tariffs, all your costs, everything's going to sky the fuck rocket because China's going to have the full control. Try to.
We control the shipping lanes. So you selling your beef to China still made us money. That's the best part about it.
It made us spend less and make more.
If China dump their US bonds or their US debt stuff, that apparently has an effect on you guys. They don't want China to do that, apparently.
No, they already started. So does Japan. So does Germany.
Well, no, Japan's ramping up purchases because they already realized the business model of the United States of America. China, we selling nuclear subs to Australia has put China in a position to where they're going to have to probably capitulate more. So they'll just continue buying. I know they're de-risking, as they call it. Germany's always wanted gold, and they want their gold back, but they'll never get it. But at the same time, your American bonds, even at these ridiculous rates, it's still premium paper across the world.
But if they dump it,
China's loving it.
Yeah, but they're threatening to dump it. Apparently,
that's
what the effect is.
We'll buy it.
That's what I heard.
Yeah,
we'll buy it. Our banks will buy it. Our banks will buy it in a heartbeat. Our banks will absorb that in 20 seconds. That type of loss would shock the system for a few weeks. Our banks would absorb all of those bonds. They would absorb all of the bonds in a matter of moments.
They can only absorb it so far because you can get a Lehman scenario occurring and a GFC where everything resets.
Yeah. And then what happens? We pull more money out of our asshole and we say, look, we just made more money.
But then your dollar drops.
But Renee, you know what I just realized in this conversation? In this one conversation, I just realized America probably wants China to fuck around and find out. Because if that happens, we get full control of that shipping. We have control, but we control the world because everybody.
Yeah.
Everything in the world comes from that shipping.
Go. Can I just say one more thing before I gotta run out of here?
Yes, sir.
Isn't Japan the biggest shipping nation, and then China?
Hang on.
And even China, Norway is just slightly behind the US.
My bad. Are you
going to use it like naval?
I was willing electric. I wanted to hear you.
Sorry, Stefan. I do gotta go. I just want to say one thing, and then I gotta go, dude. But I've been in this country for 37 years, and this is the first time somebody seems to be actually noticing that people are below the poverty line. And because the steps to get us away from this horrible system involves us being even further below the poverty line for a little bit of time, that seems to be a major talking point for the anti-Trump campaign. But honestly, dude, you're talking about people that have been in this country, they're seeing immigrants getting more money on their food stamps. You're seeing people getting access to housing, people getting access to benefits and healthcare, and we just look like we've been forgotten. And this appears to be the first time somebody's actually addressing the issues within our country pertaining to this class citizen. So when I hear the liberal talking points like, "Oh, like Trump is so bad," I'm like, dude, are you aware of everybody being sick of how everybody's been ignoring this entire group? This is the first time it seems like somebody is acknowledging the larger group in this country.
But here's the thing, and I agreed with that the first term. The problem is one, I'm not a liberal. The second part is again, if you're going to be helping a sector, it probably would be a better idea to not drop them lower in a line to make their life
sacrifice
better.
You got to make. I think that is how we get to a better position.
Okay, and understand this. One, there's an agreement to it at some point, right? Because that is a truth. But the problem is then you have to understand that a lot of those people are going to die.
One of the examples I'm thinking of right now is Trump just passed an executive order to get homeless people off the street. Yeah, there's going to be a grace period where the homeless people are absolutely fucked. They don't have their tents. They don't have their camps anymore.
No. They'll be
the ability to
fine.
raid dumps at 3 in the morning.
Nope.
Their normal
same situation.
No. Hold on, dude. I'm in the middle of a sentence. Hold on, dude. I'm almost done. Once these practices are actually extinguished out of the streets, yes, those people are definitely going to be in a worse position. But that's going to incentivize this country to create better programs. They're defunding the programs that don't address the issue. And now, Trump is in the process. Once he sees that what the issue is, when it's lacking the program, that's when he's going to enact a program that's going to fix the issue. But first, you got to get rid of what's been continuing the issue this entire time. For years, they didn't address these issues. The buildup of homeless camps and tents and all this stuff, this has been going on for a long time. This is the first time it's being addressed in years.
Okay, Electric. Listen,
I gotta go. Fuck.
Go for it, bud. Have a good day.
But no, just don't address me.
Just
don't address me.
Next,
that's fine.
No. Because next time I want to have this convo with you. Definitely next time you're around. But we'll continue. But we're definitely gonna have this convo because
I wanted to talk about the shipping lanes.
Yeah, me too. Let's go back.
But I think he left.
No, he's still here. He said he's going to be listening, but he can't. He won't be able to respond.
If you address it at me, I can't respond.
Okay.
No, yeah. So let's address that later, and then when next time you're able to, we can actually have the combo. But we'll address the shipping lane part. Right.
But I think the guy who we're talking about was left, though.
Oh. Yeah, but that kind of dawned on me. They want that to happen.
Boomer, what were you saying?
Sorry. Here's a line that works for you guys as well as us, except you put, where I would put Aussie, you would put American. But if you go back 40, 50 years, it would go like, do you remember when you filled up your American-made car with fuel from American Texas and oil fields? And you actually got food from American farmers from shops that you bought in the American steel foundry that you worked in, or the fishing boats perhaps you worked off. That's when our country was a bunch of get-up-and-go-getters. We really did kick the world's ass back then. What happened? Well, you know what happened? 1980s, and greed is good. That's kind of, I actually feel that poem is amazing and very high-spirited.
Though,
what do you think,
Sean, let him finish.
I live in Texas.
Sean, really quick. Sean, let him finish. Boomer, were you done?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm done with that. I just think it's a very riveting poem. I like your opinion on that.
Can you kind of restate a bit? You're saying in the 1950s there was manufacturing. We had Texaco. We were more self-sufficient, and then we did. So what happened? Like you said, deregulation from Reagan allowed for a lot of the outsourcing to exist in these infrastructures. It used to be there were federal mandates for the use of U.S. steel products in army and military applications and things like that. Like things like that shifted and changed. And then it came to what you said a bit of greed is good, because everything became Wall Street. Everything became a bunch of ones and zeros, dollar chasing, because that was the new oil. That was the new way to make a bunch of money in a short period of time. The results of that you get from our lobbying and efforts and shit like that, and you see all these collapses and all these things because we allowed it to happen. But I don't think the quality of life of a domestically dependent system is necessarily better than a globally connected one.
Good point. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Just what I see now, and the greed is good stuff. What happened? Napoleon quoted, "England are a nation of shopkeepers and pirates." I think we all became traders and we lost our ability to make things. But the stuff that used to come out of the States in the 60s, like, dude, Mustangs, pinball machines, you named it, you guys were really clever. And I think you off-sold what was your main thing, and that was your industrial production base post-war. And we had a similar thing here in Oz, but all of our parents owned a second property. They paid off their house early. And, like, everyone could earn and churn. And it was just an amazing time to live. And I think our quality of life, although simpler, was probably better. I don't know. Like, I can just sample a bit of it. I don't know fully. I just like your guys' views.
I think you miscalculate what America's main thing is. It is our industrial capabilities, but it's our industrial capabilities and our ability to wage war. That is our main thing. That is our biggest export. That's why we spend $900 fucking billion a year on our military. It's these aren't, but they're not show muscles. You know what I mean? Like, this is a highly capable force, and it gets more money than the world's militaries combined. You know, that is our main thing, and like that's what we were saying. Like with the shipping lanes, it's like at the end of the day, if you're trading with China, if you're trading with anyone, and you're using these lanes, you are utilizing our Navy for protection. And if you don't want to be in accordance with us, the guy who founded our Navy, John Paul Jones, was basically a fucking pirate, and that's all they did. Was they went around and just stole a bunch of shit, and that's what our Navy can do. You know, like we can just steal everything. So I mean, it's just like that's our major thing. That's our biggest export, and that's the thing when you're talking about Trump's and his wonderful policies. He fucking ripped the VA out. He ripped out an infrastructure that is made to help people. It can be made better.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Look, I don't really like him, but I think you always get the government you deserve. That's just my theory. And whoever you get, you deserve it. And I just think that applies. And look, here's the thing, though. We've got that AUKUS deal where you guys are giving us your second-hand submarines. We've already paid $500 million. And it's a really fucked up deal. But the bottom line is, until you guys give us those submarines, you kind of got to protect our seaways until such time. So it's a kind of
secondhand. They're not secondhand. They're truly not secondhand. What those are?
We don't really want them. Yeah.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You have electric diesel ones. Yes, you totally want those subs. What those subs are is a variation of something we said, oh, we're going to do something else. And those subs were the product of that push. It's not secondhand. You know what I mean? Like most of them, I think there's 3 and 2 of them are brand new.
Well, but they're dependent on you guys being not needing
to do the maintenance. To do the maintenance, yes. We don't want to teach you how to fucking build them yourself. We're not dumb. You guys are capable and smart. You can do it.
No, but they're not the brand newies. Now, see, what's happening is hold on, what's the deal? We've already paid quite a bit of money for them, so they're going to come. But if you guys need to keep them yourselves for some reason, you will. It's not like here they're built, they're coming over.
So it's basically like this. Like, hey, if we need to fuck with China, we could take them. That's basically if you guys don't want to be on our side, we're going to take your subs, we're going to fight China with them. That's what that deal is.
Well, basically, though, until we get them, you guys kind of have to turn up and sort of protect. You know what I mean? Like, it's because we're waiting on your submarines. So it's a kind of a like, hey, guys, you know, like you got those guns you promised us shit? Oh, no, That's a bit of a problem. But look, I understand your bit with shipping lanes, but it's not like you charge tolls on them anymore. But it's a semi-piracy thing. Hey?
We can. That's the thing. We could literally say you ship through here. It costs us this much to administer it. This is the duty that we're putting on your cargo, and we'll collect it at port. We could.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good thing because history shows when you do that to people, you tend to get revolutions. Boston Harbor's a bit of an example.
We're the ones making money. It's Rome. We're making money. You guys are gonna have to come get us. We're making money.
Yeah, but then it just doesn't go on at the port. Yeah, but then it just doesn't go on at the port. So that's blockades. Blockades are kind of a bit 19th century.
We use the world. We control the world bank. We freeze the account. We seize the account, and we dump it at the treasury.
Yeah, and then you're forced into self-sufficiency. And the big winners there is Brazilian natives and deepest Africa, the ones who don't have monetary systems. But I do agree.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the mechanisms are there. That's the thing. Like we have the mechanisms. The World Court, we control that. It will rule in our favor.
Yeah.
I mean, we control the world banks. We can seize assets. We can take accounts and we'll dump it directly in treasury.
Yeah. Do you remember Viceland did a thing about Route 66? And I think when they did Route 66, one of the cities they stopped at was, what's Motor City? Detroit, is it? And how chopped up it is and how it's just not the manufacturing base that Henry Ford built there. And it's like kind of sad to see, really. I think it's the skeleton of a bygone era, almost.
You go down that whole area, it's called the Rust Belt. You see fucking abandoned steel mills. You see like giant fucking rusted infrastructure, all down that fucking little section. Like start basically from Pittsburgh all the way through fucking Chicago, basically Gary, Indiana. That entire strip is just industry that is no longer in America, and it's sitting there rusting.
It's sad, isn't it? Because it was there. That's the thing. At least our Ford factory here makes wind farm generators now, so we're kind of using the building. But yeah, it's so sad though, because that was like to me an icon of the world. Yeah, where Mustangs were made and Chevrolets and all that cool stuff.
It represents what was built and also represent what we could build again if needed. I get it, but the thing is look at the outcome. It's sitting there rusting. Billions and billions of dollars of infrastructure and land and materials just sitting there rusting.
People chop out the steel beams for scrap, and now the buildings are all unstable too. So you can't even walk into the buildings without them toppling.
Yeah, they go after the copper and shit. Yeah, I mean but you have these giant fucking like steel mills. Like you've seen those things, like those big cauldrons and those big like all that shit just sitting there, just rusting.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, there's enough oil to get put on them. If we needed to do it, we could do it. That's the thing. It's kept there, and it can be polished up, and it can be very, very rudimentary and industrialized because it's basically coal driven, and steam, basically powered. But like, I mean, it's just sitting there rusting, and that's the thing. If we were to reassemble something like that, right, it wouldn't last. Because the internal costs that it will produce for the products that they make, because of the global network,
Won't the tariffs make you guys need to look for that stuff and see what you can use?
We're just going to pay more money. We're stupid. We're America. We're just going to pay more money because most companies aren't saying we were going to reshore. There's a lot of things that are reshoring were reshoring before tariffs, but those things like semiconductors and microprocessors and things like that, like Taiwanese shit. I think it's like 5th generation chips and shit like that. That's the stuff that I'm all about building infrastructure for, because that type of building will produce shit for like at least another 100 years at this point, But like having to reshore, like our steel and aluminum tariffs are god awfully stupid. Having to reshore, refire, respark those types of plants, it's ridiculously over. It's not worth the cost. Especially if we're heading into a militarized world,
we want to take the world's steel and export it and get it to us as cheap as possible and use it to make ships to go blow them up with. So it's just like there is no structure for these things. But that's kind of, I think that's Sean's argument too. There's just no plan. And everybody always says in the long run, there's no plan for the long run.
Yeah, that's what I pick up on too. A lot of people go, down the track, something will happen. But they don't know, are we paying it forward for a good thing or a bad thing? Because we're paying it forward, I guess, is like everyone's doing that. Well, as long as people have got faith in that, I mean, shit, that built the pyramids and the Incas and the Aztecs. They all built their religions, their civilizations on faith, and now they're all back to being jungle people. Maybe it's the cycle of humans. We become empires and then we fall into decline. I think it's due to happen to all of us at some stage. What was I going to add there, though? Didn't Oregon, which had a huge furniture industry, that kind of went west or went south, tits up. And then Google needed somewhere that needed dryness and to store all of their servers. So Google went to Oregon and said, we'll have all these buildings and we'll jump in as long as we don't pay tax. And for some reason, I think they still to this day don't pay any tax in Oregon. Does that sound right? Or have I got that a bit skew with?
I wouldn't be surprised if they made some deal like that. But I mean, but that's the thing. It's like repurposing an existing structure, you know? That's good industry type transitions. And that's like the microprocessors and things like that. Like even like coal mines, they're getting isolated and used for sensitive data storage because of their depths, their perfection, their temperatures that they keep down there, and if they're dry enough, it's like a perfect fucking environment for these things to hum and burn shit all day, basically. But like, I mean, like it's all those old things that happen. You know, what tech's coming in doing, it's repurposing them, and that's the type of reshoring of industry, in my opinion, that we should be looking for. Taking these old infrastructures and turning, like we have a homeless problem, but we have 300 million acres of fucking warehouses that are just empty. Let's fucking break them all down and build houses, you know? That increases GDP, that increases jobs. That does that's the type of solutions I'd like to see done.
Yeah, you work smarter rather than harder. And with homeless people, well, you've kind of got a workforce there that's motivated, haven't you? If they were to build their own buildings and then make money out of it.
I disagree that they're motivated. That's probably why they're homeless.
Yeah, I used to wonder, is it mental illness first or homelessness first? I think the homelessness comes first.
Yeah. Mental illness is a huge factor. No, I think mental illness is a huge factor in homelessness. I don't want to joke about that, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not joking about it, but I'm saying they can actually be utilised. Like if given something to work for, there's incentive at the end of it. It's just that bridging of the middle bit. I don't believe in thickening up the poverty line by cutting all the funding to then thicken it up in order to thin it down. That's to me like Israel. You've got to escalate a war before you de-escalate it. Why don't you stop the war? You know.
Well, it's like you rip down existing things like Department of Education, foreign aid funding, things like that. And to solve the problem, you're going to establish a Department of Education. You know what I mean? You're going to be solving the problems of the things you're ripping down. So it's like, look at the internal functions and see the waste, fraud, and abuse, address it, and you know what I mean? Like use the existing infrastructure, but that's not what happened. Things were ripped down. Like it was like the turbulence is not good for business. If you can't forecast and project, you're not going to be hiring. You're not going to be taking on extra inventory. You're not going to be doing, you're not going to be doing these things because of the uncertainty.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, I agree. The other thing we've got here right now is childcare, which is subsidised by the government. And because it's subsidised by the government, it attracts all the dodgy operators. So now we have child rapists working in child daycare centre. And it's actually Australia-wide, and there's been royal commissions saying there should be something done. But the government seem to have let it get into a stage of total disrepair, so now they've got to act quickly. I think they want to deliberately run them down in order to privatise them. That makes sense to me. That's what I think they do. So they destroy it.
Yes.
Yeah, and
So
privatize.
Trump kind of tried to do this in his first term with the U.S. Postal Service. He was basically threatening to defund it and shit like that. And all that does is increase FedEx and UPS's position, but it would privatize, and that's the thing. Trucking in America used to pretty much be a national business, a national industry, and then it became privatized. That is completely a process, and there's a lot of money to be made throughout that. But the problem is, I feel they kind of allow it to become as corrupt as possible for it to not work.
Yes. Run it to the ground and then sell it to your friends.
Yeah.
At a rock bottom price, of course. Yeah.
So rock spiders.
Yes, exactly. You're stuck with you. It's a good term, isn't it? You can use that in public company when you say he's a rock spider. People go, oh, okay. Because you can say it in front of a kid without them saying what they're talking about.
Yeah.
But that happens across all industries, though, too. Because what we had was when the government subsidies came in for learning centres, they did the McDonald's business plan, which is actually a very effective plan. Get the cheapest possible labour, cheapest possible food, and when things go tits up, don't improve the food, just pay a celebrity to say it's okay. And then you rinse and repeat.
Rinse and repeat. Quality is the first thing that's sacrificed in capitalism, in my opinion, because quality doesn't really produce margin. That's why you always look for these replicable systems, you know what I mean, that can try to replicate their version of perfection over and over again. But, the first thing to go is always quality. It's always about, if you're using this substance in this hair dye, and now that you sold it to Johnson & Johnson, they want you to use this substance, but it changes all the, you know what I mean? But it lowers the cost. And like that's the first thing that goes in capitalism. The kind of capitalism is almost like you have to sell your fucking soul. And you're selling your soul in exchange for delivering that product to market. And you're constantly just making decisions on fucking how greedy do I need to be? Or how greedy am I? If you have shareholders, you have to fucking at least meet their greed. If you don't, you have an internal compass you could potentially use. But that's kind of, like I said, the first thing in capitalism that goes is your soul. That's 100% true. You have to probably burn a saint with the devil, but that's in the aspect of, like I said, delivering quality to the market.
Yeah, I understand that. And you get the flow from governments to one, like, as you say, red to blue, back again. And I tend to think they're all dodgy cunts and in the same boat anyway. But isn't it weird how people are adversarial? Like, you guys have got people who say Republicans are great and Democrats are idiots. And, like, I don't think you're like that. You actually hate both, don't you? You have a sane approach. Is that right? Yeah, me too.
I have an equal hatred for both sides. That is true.
Which one's less
equal?
Shit?
Equal?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Well, what I love? The one is Camila. She was not white enough and didn't have enough penises. If she had one more penis and whiter skin, she probably would have got in.
I absolutely hate that woman as a human being. I had nothing positive to say about her other than I hope she beats Trump. I was so disappointed in her being nominated as the vice president. I thought that entire process was absolutely disgusting. I thought the way it was displayed by the Democrats was more posturing and positioning to telling people of color, hey, vote for us. We'll help you out, and fucking forget about them for 4 more years.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's so nice to hear you say that.
You know what I thought was funny, though, was like, you got 330 million of you there. Are you serious? Is Trump and Biden, are they the best 2 clowns you've got? Come on, fellas. It's got to be better than that somewhere, but obviously not.
Yeah. I have zero faith in either party. I truly hope the Epstein list has enough members of both parties to destroy the entire system. and I'm not an anarchist.
What are you exactly?
I'm not an anarchist. I'm a Jeffersonian Republican. Let's say that.
Good afternoon, everybody. What's going on? What's going on?
We're talking about the downfall of the United States government via anarchy.
Late stage capitalism and its demise.
No, via Trump. Trump is causing U.S. to demise. Trump. Get him out tomorrow. Everybody show up on canvas. Get him out.
But there's no way. He has 3 more years of being the person he is. Unless J.D. Vance enacts the 25th Amendment, which I hope he does.
I'll just say this. If I were Trump, I wouldn't drink anything J.D. Vance handed me. I'll leave it at that.
No. Get to the polls into next year. Give the Democrats the House and the Senate. Trump will be impeached. 100%. There's so much impeachment. So much.
Maybe get J.D. Vance. Awesome.
That makes sense, Star. Good call.
And Pete Hexet.
Ugh.
And Pam Bondi. What a sellout.
I wouldn't mind putting them all in like Alligator Alcatraz. They built them for themselves. That would not bother me at all. But I don't think that that's going to be the end result, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I don't have any faith in people in this country to actually understand what's going on, even though the things have been explained to them. And I think they're going to vote upon a level of fear that will drive any rhetoric that that man gives to a base of people that will vote for him blindly.
Or is it? Just get out there and do what we have to do.
Sad but true.
That's my sunshine message to you all.
Well, what we have here, we had an election where the shit light party, the not as bad as the conservatives, the less conservatives, got such a majority. We normally need about 76 to win it. Well, they've got well over 80, up near 90. And the other party, the Liberal Party, or they're not really liberal, they're conservatives, they're coal burners, they've got about 40. But the Greens still have the balance of power in the Senate. So what we've now got is a super left-leaning party with all this power. What they're going to do is willpower and fuck it up, and then it'll be back to the same. But right now, you have a balanced house the way it looks. Well, the Labor Party are right across into the other side. Like, it looks intimidating. But they always win. Ultimate power fucks you up ultimately. You need to have good opposition to have good government, I reckon.
How similar is like your Labor and their other side is? How similar is that to our to the American model?
Our Labor Party is more worker oriented and like to do the public funding. They always overspend and consequently overtax. But they're the ones that do the infrastructure. They're like the Dems in a sense, but further left. And then our Liberal Party, they do all the razor gang cutting, all the run it into the ground and put in privatisation and do all the chops and tax less. So rich people like the Liberals and workers tend to like Labor, but most of us tend to dislike both of them equally and kind of just swing if you can. You can't can't vote one way or the other. You got to be a swing seat.
But aren't there like other parties and stuff as well? Like you guys have like
There are. We have the Greens and we have the little. What are they? The Democrats or something? And who just keeps flipping in and out?
I don't know.
It's Tank. Who's playing Tank in the hot mic room and he's put himself back?
He can. Is he?
I have muted him, and now he's chill.
Was he like yelling?
Oh, it's Rich Evans being a poor ass moderator again. You're a bitch.
Oh my god, it's electric complaining. Oh my god, what a shock.
Yeah, it's Rich Evans being a fucking shit of a moderator.
Oh my god, he's just complaining again.
Well, you suck at it.
I didn't
so
server
that's
mute him
what
in
you
the
should
first
expect.
place. I think he was just asking.
You should expect people to say that you suck at this.
unserver
You
muted.
suck at this.
I don't think he is. Is he?
He was, and then I unserver muted him. But next time,
okay.
Tank, instead of doing the jump back and forth, just ping one of us in chat, and then we can unmute you.
Okay, thanks, man.
Yeah. So just to wrap it up, we have a few minor parties, but they just get the balance of power in the Senate, so they can do weird little deals.
So, like, would those minor parties would they be similar to like would you call like that other party? Would you say that's like the Republican Party, essentially, like a direct line, or would the Republican Party kind of reflect more one of the minor parties?
No, the minor parties, we get like an extreme right. That's all your white supremacists and all your evangelistic and your family first and your those types. The really patriotic ones who are racists. And then we get the Greens, which are all the hippies. Neither of them have a way to actually govern. They would never get the two up at the lower house to govern. That's Labor and Liberal. Labor left, Liberal right. And then we have the extreme right, or the Nazis, and we have the extreme left, or the Greens. And they're the ones who try to fight for the balance. So if they want to get done, yeah.
The US has the same similar kind of thing. I mean, we have the Libertarians and we have the Green Party. You know, kind of a little bit more extreme than the two major ones. You know what I mean? So every country kind of have these little smaller groups that are a little bit more extreme than the bigger group, or you know, just a little bit. They're just kind of strange, you know.
Yeah. Well, a mate in Holland tells me in Dutch politics, they've got like about 10 or 12 different parties that are all different angles of left and right. And usually the right-wing coalitions are noisier and tend to get power. And it's really fucked up. Like, apparently us having two systems, two major parties is better. I'd rather three major parties, but then it gets fucked up anyway. There's no real good system. You're always going to get someone you don't like. So...
Yeah.
So is our mad flipper in? Is he in now? Has he got something to say? Because when you flip around like that and flip in and out, you usually got something to say.
No, I think it was Tank. Yeah.
No, yeah, I just wanted to be able to engage if something went up.
Oh, okay. Just when you keep blipping in and out, I was thinking it was my internet connection misbehaving, thinking, fuck, I paid my bill. What's going on here?
I gotta say, I feel kind of witty figuring that out. A couple of other servers just ban me when I do it. It's kind of funny because they mute me like in like 2 seconds, and then when I start hopping channels, and then it triggers the whole channel. It's so funny.
That'd be Earth Awakenings, wouldn't it?
I mean, having the response be everyone gets triggered, that's so funny. I mean, that might be a contributing factor to why you get banned. If you're just there to trigger people, then I mean...
Well, it's more like people are muting me in 5 words. Like I say 5 words and get muted in like conservative politics because it's like, there are a bunch of 20-year-olds in there. So, maybe they don't actually consider valuable information. They're kind of operating in a soundbite. So when you come in,
you're on Discord. You see people that disagree with you, dude. You should expect to get triggered and learn how to contain your stupid outbursts.
Oh my God, the irony!
Yeah, I say the irony of that one to have Electric say something like that.
Well, I mean, guys, like right there, I was painting like Jesse, right there.
Honestly,
I was painting a large spot, and when you cut me off, you showed me you don't give a fuck what I'm thinking. So when someone does that, it tells me, oh, we're taking our gloves off. We're gonna see who's smarter. We're gonna see who can not look stupid.
My bad.
Now.
I wanted to say that like a minute ago, and I finally had a minute to press push to talk. Sorry, dude.
Oh, good. Nothing matters anyway.
Nothing really matters.
Like for real, all you have to do is get like a quality of life increase for yourself, and tell everyone else to fuck off. That's meta.
Galileo.
I didn't mean to make you cry. Only one here. God damn it, you people.
Mama, I muted a man.
Did you just confess to murder?
Clicked right on top of him, then turned his mic up bloody red.
We can make it.
I like it. That's it, everybody. He's got to go. He's going to leave us all behind and not say anything.
Not say anything. Oh my
He's
god.
just a dumbass with nothing to say.
He's just a dumbass from a flat or perspective.
Bear his wife from his horrible avatar.
From a flirty family.
It's fucking works.
David's wife says you need a vacuum tester.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Earth is flat, nothing's flat. Earth is flat, nothing's flat. Earth is flat, 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 flat.
People have been exposing themselves for not paying attention to current events and also not having creative or intuitive thoughts by the fact that they only reflect the popular sound bites in the media. We've had 5+ years of tons of conspiratorial information about the corruption going on in the world that Epstein is connected to. And now what do we see? We see the majority of the population making Diddy oil jokes and making Epstein into meta jokes. Like, this shit is, whatever the truth is, it's going to come out and slap us in the face because the majority of the population is too retarded to process it.
What do you think the truth is? Your opinion?
I'm unsure. And I think asking that is like, you know what I mean? It's me granting that, oh yeah, I do believe I'm the arbiter of truth. Let me tell you about it.
No, it's just your opinion.
But the question itself is loaded at this point.
No, it's not. You can ask me the same question.
You want to ask me again?
Sit around and talk about how little we know.
The truth is, the most powerful country in the world, arguably America, has been dumbed down to such a degree that most people have no clue what's going on around the world.
So,
all they care
Mario,
about is
that's
football,
literally what I just said.
baseball.
That's literally what I just said.
Yeah, I'm with you, bro. I'm with you.
Right, and I don't disagree that people in America have been dumbed down. And I literally said one of my biggest fears is that people in America have been so dumbed down. I can show you a direct economic model about how you are directly affected with tariffs, and you'll still make the statement that it comes from another country. I don't disagree with that at all.
So if something was going on with Epstein and we knew about it 7-8 years ago, if it's coming back to surface now, how do you think it's valuable? Is it valuable for its truth? Or is it valuable for what it can do now to affect the people that are important?
So you can ask this question during his campaign, correct? Why would he utilize this as a part of his campaign through his nomination process and through his election process? It was valuable then to him to speak to indirectly about multiple times.
That's what the news is forcing down our throats right now. They're forcing that line of logic down our throat.
Is it forcing the line of logic, or is it, if you watched and paid attention, you could remember him making these direct statements?
Yeah, but what they're doing is trying to vaporize 99% of the pie chart that represents what his campaign is really run on, to make you think that because he's got a piece that's untrustworthy, now you cannot trust anything. And this is the brainwashing politics do. They do identity credibility attacks, right? One piece discredits the whole.
And I don't truly agree with that. I don't. But if one piece of it is a pedophilia association, I would probably discredit the majority of the whole after that understanding. But what I'm saying is, you asked what the value is. I say, what's the value of him running on it? The value of it was, one, it looked like it was him distancing himself from this list and actions by saying, I'm not on it, I want it out, basically, right? And then two, upon the ability to release it and understanding that he was on it under what the Cam Bondi directly told him, he started delaying and he started saying it's a fake. He started saying a lot of things, but not releasing it. So
this isn't anyone in the left doing this. These are his own words and actions coming home to roost.
Agree. I agree.
Coming home to roost.
Yes, Malcolm X said that.
No, look. You're now painting this picture that Trump is behind the Epstein investigation itself.
No,
and all the words he said are based on information he had directly in the investigations. We know this is a legal matter, right? Whatever happens in court is all that matters. Everything else is just theory and mainstream propaganda.
So what happened in court? What happened to Ghislaine Maxwell in court?
You're just proposing that rhetoric strongly.
Well, but what happened to Ghislaine Maxwell? Well, I don't, because what happened to Ghislaine Maxwell in court?
First time or now?
I don't know what's happening now. If she lies, probably she might get a deal. But I'm poisoning the well by saying it that way. But first time, I guess.
She was never given the chance to speak. She was just told what she was going to go through, right?
Was she going? You can read. You can go online and you can actually go through her entire trial.
She's in jail, isn't she? She's in jail.
Yes,
isn't
she was convicted. So what did the court say about Jeffrey Epstein? What did the courts agree with about one of the people that were directly around him? The courts agreed Jeffrey Epstein, and so basically, because that's what she was convicted for, is aiding him, did a lot of bad things with underage girls.
Epstein was never found guilty, so.
No, she was convicted upon aiding him. She in acts herself too. But like I said, it's basically guilty by association. But what I'm saying is, what are you saying, Asa?
Epstein was convicted. That's why he was in jail.
You're roboting. I heard Epstein something jail.
Epstein was convicted. That's why he was in jail.
Epstein was convicted. That's why he was in jail. Yes.
No, Epstein was not convicted. He was charged, and the government says we have probable enough evidence to hold you until your trial. He wasn't convicted.
That's correct.
At that point.
My bad. Yeah.
And the reason it's being brought up again is because of the statements of the DOJ.
2005.
Oh yes.